Welcome to Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough for the 7th event of the ever British Scooter Endurance Club Championship. It's the 3rd event of the year of 2022 of this AME Auto British Scooter Endurance Club Championship. I am David Sullivan. I'll be here for the full 6 hours. I'll be joined in the commentary box throughout the day by some expert summarisers, Paul Green and Mikey Bonnet, to name just two of them, and then we'll have everybody else coming in throughout the day for this wonderful event here at Teesside Autodrome. You'll be familiar with parts of the circuit from other events that we cover on the Alpha Live network. There'll be parts of that we're using and parts of it that we aren't as well. We'll run through them throughout the day. But before we really get too deep into it, we're going to throw down to the grid where we've got Mikey standing by to take us through all the runners and riders down there on the grid with 15 minutes to go before the start of this 6-hour race.
Hello. So, right, we are here on the grid with Keith. This is Keith's 7th event. So I thought I'd grab the main man himself, ask him how it is really going, really. So,
well, it's going well, I think. The weather's sort of here with us at the moment, and hopefully it's going to stay. And we're going to have a good day. 6 hours of racing.
I did go in the commentary box, and they did say the R word is due in about 90 minutes. So fingers crossed that.
Yeah. What do they know?
Yeah, hopefully not. But
it's good. It's 7th one in. We've learnt, the riders are learning, and it's improved. If you film the first one and then film this one, you'd see massive difference in how things are presented. Our teams now have proper pit balls instead of lumps of cardboard, and they don't have to jump up and down so much to get their riders to respond. Pit lane etiquette, you'll see during the day, is so much better than it was before.
Definitely.
It was like mayhem on the first one.
They're
So,
to turn scooters off.
The whole thing. It's been a learning curve for us because we started this out not knowing what we were doing. And it's come a long way, and I'm impressed with what people have done, and I'm so pleased people have tried it. There's so many new people to track that have never done anything like this. It's good.
We was chatting yesterday, and we was looking previous to lap times of when the first event to now, and even the lap times from someone from like IDK to now is phenomenal difference. So it's good to see that they've massively improved. And it's not just them; it is pretty much everyone that's done these events have improved throughout the last how many years.
I think
the 7 events.
I think IDK are the perfect example. I mean, they went home joking after the first one, the sort of lever kings, and everybody was taking the mick out of them for their lever braking skills. And they've come a mile, and they're actually leading their class championship this year. So good luck to them. That's very good.
Thank you, Keith.
Okay.
I'm going to walk down and speak to a few teams because there is a few new riders on different bikes, and some of them have actually done some really impressive times. So first of all, I'll speak to pole man, which is John. So John, sorry mate, you are live.
Yeah, we're here.
So well done on your lap time.
What was the engine?
Well, I don't know, because obviously you went out and within 5 laps you've jumped from 1:15 seconds to your impressive 1:09 in these conditions, so well done.
Felt comfortable with the bike, so that was it.
You're happy with everything bike-wise?
Yeah. We're hoping that everything will be fine, so
The boss is still treating you right?
Yeah, always.
Yeah, good.
But we're ready.
We're excited, as always, so well done. Want to speak to James as well, because obviously you've had problems with the bike.
Yeah, quite a few.
So, in Teesside, you were right down. You had a problem with the bike, so you come in.
Yeah, we had a few problems with the ignition, the car, but we managed to get them sorted. There's 10 minutes left.
Well, welcome back somewhat prematurely to the commentary box as we appear to have lost the picture down there on the grid. Hopefully we'll be able to get back in a few moments' time. In the meantime, though, we have had a practice session, which is also part of qualifying this morning, which was from 9 o'clock through to 10:30 before we went out to grid up here at Teesside Autodrome. So I'm going to have a quick look to see how that was. We were hoping to be able to get it up on the screen for you, but obviously with things having to change very quickly here at Teesside, with I was just losing the encoder down there on the pit lane. This is the Teesside Autodrome circuit then that you can see up on the screen picture for you. So, but looks like we might have been able to sorted out our technical issues down there, and we will be able to rejoin Mikey down on the grid.
So it's gone to Quattrini 144 now from 125 it was before.
Okay, yeah.
So it's jumped up 4 horsepower.
Yep.
We had it up 8 horsepower and then decided to wind that back a little bit by changing the exhaust.
Yeah.
So
Calm it down a bit.
Make it easy to drive out of corners.
So was that your decision or Alan's decision?
No,
Really?
no.
No.
We couldn't dial out a bit of a. It was a splutter, big second gear wheelie. So, yeah, that's obviously not good.
Yeah,
so.
it's not good for you.
Yeah.
All right, thanks guys.
That's right.
So obviously you've got Iggy. He is obviously on the 71 Sluck bike. So as we walk further down, we have got a few BSSO racers, obviously standard. They do normally race with us, but they are a new team for this event, which is Harry Smith, Lee Abraham, where Lee isn't here yet, and obviously the beautiful Sharky. So they're on number 3. And to be honest, they've got a really good position for first time out on a PK production scooter. So the people that follow the racing, they roughly know what the production scooters are. They're not all singing or dancing. They are pretty much a standard-ish engine. So that's great to see. And yeah, we'll walk down. People that do follow us know and probably have seen on the live feeds the Louis and the Vegas. So I wanted to give these a little shout out because they are not your typical Lambretta. They are extremely quirky but cool as anything. So that is the rush down boys. So keep an eye on them. There is another Louis/Vega on the grid, which will a little bit further down the grid, but they are basically their main competition. 333 supporting, obviously, here they go. So, how's it going then, chaps?
Right, we had a couple of last-minute itches, like, but we've adapted and survived. If you have nothing, you've got to do something.
I was speaking to Pete yesterday with the tyres, the wet tyres.
Yeah, off at wets.
So, are you just going to stick with these? No wets? Yeah.
Straight through with them.
Wets
Good.
back on eBay Monday.
Fingers crossed. Good luck, chaps.
Morning, Mike.
Road here.
Yep.
So, obviously, people who do follow Team Solid Air know that it isn't just a endurance bike. They ride it absolutely everywhere. They ride it to the event. They ride it all year round. They do their 6, 7, 8 hours. And then obviously they do ride it home. So that is super impressive. So 11 boys, new team, which is Team 70 obviously. Where are they? That's it. So obviously the new team for this event. How are you finding it? Good. I did speak to chap in all green, I forgot his name. Wayne, yep. And me and Keith were actually in the commentary box when he fell off. So it did look good, and he styled it out, to be honest. So I don't know how well we're doing for time, but if you don't know, at 11 o'clock, we are doing a 2-minute silence. So it will be obviously on the live feed. So that, if you could respect that, that would be excellent. Thank you. Back out again is Bob Monkhouse team. So Ben is riding with Bob. It looks like Gary's starting. Yep, Gary's starting. So it's nice to see you back out, chaps. Good luck. 2 Sheds. How you doing?
Still running it in.
Still running it in. Like it. Yeah. Fingers crossed for you. If people don't know, it's a bit hard because we have got an overall championship team and class, and you are quite up there. So fingers crossed for you all today.
can you say? There's nothing to say, really. Is there?
Ah, why not? The only Mako on the grid. New rider, which is Daniel. Once again, I think the scooters attract the pit bike boys because Dan is last year's champion, pit bike champion, 160 overall, wasn't it? So yeah, and obviously they did enter. He has. So he was looking for a rider. Dan put his name forward, and he's on the Mako. So don't say that.
It's not a short straw, it's a long one.
It's a long straw, yeah, very long straw.
Was it you that fell off, Dan, earlier? So Dan did fall off, which is kind of understandable. It's totally different to what you're used to, so we get that. So I did mention IDK earlier about with Keith regarding lap times from when you first started to what you're doing now. So yeah, we was just saying on how the quality of riding of everyone, not just yourselves, but of everyone has improved. So from the start. So we did use you as a good example. So do you feel that doing this has improved your overall riding?
Certainly on the track. I
Yep.
bet on the road.
You still drive like a loon, or he's sensible? Yeah, good. That's good to hear.
When he's excited.
Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, you don't seem excited. So is that nerves? Or
Remaining calm for the first 10 minutes silence.
okay, lovely. Thank you.
And then I'll be like a kid with no toy.
lovely. Right. I did mention the Louis. This is the other Louis Vega. So yeah, it is a bit of a hybrid. But you enjoying it?
Yeah.
Good.
I'll keep going back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's good.
One-time trophy winners.
Well, hopefully today.
No.
No, come on.
Not here,
Be
mate.
positive.
Not here.
So I mentioned the new lads on Team Foster 58, and this is their sister brother team. It's the second team, which is Foster 56. So nice to see you out again, chaps.
Thank you very much.
Anything different this one?
This is the second scooter. The first scooter's off the road now. It's
Yep.
Something's gone wrong with it. Give up the ghost.
Okay. So you have no spare then?
We've got they're on the spare at the front.
Oh, they're on the spare on the front. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Lads are going well. The ones
Really
up
well.
the front.
Yeah.
So
They're really good lads. They are really good.
we were saying up there, it's impressive first time on a scooter to do that. Them sort of times. 1:13, I think.
That
Reece
was
done.
his first time ever ridden one.
Yeah, and geared. So
And he was only on 5 minutes.
yeah, it's good. It's nice to see people like yourselves giving them, them young blood, and someone that hasn't totally, that's not really into it.
They're already
to give
asking
them
when's the next one.
Exactly,
So that's good.
exactly.
Yeah.
I hope you filled them in. But yeah, it is good to see the young new blood coming in, wanting to ride.
Never rode one.
So yeah, that's great.
Next generation. Yeah.
So right, if we move on then, thank you, chaps. Oh, really good.
Privateer team.
Yeah, obviously, privateer number 7s. I don't know if you can see it, but they are supporting the new quick release, them homemade handlebars. So everyone knows if you fall off a Lambretta, the most biggest thing is
We tested yesterday and it didn't break.
Exactly, that's good. So you've tested it a few times actually. I didn't want to say that, but they are basically quick release handlebars. So in an event of a crash, they don't snap your handlebars, which is so common, which puts a lot of people out. Because it's not a 5-minute change to change a headset. You're talking a good half hour, 40 minutes.
Side in about 4 minutes, as opposed to half an hour to do the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, if you bend a bar, it's a simple case of bar out, new bar in, isn't it? So,
yeah.
Great.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Right, so I am going to stop because obviously we have got 30 seconds to the 2-minute silence. So, thank you. Stay tuned. See you soon.
Welcome back to Teesside Autodrome there as the British Scooter Endurance Club pay homage to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. I am David Sullivan. I am joined in the commentary box for the start of this race by Paul Green, a prominent member of the British Scooter Endurance Club Championship. Now, as you'll notice there, some of the bikes, they're being moved around. Some of them actually being moved off the grid as well, I think, because I think everybody's sort of bought their bikes, potentially their spares as well, but certainly some of them might need a bit of a push start, Paul, rather than just firing them up where they were standing at the start, hence why we've seen a bit of a shuffle round of bikes out there. So we've seen starts of this race before, particularly here at Teesside. It's always an entertaining opening lap, isn't it, as everybody sort of finds their feet and just, you know, they've been out in practice for an hour and a half this morning. They've not had 30 bikes around them or so at that time. So it's going to be a very, very interesting opening lap.
And some do start better than others. As you can see, there's a few people having difficulties getting them going immediately. One of the things with these starts, there does have to be a real good communication between the rider and the holder. And you sometimes see, they've not spoken about it before, rider comes to the right, holder goes to the left, and they drop the bike.
Of course, well, what we are noticing here is that the riders are making their way over to the right-hand side of the circuit for the old-school Le Mans style start, where the riders will run across the circuit and then jump onto their bikes, hence why we've got a holder for each of the machines. Riders are to the right-hand side. We have Keith Terry there with the Union flag in hand. The flag is up in the air, and the British Scooter Endurance Club Championship 6-hour race is underway with the traditional run across the circuit. Our riders jumping onto their bikes, as we've got one stationary bike at the back, the 54 does finally get going. It looks like we do have one though, Paul, that has failed to make it away from the line at the first time of asking, as the riders make their way down towards Rib Bend here at Teesside Autodrome for the first time. Hornet Racing, who qualified on pole position, are the early pace setters. They've started to move away as that final bike, Paul, has finally got away from the grid, so we do have a full complement of riders out there for this opening lap.
We'll have to look at that bike later. I think it was a Lambretta with a kickstart, which is quite unusual.
We do have a yellow flag down there at the mountain section, so we could potentially have issues for a team already as the stream of bikes make their way down the back straight here, which is elongated compared to the normal layout as we omit the chicanes and the two hairpins. So they will run all the way down here at Teesside Autodrome towards the South Bank hairpin and then make their way through the two corners. I'm keeping an eye out on one bike. It does have a good pace, but I think it's the black bike, Paul, that's going into South Bank now. I think was the slow starting one, but has got some good straight line speed at the very least to come back through.
He's definitely back in the game now. He's passed a couple of riders there.
Yeah, I'll try and pick a number out on that one. It's they're very easy to pick out on the way past the commentary box, but not so much on the screen in front of us. So we'll keep an eye out for that. We will of course dip into the live chat comments as well. So I'm just having a quick look. It could potentially be the 21 there, Paul, was the bike that I think was struggling to get away at the start.
Yeah, he's definitely underway now and making good progress, but John the Greek, his name, it's got the Greek name which is unpronounceable, so we do call him John the Greek. He's the rider on the Hornet main bike, the number 6 bike. He's very, very entertaining. If you haven't seen him riding before, he spends almost as much time on one wheel as he does on two. He's got the unique habit at the moment of regularly doing stoppers, so he's arriving into bends with the back wheel 12 and 14 inches in the air, which is quite entertaining.
I've just had a look at his surname as well, and I'm not even going to try.
No, John the Greek works so much better.
So I think it was against all odds, AAORT, who were the team that I believe was slow away at the start. We'll keep an eye on their progression as they come through, because as I say, you'll see as well throughout the day teams in a real mixed up order. You look at the numbers down the left hand side. We've got blue, that's our pro race class. They're the bikes that are really prepped for racing, even for scooters. Then we've got our race class, which have got the yellow backgrounds. Then we've got road, which is in green, and we've got our club class, which is in red. We'll dip in throughout the day as to the different characteristics of those bikes, also the different type of riders you're allowed on those bikes, particularly in that top class. you're allowed free reign really of riders that you can have. Then as you come down, you've got your novice class at the bottom, which is club. You're not allowed any riders in that, I believe, that have got a race license.
That's
so
right, yeah.
it really is. It's you're within your classes, but as we've seen throughout this year as well, is that you don't necessarily have to be in the top class to take the victory.
No, definitely not. I mean, there's some very, very good riders, that don't possess race licenses. Just because you possess a race license doesn't make you super talented. Having said that, we have got some very super talented riders, particularly in the pro class. And the current BSSO Road Race Championship winners we've got out there. Number 78 actually coming into the pits there. He's obviously got a problem. He's from pro race class.
Yeah, early issues then for the 78.
Yeah.
Down there it's Team DSC, who pit on only the second lap here at Teesside Autodrome and being shown as a lap down. We obviously saw the yellow flag as well on the opening lap, Paul. It could potentially have been them that have had that problem, and it's taken them. Often we see, it's a little bit different on scooters to what people would normally see. Let's say they've been watching bike racing on the TV. When you come off one of these, you don't immediately get up and sprint over to it and try and pick it up and get back on it again, do you? It's a completely different experience. Even though you come off these slowly, if you do come off, you're very aware of it, because it's a lot different to effectively sliding across the tarmac to toppling off one, which is a different experience completely.
Yeah, definitely. And also I think compared to, say, a motorbike, you've got a relatively high amount of damage, particularly to the handlebars and the controls that you can do in a crash. So on a Lambretta, the handlebar base is cast aluminium, and they are fragile. I've been at race meetings where somebody's gone through 5 on the weekend, and they do break really easily if you do try to slide it down the track, so it is best not to.
Well, I think one of the first things I saw when I walked into the paddock at 9 o'clock this morning was somebody holding a brake lever, which the bit that should have been attached to the chassis was still attached to the chassis, but the brake lever was quite clearly in his hand at the time, and they'd only been out for 10 minutes or so on that, and so that's the issue that you can have if you do come off. The chances are you're going to break something that's quite important to the continual use of that machine.
Yeah, and that was actually on the motorsport machine, the 77 machine, which has actually just gone by us. So they obviously have found a lever, but it wasn't a common lever that they were looking for. So I'm glad that they managed to find one in the paddock.
Well, it is a fairly unique bike. We can see it here on the camera in the 77 with that motorsport, with Dan Pearson on board, who was the rider this morning, who was on board when we had the issues with that brake lever. Did admit afterwards that he did need to calm it down a little bit. Potentially could have been riding it like his normal bike, as the 210, the Valley Scooter Club machine, already comes into the pit lane as well. We will throughout the day be dipping down into that pit lane down there, with refuelling coming into play, particularly with us being in this 6-hour race. Thank you for everybody that has joined us on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Thank you to everybody that's got in touch. We've already got a huge amount of interaction coming in through the live chat as well. Team 333 have been on saying good luck, guys. Similar message for SRP coming in from Nadine Rudge. And Jalet's been on saying good luck to GRR and IDK, as well as Steve Bone, who's wishing London Lambretta Club all the very best to McGill and the lads on the 70 machine. So thank you for everybody that's got in touch. We will of course be dipping in and out of them throughout the day. So we are 5 minutes in. Hornet Racing leading the way from SL UK Racing, who, if you watch the previous instalment that we streamed here at Teesside in the back end of 2021, they were the outright race winners with Scooter Lab on that 71 machine. We've obviously had a race here back in July, I believe, which was an 8-hour race rather than a 6-hour. That wasn't streamed, and that was won by the 74. In fact, it wasn't. It was won. The pro class was won by the 74, but once again, it was a race bike rather than a pro race bike of the of SRP Essex on the 41 that took the outright victory.
Yeah, and that was very close. I mean, Sluck actually were leading for the first half of that race. bike running in second that you just mentioned, but they had a crank problem and the crank twisted, so they decided to actually drop out the race but just complete the last 2 laps so that there would be a finisher.
What I do note about that overall race day is I think back then I think the pole time was a lot slower than what we've seen this morning. Hornet Racing, so their pole time this morning was a 1:11.7, which we know that they're going to have some good some good speed, particularly down the straights. We often see that is that the bikes that are very, very quick down the straights don't particularly have a huge cornering speed. It's a compromise, isn't it, between one of the two. But obviously that straight line speed, particularly here at Teesside, with that huge run effectively, which is, for the best part of it, 40% of the entire lap.
John the Greek, who was on pole, is phenomenal through bends. And he actually does have both. He's got straight line speed, but he also carries a huge corner speed. He has absolutely no fear and a natural talent. So for them, I imagine it's all about the reliability, which is a big part, of course, of any endurance rate, not just this one. No, definitely. I mean, to build the bikes have got to be really well built to handle 6 or 8 hours. And I always think that sometimes the pro race class can be full of riders who are ultra competitive and will go as fast as possible and maybe break the bikes or fall off. And sometimes you don't need to go the fastest. You can be consistently quick, not necessarily super fast.
Are we suggesting the rider advert needs to be changed to must have mechanical sympathy?
It may help at times. Yeah, it may help. So the rider that's actually on the Sluck bike that's in second place, most people will know the name of Sticky, a guy called Martin Round.
Just a quick one, sorry to cut across you, Paul, but as we were talking about reliability, Hornet Racing, who were in the lead, are now in the pit lane. So you'll see them in the top left-hand corner on the 6 bike. They'll be dropping down the order, already down into 5th place, because the field spread hasn't fully materialised just yet, with us only being 10 minutes in. So Scooter Lab UK Racing have taken the lead then now with RFS Tune and the 111 machine, with Valley Scooter Club and the other Hornet Racing car, the team also in the number 3, completing the top 4, as you'll see Hornet Racing continue then to drop down the order. Hopefully it's not a long-term issue and they're going to get out, and certainly with the speed we've seen in the opening few laps of this one, they're going to have an opportunity to come back through the field, which might provide us with a fantastic visual. Certainly if they're in the pit lane for another 2 or 3 minutes, they're going to be down in 30th place or so, and then if they can come all the way through, that would be fantastic for them. But obviously at this time we don't know what issue that Hornet Racing have.
No, it'd be very disappointing for them and for us if they do end up being out, but hopefully that isn't the case, and hopefully they get back into the race. But I would just say that the rider out on the 71 bike that's in the lead is actually Martin Round, or Sticky as he is better known. Well-known producer of Lambretta service books. Most people know that name, but don't always associate him with actually riding. And he's riding a Vespa, of course.
The 90SS, the 150cc machine. And, I think we can gain all we know about his personality from when he filled in his commentary form last year, and in his age he just wrote immature.
I'm saying nothing, but it could be right.
So obviously I remember this event last year. We've had the event at Wilton Mill, we've been back to Teesside since, but what I have noticed, certainly with the entry list as well, is that a lot of new teams joining us, and I know Mikey was speaking to a few of them down there. New teams that are joining us, any of them that have really stood out for you, Paul?
I must admit, I've not noticed too much on which ones are totally new for this particular one. But definitely it's brilliant to see new riders coming in, and it is a very accessible form of racing. BSSO racing, the normal road racing, is ridiculously expensive to most. You're talking 300 quid for an entry to get you 4 races over a weekend. So sharing the cost on this, it's a very economic way to go racing. and it's very, very accessible. So it's brilliant that we keep seeing new people joining the sport, for definite.
Of course, and in endurance format, obviously you're going to maximise your seat time. And speaking of seat time, depending on the number of riders that each of these bikes have got, there is a limit to the amount of time that. So you're not allowed to have a 3-rider team and then send your best rider out for 5 hours and 55 and let the other 2 do a lap. There is a limit on the amount of time that each of the riders can spend, not only on the bike at any one time, but cumulatively throughout the race as well. So maximum rider time in any one stint will be 65 minutes. If that time is exceeded, then there are penalties to be applied in terms of for the first and then subsequent second offence as well for things such as that. You will also notice out there every now and again you'll see riders that have got a high vis on as well. There are novice riders, and I think, is it 3 events that you have to take part in before you can take that vest off, unless you've got your licence, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. They're not necessarily meaning that they're very slow, but they have got less track experience. And there are a few people that do actually prefer to almost to keep them on. You know, if they may be lacking the ultimate confidence, some people do keep them on a little bit longer.
It's naturally going to give you that extra half a bike width, isn't it? If somebody's going to come past you as well, if you're going to wear one of them, they might give you a little bit more space, which is going to improve everybody's confidence as well, of course.
I know Keith does drill it into everybody, but broadly, the nature of endurance racing, in the main, there is actually a reasonably good level of riding skills and riding etiquette. I mean, as we spoke there, somebody in a high vis actually just went past through 2 people in a bend.
Yeah,
so although he's wearing a high vis.
One of the Foster cars, bikes, I think the 58 machine that was. A similar move that we see Valley Scooter Club do a lot with the move into the D chicane, which is right in front of the commentary box, is the. If you carry in more speed, it's just to run all the way around the outside and just slot back in. It's a nice clean move, and if you've got that sort of straight line speed, you can go around the outside a lot safer than you can trying to tuck it down the inside into there. And everybody gets around the next corner, and it helps with that not only mechanical sympathy, but keeping the bike upright.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just going back to the riding times. It's physically very, very hard, and often spectators don't realise necessarily how physically hard it is. You're fighting the bikes all the time. This particular circuit, other than the straight, there's always something going on. You're either going through a bend, trying to avoid a bump, hitting a bump. It's physically very, very hard. I mean, I did the practice session last night. It's my first time on track in a few years. I did 20 minutes, but that was enough for me. I would be struggling if I tried to stay out for an hour.
I mean, even down that back straight as well, there's a bit of tarmac halfway, and we'll pick it up, I think, in around about 30 seconds time as we come to the camera shot. It's behind the static camera, but there is a bit of tarmac that rarely gets used into. The kart track here comes into the infield. Occasionally they use it as the start line for drifting. It's to the right-hand side of the just behind the red and white barrier that you can see on the right-hand side. The tarmac does change colour, and it's not used anywhere near as much, but it is quite bumpy. I imagine as you're coming down the back straight, you're just about getting into your rhythm and you're picking your position, and then there's bumps on that track that I imagine that you feel, and given that you're directly connected effectively to the tarmac through the seat, and I imagine there's a big difference in the suspension of these bikes from one to the other, is very much how comfortable is it to be actually sat on one.
It's not the most comfortable, and you're sat in a very tight position, and a lot of the riders, especially on Lambrettas, will be sat with their feet going backwards, and you're almost kneeling but it's physically a really hard position to be in for a very, very long time. And when you mentioned about the change in tarmac on the straight, there's also a kind of a seam running down the middle, as I found last night. And you see it, and you don't want to be on it, but the fact that you're looking at it, you're kind of magnetically drawn to it, and then all of a sudden you're on it, and you don't necessarily want to be.
Like the white line in the middle of the night when you're in a car, you just naturally migrate to it.
And I also found it's a few years since I've raced at this circuit, but it's definitely got a lot bumpier over the years, and there are a few points where the position I wanted to be on the track, there's definitely a bump or a hole or a seam of tarmac just where you really don't want it.
So just going back to what you mentioned before regarding the actual position of the rider now, on some of these bikes that we see riders are actually they're moving their body and they're actually switching. On some of them, just because of the configuration of the bike, they're not actually moving their bum on the seat at all. And I imagine that in terms of its actual comfort, what that's going to mean is pretty much the legs aren't moving hardly at all, which when you're in that position for almost an hour, it's almost like a stress position. It can't, you're going to cramp up in that sort of circumstance, aren't you? So
definitely. And I say on the Lambretta especially, because you've got a little bit more leg room on the rear floorboard to put your feet back, most riders will ride with the left foot quite well back. If the brake is in the standard Lambretta position at the front on the right, then the right foot might be further forward, or they're constantly moving to use the rear brake. But if the people that are moving around, it's surprisingly hard on your thighs, just moving your weight left to right continuously for an hour. One rider to watch in terms of this is the 111 bike. Currently, as the RFS Tune bike, current rider on that is James Lancaster. So he's an ex-BSSO racer, not been out again for a while, but he is a really good example of somebody who spends a lot of time off the bike in terms of with his knee down and coming through over the start line here. It's interesting to note there his foot on the left is actually off the foot peg totally and floating in the air, because he's trying to get his main body, his main weight over to the right. His left leg is just waving in the air. It looks like he's falling off. If you've got a photograph of him in the right position, you'd think he's about to crash.
So 20 minutes in then, we'll run you through the top 10 as it stands. SL UK Racing leading the way from RFS Tune in the 111 bike, with Valley Scooter Club completing the top 3. Hornet Racing Team also in 4th place in front of Spire Tarmac Terriers, with the Foster 58 bike in 6th place. Then we've got Real Task Speed in 7th. London Lambretta Club leading the way in their class in 8th place in front of RFS Tune and New to Twigard. And then AAORT are in 11th place. Independent Idiots and their race team in the 70 are leading the way, currently in 7th place in our club class. So what we'll try and do as we go throughout this race is, as we get towards the bottom of the hour, every hour we'll have a full run through of all of the standings, and then we'll pick out anybody that's starting to come through. What we now see though, Paul, is that the Hornet Racing bike has dropped down into 9th place. I'm just showing and just going to keep an eye out to see whether that bike, they're currently showing 9 laps, so we'll keep an eye out to see whether they are back out and it's back up, it starts making its way in terms of time to 9 laps. So I'm sure they came in on lap 6, so at the very least I think they might have been out for a few laps just to make sure everything's okay. We'll confirm if they are out. They should be just about appearing somewhere on the back straight, given where the timing bar is. If you would like at home as well, if you're watching and you'd like to create your own virtual pit wall as well, you can do so by having a look at the live timing, which is available at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BSEC UK. So that's /BSEC UK. What you'll find there is you'll find the full live timing, and if you're also watching that live timing on a laptop, is that if you're following any of the teams, you'll see the top 3 are denoted with a circle of gold, silver and bronze at the top. If you want to follow any bike, what you can do then, as we think Hornet Racing are back out, is you can just click to the left and it will highlight, the first one that you click will highlight that blue, then the second one will highlight it in red. So if you're following a team and they're racing another team, you're able to highlight them both, and then their dots will appear on the circuit tracker in the top right hand corner of the screen as well. Hornet Racing are back out, Paul. They're up to 10 laps. They are in 29th place as it stands at the moment. So we'll keep an eye out on their actual lap-on-lap pace and see what their progress is, as long as they do keep progressing, of course.
Yeah, the 78 bike of Team DSC, that's actually back out, although it's showing on the timing in last place. They are actually back out. Hopefully, as they come through, they'll maybe come back into play on the timing screen, I hope. So we just watched James Lancaster on the 111 bike come through, and sure enough his foot there was floating 6 inches in the air.
So we do have a full complement now of riders back out there on track, which is good. So all 31 of our bikes here today at Teesside Autodrome for the third round of the AME Auto British Scooter Endurance Club Championship for 2022. Are back out and running as we follow the 3 bike.
Okay, I've just had an update from Dave Bristow, Supremo of the Hornet Racing bike. So they are back out, but the original pure endurance bike had twisted its crank, so game over for that one. So they're actually out on a spare production bike. So total change of bike, so they're going to have a 20 lap penalty for that, but at least they're back out again.
Yeah,
so we'll need to be looking for a different bike with that number 6.
Different bike, and obviously as we'll run through some of the rules and regulations for this event, but teams are allowed spare bikes, but as you say, it comes with a significant penalty as well if they are to break that bike out of the van. I imagine though, when you have an issue like that, you come in and you assess the situation. I imagine some bikes are easier to change components on than others, engines as well. You have to make a fairly quick decision as to whether you're going to work on the existing bike, and then if you think it's going to take maybe more than half an hour, that's your 20 laps here at Teesside Autodrome, and then of course you're going to have to make a fairly quick decision as to whether you're going to get the spare out.
The Hornet guys are probably one of the most experienced teams, and certainly Dave Bristow, the main man in the team, a lot of technical knowledge. It's his bike that he would have built, and he would have made that decision instantly. The production class bike that they're now using is probably significantly less powerful. However, it doesn't necessarily mean it's all that much slower. And it'll be interesting now, I think, to see John the Greek on that bike. It is a production class bike, it's their BSSO race bike, so it's not necessarily built for 6 hours of use, but already I can see John is definitely riding through the field pretty fast.
Well, it's built for speed because they're doing 1:10.1s, which is 2.5 seconds quicker than anybody else out there on circuit. So
that's the power of John the Greek.
As you say, it's a quick bike with a quick rider, but it might not have been set up and or built for the remaining 5 hours and 36 minutes of this race.
No, I mean the production class in BSSO, they're using set components, so ultimately the idea of production class, they're quite powerful, but they are limited in it. They have to use certain components, so but you don't get free rein that they would have had with the number 1 endurance bike. But with John the Greek on it, it most definitely is circulating pretty quick, and it will be interesting to see if that bike stays together, just how far up the field they can get from being, what were they, third from last at one point.
Yeah, and of course, I think until they get to that 20 lap mark, of course, that on timing, we're not going to be able to apply that 20 lap penalty. Or it may well be that that's retrospective anyway, and that we'll apply it at the end of the race. So they may well come through and win on track, but it's whether that penalty is applied on timing. We're certainly not going to be able to do it, as we've got the 333 bike stationary on the back straight at the moment. He's taken the side panel off to have a quick look at that one. So the 333 of New Tuard Twig are stationary on the back straight. You can just about see them from the commentary box. I'm not sure whether it's visible as well from pit lane, so at least the team are going to know about that, as Jay there on the 333 bike is just waiting for a gap in the traffic, because what he's got to be aware of here is that it's fairly blind round that corner, and these bikes, obviously with the differing straight line speed of course, mean that he's got to wait for a fairly clear gap, and there he gets one. So that bike's going to be able to be wheeled back. He's going to have to do the same, of course, when he gets to the other side of the track to come through, as we've got the pink bike coming, as we'll call it. I know that it's I think it's Challenger Equip have come into the pit lane as well.
The other thing that people who haven't raced won't necessarily appreciate, it's the worst thing in the world to try to be pushing a scooter wearing leathers, helmets, boots, and the adrenaline is going. They double in weight as soon as you apply leathers, and they're broken down. They double in weight, and they're very hard work to push back to the paddock. And definitely very hard work to run with.
So at least that bike is fully off the thing. And what we have seen from the event here last year is that it takes a lot for us to actually slow the entire field down. We've seen people with the bike brakes, or you know, almost on the furthest part of the track, and they push it home, don't they?
Indeed,
You know,
yeah.
we've seen riders at South Bank, which is the furthest place to the right of the commentary box, and they're pushing it all the way up the start straight back into the pit lane. That one for the 333 bike was probably about as close as they're going to get, unless they have a problem right in front of pit lane here, to get that bike back in safely into pit lane, and at least be able to have it worked on fairly quickly. So in the early phase of this race, we've seen a couple of issues for teams. Hornet Racing and now once again being shown down there, and I think they briefly jumped to the top of the timing. I think it added 20 laps on and then took them back off, I think. But we certainly, if that penalty is applied mid-race, that we'll see them drop all the way down, and then we'll see a clear indication of how many laps they're going to need to make up. If it's applied retrospectively, as we know some of the penalties are, then particularly the ones for ride time infringements, then there's nothing that's really going to potentially stop them coming through to win it on the tarmac, and then obviously then they'll have that penalty applied later on. So we'll have a quick look and find out whether that will happen, but certainly won't be until lap 20, because what we don't want them on time is to be shown at lap -4.
No. I mean, it's interesting, John the Greek currently on the number 6 bike is about 5 or 6 seconds faster every lap than anybody else. So obviously he's going to be cutting through the field. He's got a lot of laps to catch up, but 5 and 6 seconds a lap difference in speed, that will be done quite quickly. But it's interesting now at the front, in the first and second place, they're on the same lap, and the RFS tune, which is James Lancaster in second place, he's lapping currently between 1 and 2 seconds faster than the leader. James is a young rider, but I know he will be struggling at this point of the race. Once you pass 35 minutes, it is physically painful, so you'll start to get that kicking in.
I've had a lot of things in the commentary box, but I've never had a postcard delivered to me before.
A hand-delivered postcard.
Quick look at that. It's from Independent Idiots, have just given us a revised rider lineup, and the reasoning as to why they've had a revised rider lineup. It's because one of them fell off it.
Yeah, I think was it on the roads beforehand, or is it today?
I think it could have been on the road. No, it was last Thursday.
That's right. Yeah, he bent the frame, didn't he? Had a bit of an incident on the road. Yes. Yeah.
I'm guessing, since he's been replaced, that he might have bent himself as well. So I'll keep that there. In fact, we'll see if one of the team for Independent Idiots race team can come in later on and have a little chat. Of course, we are out over the PA here at Teesside Autodrome, as well as on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and the commentary box door will be open for the entire 6 hours, so if anybody does want to come in and have a chat and they've got an interesting story, I know I've spoke to a few in the paddock this morning that are going to pop in, and hopefully we'll hear from Keith Terry, the main man at the British Scooter Endurance Club, later on, to give us a bit of a history of this fantastic club. Of course, third round of the season, 7th ever event of the British Scooter Endurance Club Championship. We're obviously here for 6 hours. It is half an hour in, so 5 hours and 30 remaining. So we'll just have a quick run through of the standings as they are before we go into some live chat comments. Scooter Lab lead the way on 24 laps with RFS Tune 111 on the same lap as well. Valley Scooter Club are in third place in front of Hornet Racing Team, also with Spire Tarmac Terriers completing the top 5. Foster 58 are in 6th place with London Lambretta Club 7th, RFS Tuner in 8th, the top 10 completed by AAORT and Real Taft Speed on the 74 bike. 11th, we've got Team Solid Air Road and Race in front of IDK Endurance Race Team. Independent Idiots, they're in the pit lane and are dropping down a few places. That's going to move the 77 bike up, which on the notes was shown as a completely different name to that. The 333 is off once again. And I was pleased, certainly particularly with that 77, that they had changed the name from D's Blue Tees Mobile Chicane to something much more pronounceable, which I believe was Peterborough Scooter Club, which was much easier to pronounce.
Yeah, definitely.
Then there's the 12, whose name I absolutely butchered last year, and I've actually been practicing.
Have you really?
I have. I make no promise whatsoever that I will get it correct. But I believe it to be Tuhaha De Danan.
Could be right.
If you're in the live chat and you think I've got that right, I'll take marks out of 10 for it, please. 15th, Team Escargot, with Independent Idiots now dropping down into 16th place. SRP Race Tech are in 17th, with Wearside Wanderers Scooter Club in 18th. DC10 SERT are in 19th place, with Rushden Lambretta in 20th. Two Sheds there, 21st, in front of the United Colours of Bemberton, with the second Foster bike, the 56, in 23rd place. Privateer Racing, they are in 24th with GRR. Also in the pit lane at the moment, though, they're in 25th place with Challenger Equip in 26th. Then we've got Odd Mod Squad in 27th with the Ailing Hornet Racing bike in 28th. Then it's Team DSC with New 2 Twigard and the Valley Scooter Club bike in 31st place. They are your runners at the half-hour mark as the 333 makes its way once again down the pit lane. I'm not sure, I didn't see the name on the front of that bike, but is that the same rider that had to push it in 5 minutes ago? Because if it is, someone might want to get him a towel and maybe a Lucasade from the cafe, because he's put a bit of a shift in recently.
Or possibly actually a beer. But no, I think it might be a different rider. If it is the same rider, understandably, he's not looking quite as sprightly. So obviously they've got something fairly seriously wrong with that bike by the fact that it's broken down twice in a few laps terminally and not even running. So could be electrical maybe.
Possibly. We'll go a little bit more into that as well, as to the intricacies of all of these bikes in a few moments' time, as we just having a quick look at the live chat. We're down there in the pit lane, that is the refuelling area, and then through the gate at the bottom end into the paddock here at Teesside Autodrome. You'll see the bike will either go right down into the bottom paddock or left into the top. That's where all the work can be done. Ideally, you do want to be in that bottom paddock because there's a nice big slope for you to ride the bike down rather than to push it back up into the top paddock. So
yeah, those slopes are useful for riding down when you're tired like that, or also for actually starting the beasts.
So we've had loads more engagement come in through the live chat as well. Julie Tracy was on early doors just saying good morning everybody and have a great day. Steve Bones has been on saying as well, gutted that he can't go. I'm assuming that he is not here, but he's wonderfully watching as well at home. Vespa Loon has been saying great turnout, enjoy the ride Team Vespa. Then we've got some of the comments that have come in since the race start as well. So we've had just having a quick look. Questions come in there, and I will hand the question over to yourself, Paul. I'll read it out because it says, what are the entry requirements to race in the British Scooter Endurance Club Championship?
Well, I mean, essentially, one of the things that is so accessible, you can race on an ordinary road licence. So with BSSO racing, you need an ACU race licence, which isn't the easiest to get these days. You have to go on an online course, do an online assessment, and actually do a track day to prove that you can ride at a reasonable speed. But in terms of the entry into this, a full road licence will suffice, and obviously get a group together to build a bike, and you can get into it relatively easily.
Well, obviously, of course, the bikes, that's one of the requirements for entry as well, because we're not going to let anybody run round, are we? You've got to have a bike.
You've got to have a bike.
But in terms of entering, if you want to come here, and just enter for the first time, and you want to see how it is, it's effectively a road spec bike.
Yeah, with lights. You need to take the lights up,
and that's about it, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, obviously, to make sure it's in really good roadworthy condition. Something probably beyond an MOT in terms of being absolutely making sure everything is bolted onto it. Lights can be taped up, so it's relatively easy to get into. Obviously, you can remove it, but at worst case, you can just tape them up. And as I say, it's very, very accessible to get into. You can do it with a road scooter shared between 3 or 4 people, or get your club to get together. Most people who are into scooters will end up with a whole load of spares in sheds and workshops, so club those together. It's quite easy to build a bike.
I mean, we do have a sort of a spec for each class, and we'll run through the pro ones later on, but basically for the road class bike, which is the same bike used in the club class as well, the scooter's up to a normal MOT standard. The generated lights are to be taped up, and that's pretty much about it. And as long as you've got that road licence, then you're pretty much good to go and pretty much good to come and join us at the British Scooter Endurance Club. And obviously, of course, if you do want to find out more about the fantastic club, you can either go to the Facebook group as well, which is British Scooter Endurance Club (BSEC) on Facebook, or at bsecuk.co.uk on your internet as well. I imagine if you just type BSEC into Google, then it's going to bring the club up anyway. But yeah, have a quick look at that if this is something that you're interested in. If you've just opened your shed up and realised there's a Vespa in the corner.
There are also some teams where maybe they've had some people have joined a team. I know at Wilton Mill last year, a couple of guys had motorcyclists who had never ridden a scooter before that came to do an endurance race, and that was the first time they've ridden. And one of the things I've found over the years, often motorcyclists think scooters are really easy to ride, but essentially they are easy to ride, but they're very hard to ride very fast. And you get people who race motorcycles to a high level that actually do struggle to race scooters. It's not always the other way around. People who can race scooters very well will predominantly ride bikes very well too, but going the other way isn't always the case.
Back into the live chat, NW Scooter Dude saying, come on Valley Scooter Club. Well, bit hit and miss for them at the moment. They've got one bike running very well in third place and one bike that wasn't running at all early doors, and is down there in 31st place at the moment. Mark's just been on mental off over there this afternoon, so looks like we've got one viewer that's watching the racing at home this morning and then heading over here this afternoon to watch the action live here from the circuit. Of course, if you are local to the northeast, you can come down to Teesside Autodrome. We're racing until 5 p.m. and you pretty much from the bank here behind the commentary box you can see 60% of the circuit. The riders disappear down behind the big mountain and then appear some 30 seconds later from the other side as well. So just having a quick look, Linda McGrath has been on saying, sending buckets of support from the Emerald Isle to Team Tuhu Ardanan. Come on you boys on green. And then the comments are still coming in as well, the question there regarding entry requirements. So we've got loads coming in. Please do keep them coming. Let us know where you're watching and who you're supporting as well. One thing just to have a quick check, Paul, it's not something that we want to be checking periodically, but it's very important that we refresh, and that is the chance of precipitation. We are saying potentially getting rain in around about 15 minutes. It does look like it's going to be around about a 20-minute shower. We'll keep an eye on that. But obviously we're out over the PA, so I have to be careful what we say, but it's always dry in the commentary box, Paul.
Yeah, always dry in the commentary box. I mean, it will be interesting because most of the guys will have some full wet tyres here, but the question there is at what point you change them if it does start to rain. This particular track, because of the rubber on it from the go-karts, can be treacherous when it rains on two wheels. You don't get a lot of grip, and we know when we had a downpour here a few years ago, I think the first year we were here, virtually everybody, I've just noticed actually an umbrella's just gone up at one of the Marshall points. So we could well be having some rain.
I think we get the camera ops reporting rain as well, particularly down here at the mountain section, Paul. We can see it on the camera coming in from the far end of the circuit to the left-hand side of the commentary box, which is often where we see the rain coming in. If the teams were to switch to them wet tyres, Paul, how long will it normally take them to make that change?
Well, that's an interesting one. It differs accordingly. The Vespers will be a little bit quicker, potentially, in that obviously I've got one-sided forks, so it's a little bit easier to change tyres. But certainly Lambrettas and the Motoruma that's just gone by, interestingly, we've got a double-sided fork, it's a little bit more intensive. But this is one of those things of endurance racing. If you want to win, being equipped as a team with all the equipment. So if you do need to change tyres, you need to have them ready, all the tools ready to change them, and do it pretty quick. But I reckon you could do it in 10 minutes. Most people should be okay within 10 minutes.
If they were to change onto them full wets and it did dry out, would they leave them on for the remainder of the race?
If it was at the end of the race, you might, but you can destroy, if the track were to dry quickly, you can destroy a particular rear tyre in just a few laps, you know. 10-12 laps you could destroy it on a totally dry track, so you definitely wouldn't want to take that risk. But sometimes it's a fine line between staying out on a set of dry tyres in the rain. You run the risk obviously of crashing quite well. We've got a few riders coming in now, so whether they are going to change tyre, or we are getting around the point where most teams probably would be changing a rider, so it's difficult to know whether it's a normal rider change or they're looking at coming in because of the rain.
So potentially some very thankful drivers out there that their stint is coming to an end at the right time for them, really.
Definitely. I mean, a quick word actually, whilst it is starting to rain, for our photographer. We've got a tame photographer, Lee Hollick, who comes to all of these meetings, and he's going to be out there. There's nothing much more grim than being a photographer or a marshal sitting out on the track when it's raining, especially not for 6 hours.
No, absolutely not. So what I gathered out of that conversation there, Paul, was that if they're going to put wet rear tyres on, that they're not 100%, you know, there'll be road legal tyres, but I'm guessing if they can destroy them in 4 laps in the dry, that they are a more of a race compound than a standard road tyre, because obviously you're not going to get 5 or 6 miles down the road and that tyre's not going to be in pieces, is it? So
that's right. Yeah, I mean the ones I was mentioning, they are the full race wets. Yeah. You know, they're very, very soft compounds. I mean, literally. Get those hot and they become like licorice. You know, you dig a nail into them, you'll peel bits off them.
What I will point out as well, as we can see people up on the bank behind the commentary box here, is that no radios, of course, in this one. So that's why we see a lot of people with pit boards and are able to, you know, they're trying to get them in, and we see it as well here in other forms of endurance racing, to the 24-hour races that we have here at Teesside Autodrome, is that as you're coming round the circuit in front and over start finish, is that you are turning right, but your pit board is high up on a bank to the left, or is on a barrier down to the left.
Yes.
So effectively you've got to look in 2 completely different directions.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry, I was just distracted there because John the Greek is frantically waving at his pit board there, and he's come in. He was trying to make a signal of some sort, I think, to let them know to get ready. So what that is, I don't know. But
well, you can see here he is down in pit lane. We're about to have a rider change as well, I believe, but potentially also issues with that bike, because what we'd normally see there is that the seat would pop up, they'd fill it with more fuel and send it on its way. And that bike, unfortunately, appears to be on its way back down into the paddock.
Yeah, so they were looking at maybe a rider change. That might have been initial confusion, and certainly John the Greek was frantically gesticulating there. But Ian Scott, the next rider, was there ready. But as you say, they have pushed that bike back to the pit to actually do some work on it. So it is much more than a fuel stop. So obviously it's not Team Hornet's day there, I don't think.
So we've just that's what I would describe there. That's an old school petrol dipstick, which appears to be a bit of 1B1 wood dipped straight into the tank to see how much is left. And what they'll be doing there is, I imagine for the next stint, they'll be trying to figure out whether they can get an extra 15 minutes out of it or so.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. And bizarrely, despite technology, a piece of wood marked, or even a wooden spoon marked, dipped in, is a really good fuel gauge.
If it works, it works, doesn't it? There's no point going over the top with it. Particularly, you know, what I imagine it's one of them is that you know, because you're leading the bike over as well. You can't run it down. You know, we see obviously here a lot of carts at Teesside. You can run it down to, you know, a 10 mil of fuel at the bottom. I imagine you can't do this, because whilst that would work going round one corner, you might have a problem with it cutting out going round another.
You're definitely best to keep a reasonable amount of fuel. I mean, what will actually happen for those that aren't used to this, we talk about a piece of wood, but essentially if you get a fuel tank which is empty and you put in 1 litre, put the wooden spoon in, see where it marks, see where it rises to leave a mark, and then do that with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 litres, then what it means is you've got that accurate measure, so you can then know how much fuel you've used. So if you've had a rider out for, say, 45 minutes,
that's the 77 bike, which I have down as the Greater Peterborough Scooter Club, but we know as the mobile chicane.
Yeah, that's the Motor Rooney, but
Oh, and the 54 bike as well is going very slowly in a similar position as the United Colours of Bemberton bike is in for a...
So they've got interesting, as they refuel there with their colour coordinated fuel rig, they've got the use of an old towel to prevent spillages. That's actually a surprisingly good idea, that, because if you do get a spillage on the frame, it's much better to have it on the towel.
And what we're doing, because that is colour coordinated, the fuel will come out quicker as well, of course.
Oh, it's a go faster fuel.
Absolutely, they'll save at least 5 seconds in the pit lane by just having a pink tough jug. So at least 2 bikes having issues. The 54 looks like it is moving, albeit somewhat slowly down the back straight, heading down towards South Bank. So that looks like it could potentially come back under its own power. It's a sorrier sight, unfortunately, for the 77. It's as we know with that Motorumi, it's probably the biggest bike to push back.
Yes, it's either stop them for rest or examine it. But also noticeably, that rider is not as sprightly on his feet as the guy from 333 pushing in. But that is probably a much heavier bike.
Yeah, because I mean we've seen that in practice. Given that its length, it does have 2 separate postcodes. It is the longest bike that we see out here as well. And that's not just on visual. It's actually got 2 seats. You could have a pillion lap on the back of that bike. The 54 unfortunately didn't make it round. That has now stopped halfway down the back straight. Looks like potentially that might need to be returned. The marshal has left post 1 to have a look at that bike. That bike is going to be pushed back over. I was about to say we've got a bit of a race on now between which one gets pushed back first between the 77 and the 54, although the 77 is a lot closer but much heavier. But I think that one might just get back to pit lane. Just going a quick look as well at the live chat comments. I think Matt Gee has pretty much hit the nail on the head, and he's just put, "What a bunch of absolute lunatics, I love it." And I think that describes the British Scooter Endurance Club Championship perfectly.
Yes, it does, yeah. But they're also enthusiastic lunatics and cheerful lunatics. I think in terms of racing a scooter, you don't have to have a screw loose, but you do need to be a bit of a lunatic to be doing it, and I think you do need a sense of humour.
Well, speaking of a lunatic with a sense of humour, we've got our pit lane reporter ready to go down there. So we're going to throw down to Mikey Burnett down in pit lane, just as we've got a couple of bikes coming in with a few problems.
Right, hello, back with me again. We thought we'd do a bit of in the pits, purely because it started raining. But the leaders, which is Team Sluck, so leading their class and overall, they have been flagged to do a pit stop. So I was going to try and get them. I think it's Sticky that's riding. So I was going to try and have a little word with Sticky, but it has just started, and he keeps missing the pit board because they've just come past again. But there's been loads of mechanical problems, as you probably seen on the live feed. Hornet. Their number 1 bike is obviously broke, so they're on a spare bike now. 333, they've had a few problems. Silly things, plug caps keep popping off. Right, so actually I'll get Foster 58 because I have literally just coming in for a rider's change. Well done, Mike. So that is obviously, we interviewed Mike on the starting line. They are currently, I don't know where they are actually. They are currently 6th, I believe. That's overall. So they're in for their fuel change. Sticky keeps missing the pit board, which is typical Sticky, and I'm getting absolutely soaking wet. So thanks, Sticky. There was a few offs actually in practice. I'll talk about the offs in practice. Daniel fell off the Mako, snapped a lever, and obviously they struggled because that is the only Mako. Justin Price has just come in on 207, so this is obviously people will know Justin Price. He's a BSSO racer and he has done a lot of endurance with us as well. But he's actually on 207. So first time actually Justin on a small frame and racing a small frame. So they are absolutely flying, to be honest. So they have come in, so they've jumped down the leaderboard at the minute. But yeah, so it's good to see Justin actually on a small frame, and actually he's been flying. The odd mods are coming, which is number 54. They had an off as well. Something interesting, me and Kirsty were working out, talking about the odd mods, that their combined age, there's only 3 riders, but their combined age is 205. The older rider being Dave, which is 72. And their average age of the whole team, just 3 of them, is 68. So it is absolutely lashing it down now, which is typical. But yeah, I don't know where Sluck are, so we are still waiting for them. Don't know, they've changed the pit area now, so a lot of people used to flag on the pit arm code, where obviously now we can't. We've got to do it by spectator side. So I know there's been a lot of people struggling to see the pit boards, which is typical. 14, which is SRP. The real TAF Speed SRP, which they're actually on a Targa Twin, which if you didn't know, they sound absolutely lovely. They are one of the best sounding bikes out there, or scooters, shall I say. And it's good to see Ricky running up and down constantly. Ricky's their pit man, and he is non-stop. He does not stop. Solid Air have just come in also, 13. So they've had a good first session, to be honest. So yeah, I think they're coming in for a rider's change of fuel. 112, just about to go out. Good luck. Thanks for that, Morgan. Yeah, thanks. So yeah, I don't know what's happening to Sluck. So yes. I will say actually, if you've noticed, I am not Ellis. Ellis has done a fantastic job at the last 2 rounds at Wilton and the Teesside 8. But obviously Ellis isn't here because it's his birthday, so happy birthday, Ellis. Thank you for doing a superb job. So yeah, thank you, Ellis. So 3rd overall, Justin, yeah? Well done, mate. Good ride. Justin was just indicating to us that his team's 3rd overall. Right, Sticky has finally come in. So I'm not only going to interview him, I'm going to have a go at him for making me, I'm soaking now. So I'll let them do their pit, because obviously they are racing. They might have had a problem. Yeah, they might have had a problem because they've run back to the tent. So I think we'll call it quits here because I'm going to go get my waterproofs. So yeah, I don't know, pass it back onto the hut. So thank you, I'll be back soon.
As you can see, it's still raining here at Teesside Autodrome, and Mikey's done a grand job for us down there in the pit lane, just catching a few teams coming in. We don't expect the rain to stick around for too long, but it's at least 15 minutes more I think that this is going to set in. And we did see a bike stationary at the top of the mountain section. Not sure if they've managed to get that going under its own power or if it's being wheeled back in. We'll keep an eye out for a bike that's potentially dropping down. I think it could be the 21 of Against All Odds race team, who were in 8th place a lap ago and are now being shown down in 11th place. I think they've got a black bike with a white circular number on there, so we'll keep an eye out to see whether they are moving again. We've got no bike being pushed back down the back straight, so we should be good to go for them. Just having a quick look once again at the live chat comments. With Stuart Day just saying all the best to SRP, and Steve Watkins saying come on Team Solid Air. Similar message coming in from Willow Warren Kelly for good luck GRR. So thank you for everybody. We've got updates on some bikes coming in as well, with Julie Tracy saying that Scooter Lab UK have got a new Quattrini engine in their Vespa. It's not doing them any harm at the moment. They are just coming to the pit lane on lap number 43 to have a rider change. Now what we will see occasionally in this pool is that they're not going to refuel every single time they come in.
Not
of
necessarily,
course, because
no.
some of the some of the riders will do 45 minutes. Say we mentioned earlier on regarding the track time limits, and that they're not allowed to exceed 65. But then for your certain teams, you're not allowed to exceed. There's maximum ride times as well. So a minimum ride time for each rider in each team. So it's whether a rider can do the 65 minutes at a time out there, or as well whether that fits in with the scheduled stops as well. The 21 bike of AART has come into the pit lane. I think that was the bike that was having problems at the mountain section about 5 minutes ago that we cut to.
We have got a change at the lead. Both bikes, both the 71 bike of Sluck and the 111 bike of RFS Tune were in the pits at a similar time. SL UK changed riders, as did RFS Tune. I know James Lancaster is now off the 111 bike. He's been replaced by Phil Hallam. I don't know if the Sluck bike doesn't seem to be back on track yet, but they were changing, and Iggy Granger was about to get on the bike. But there is a change of the lead there.
Yeah, so they're still being shown as down in pit lane. If you are watching on live timing, you'll see towards the right hand side you'll have PS, which is the number of pit stops a team has done. Every now and again it will forget to put one in. We saw one team last year, it was shown that they'd done 4 hours without a stop because it hadn't picked up on timing. And then what you'll see on the right hand side under the title TT, that's how long the bike has been out on track. So we'll be able to note how long they've been out, roughly then in terms of the amount of time that the maximum time potentially as to when teams are due into pit lane since when they were last out. And so we've got a rider off at the entry to the mountain section, and that is a very, very bright pink bike off down there on the entry to the mountain section. So if your team has a pink bike, I think that could be Challenger equipped, the 69 machine.
Yes, it is.
So if you're wondering why that hasn't reappeared, if you were looking at, it's because the rider is down there frantically trying to get that machine restarted as the leader, the RFS Tune 111, make their way through the mountain section. And what we are seeing now is that what was a really close battle, it had Scooter Lab UK on the Sluck bike they were around about 30 seconds in the lead, are losing a fair amount of time in the pit lane with 2 laps now. Potentially could that be more than a fuel stop if there've been 2 laps around here, certainly in the wet weather conditions is 3 minutes. It's a minute and a half roughly once the weather starts to come in. So could they potentially be changing a tyre down there on that one, do you think? Or do you think
possibly. I'm not sure how many of the teams would be looking at the weather forecast in the way that we do, if I'm honest. So we've got maybe a little bit more information than the teams. It's certainly, I think he's easing off a little bit again now, but the rain in the last sort of 5 to 10 minutes has been the heaviest that we've had so far. And it's interesting, lap times were between 20 and 30 seconds, it seems, for most teams slower than we have been so far. So it's obviously making a big difference. And as I mentioned earlier, this track is particularly slippery on 2 wheels when you get this kind of rain.
Challenger equipped then for their bike being pushed back in. If you are down there and as part of that team, that bike will come effectively in the pit lane the wrong way. It will come up the pit lane rather than back through the pit entrance, because that bike is being pushed against the flow of traffic on the outside of Rib Bend towards the pit exit as it is. So if you are a team member of the 69 Challenger equipped team, one of you might want to start making their way down there to meet your bike, because it's coming the wrong way up pit lane in around about a minute's time when that rider takes it all the way around outside. And they will have had to work quite well as well, because if they've got to push it off the track, they've got to go through the gravel trap with that one on the outside there. So that'll be recovered under the yellow flag down there, and then we'll see that bike being entered the wrong way up the pit lane. As you see the pit lane there towards the right hand side of the screen as they make their way down. There's a Challenger equipped bike being pushed back in as well. So the pit lane towards the right, it rejoins the circuit just there as you saw that bike come across the screen. There's Sluck Racing has now dropped down into 4th place, 3rd in class, which means Valley Scooter Club now lead. We've got that yellow background, they're currently leading. Although what I will say about that 207 Valley Scooter Club bike is that I had them down as being in the road class rather than in the race class. So we'll try and get confirmation from somebody at Valley Scooter Club as to whether that 207 bike is classified correctly, because they're either currently leading a class or leading a class. It just depends on which class they're currently leading.
I actually think they may have changed classes, because the rider out in the first session was Justin Price. So he's an ex-BSSO British champion, and obviously he was taking that speed onto that bike.
Yeah.
So he got them into a pretty strong position in the first stint, but the fact that he is BSSO rider, I think they are classified I think he was quite a late addition.
Yes, I think that's why they've changed. We did have them originally, I think, slated as having a green background for their class, as we did expect them to be in road, but because they've got that more experienced rider, that's why their background has changed. So it's not always about the bike, because as we've mentioned, certainly with the club class and the road class, the bikes are fairly similar. It's just if you have riders of a different standard, particularly in that pro race class as well, for stepping up, is that your classification does move around slightly depending on who is on the bike. It's not always about the machinery under the rider.
So an update on the number 6 Hornet Racing, obviously the early leaders, they're back on track now. They've had a rider change, so they've now got Ian Scott out on the bike. He's got a very strong motorcycle racing background, so he's out on the bike at the moment. So they are back running. So whatever was the problem that brought John the Greek in is now fixed, so they're back out. The 111 team, RFS team, who are now in the lead, they've got Phil Hallen riding, who again BSSO rider. So he's taken over from James Lancaster, and he's putting in some solid lap times. He's quite consistent, but obviously at this point in the race, because of the track conditions and the weather conditions, we are significantly slower. He's about 20 seconds off the times that were being done on that bike earlier.
So Hornet Racing are out on track, but I think that their penalty has now been applied to them, because they're being shown as having done 14 laps, which we believe should be nearer the 34 mark as they start to make their way through. So it looks like their penalty for the bike change has been applied to them, as Scooter Lab appear to have now left the pit lane after a 6-minute and 54-second pit stop. They've just, I believe, come over the start finish. As you say, Iggy Granger now on board that bike. But yeah, a much longer pit stop than anticipated for Scooter Lab. We'll try and find out what it was, what the cause of that was. As you mentioned, there is that potential that they may have changed the tyre. It may well be that they've had another issue that could potentially have plagued the rider through that first stint, and then obviously until he comes in, then he's not going to be able to pass that information on to the team. Then a decision has to be made fairly quickly as to whether they're going to persevere with it or they're going to bring it in and fix it. And there's a lot goes through that thought process, because if you're losing a second a lap, you've got to quickly calculate that over the remaining 300 minutes of this race as to how much time you're going to potentially lose.
Yeah, sometimes it could be as a relatively minor problem, so you try and ride around it. I believe the 74 bike of Taft Speed have got exactly that situation. I was talking to one of their riders after the practice. They've got a problem with the third gear, and it's jumping from third gear, but you kind of ride around it. If everyone knows it and you've got to physically hold it into third gear, you work it. It'll make you a little bit slower, but you kind of stick with it. So with the Sluck team, if the first stint something wasn't quite right on the bike, but you can ride around it, you may as well, as compared to coming in and losing a whole load of time.
Yeah, they've come over start-finish again in what is now 6th place. And just having a look at the time, though, they are 6 seconds quicker than the bike that's in front of them, and on the same lap as well as every other bike up to 4th place. interesting development on screen here, Paul, because that's our race leader not leading the race anymore, or at least he won't be in around about 2 laps time, because it's stationary, being pushed in the contraflow direction to the track as well, and RFS tune 111 in around about 3 minutes time, unless that bike can get back to the pit lane very, very quickly and get fixed, we will have a third change for the lead. It looks like Valley Scooter Club could inherit the lead here at Teesside Autodrome. Your early race leader, RFS tune 111. They will once again be entering the pit lane in the wrong direction. So if you're a member of that team, you can make your way down towards that pit lane exit, because that bike will be joining you, although it's a bit further around the track than what the Challenger equipped bike was about 10 minutes ago. But in around about 3 minutes time, we now see Spire Tarmac Terriers in fact come over the line 0.3 of a second in front of Valley Scooter Club. So what we thought was going to be a Valley Scooter Club bike taking the race lead in a few laps time could well be Spire Tarmac Terriers. They are 7 seconds a lap quicker than the Valley Scooter Club bike, and then behind Valley Scooter Club as well we've got the Foster 58 bike, albeit it's a lap further back, but he's 9 seconds quicker on that previous lap as well. So what we're now seeing as well is rider experience in these conditions, because I think it may well have, almost stopped raining, but then it's that case then as the track starts to dry ever so slightly, is who's brave enough to push first.
We've just been joined by Keith Terry in the box, who informs us that the 111 bike did actually crash. So that was, he actually crashed out of the lead. So obviously they couldn't get it back going again, so there might be bike damage, but that was the reason the 111 has lost the lead and is out of the race for now.
So we're keeping an eye out on this battle between Spire Tarmac Terriers. We think they're going to take the lead. Not this lap, because this lap when they come round we'll put them back onto the same lap as RFS tune on the 111 bike, but then when they come through in around about 1.5 minutes time, they will take the lead from RFS tune. So as they come over the line now, you'll see them flash through the screen. There they are. That puts them on the same lap as your previous race leader, which is currently on its way back into the pit lane, just as I believe that looks like the Challenger equipped bike makes an exit back out onto track. The 69 machine will come through the shot in a few moments time to rejoin. There it is, as the RFS tune bike, which technically whilst not running is still your race leader, albeit only for a minute or so. Now they will get themselves back in there. Now what I'm sure they'll do is, even though they have only been out for 17 minutes, they may well take the opportunity to top that fuel tank back up if they are going to make some running repairs. Be interesting, of course, as always with any issues where the race leader drops out, is how far they drop down the order before they can get back out again, which is the all important question. Quite clearly they've got good race pace, so if they can get back out in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so, they're still going to be in with a chance here of winning this race outright, as your soon to be race leader Spire Tarmac Terriers make their way around hairpin 3 here at Teesside. We've got 3 and 4 in use today. 1 and 2 are on the infield section that aren't being used, that follow the chicanes. But as Spire Tarmac Terriers make their way through, cross the start line now, and we're there at lap number 50. We have our third official change for the lead. Valley Scooter Club come through as well on the same lap, 5 seconds apart between them, and much quicker Valley Scooter Club this lap than on the previous one, so they're still sticking with Spire Tarmac Terriers. The gap between them 5 seconds, albeit on that previous lap it was only a 2-second difference between the two of them.
And what we do have at this, like just over an hour into the race, we've got a really good position where, despite everything, there is only 3 laps difference in the top 10. So it's still all to play for. Nobody's running away with it.
No, and something as well to note is that we've got at least one of each class of bike in the top 10 at the moment. EDKT Endurance Race Team leading their class. RFS Tune in the 112 bike are leading their class. At the moment, RFS Tune on their 111 bike are technically still leading their class, and will be so if they can get that bike back out in the next 3 minutes or so, but that could be quite a tough ask and Real Taft Speed will inherit the lead in that class if that is the case. And obviously Spire Tarmac Terriers, who we continue to follow around on screen, are now leading the way in the class. Now obviously when each of these riders goes out onto track, you know, if they are, as with the Spire bike now they're 25 minutes in, is there a chance that the rider on that bike doesn't know that he's in the lead of this race?
Oh, there's every chance. I mean, it's difficult when you've got, you know, 30 bikes on track and it's a very long race. It's very difficult to know where you are in terms of placing, and the only time you can really know is maybe if you've done a pit stop and changed riders and your pit team give you a brief on who is leading or who's your closest rival. You know, it would be very difficult to know exactly where you are when you're on track.
Obviously most of the pit boards here, it's a case of bringing the rider in at the right time, you know, for either their maximum amount of ride time or in for fuel as well. They're not hanging them over. There's not 5 rows of information on each one of them, you know, with plus or minuses, although I do know 1 or 2 teams have gone to that sort of length. But as we mentioned earlier on, no radios, so it's a case of just going out there and keeping it pinned.
When you are actually on track though, if you've got the wherewithal to do it, you can actually see the timing board, and because it scrolls through, if you're really, really talented, have got enough brain capacity, you can look over at that, but it's not to be recommended.
No, nor would I think most of the teams would recommend you not slowing down enough to wait for your team to tick through on the timing screen here at Teesside Autodrome, which not sure if we should be able to pick it out on the cameras later on, but you should be able to pick out just about where there's a big screen right in the infield section. One thing to note though, and I did see it about 30 seconds ago, is that Sluck Racing overtook our leader Spire Tarmac Terriers, which should return them now in terms of timing back onto the lead lap. So we've got 4 bikes now on the lead lap with Spire Tarmac Terriers, Valley Scooter Club, Foster 58 and Sluck Racing all on the same lap when they come through. At the moment they're showing us the 2 leaders on lap 52, but Foster 58 and Sluck Racing will come over the line to make it 4 bikes on the lead lap at 1 hour and 15 minutes into this one. And Sluck Racing were 4 seconds quicker than the race leader, and their rider has only been out for 10 minutes. So there's, in terms of the actual timing, I don't think there's anything that would stop Sluck Racing to come through. Now, what you have just stumbled upon there is that if you are on there, you can click each team as well, and you can open up all of their lap time. So what you can see for Sluck Racing is that the consistency on their last 3 laps have been, you know, the 2 previous laps have been almost 127 dead, within 0.02 of a second of each other. You know, at 127.065 and 106 and 85. Before that, they'd done a 126 as well. The laps previous were when they were in the pit lane, or having just come out the pit lane, and that your rider, of course, then is trying to find their feet and just get used to the weather conditions. Since then, though, their previous lap were 125.7, which was 5 seconds quicker than the leader. So working that out into, you know, quick maths or so, we could be 12-13 laps away from having 5 or 6 bikes in, you know, within 15-20 seconds of each other for the lead of this race. There's Valley Scooter Club making their way through and over start finish in front of the commentary box in front of us, but there's almost a 9-second difference between Sluck Racing and the slowest runner inside that top 4, Iggy Granger. Good driver, a good rider as it is, but certainly in these weather conditions is the one that's really pushing the envelope more than the others, and is currently reaping the rewards from that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's just gone down the back straight and he was very quick down there. I mean, Iggy is a very, very good rider. As you probably know, he's a journalist who runs the Sluck website. He's been around scooters for a long time, and of course rides a lot on the road. So interestingly, this kind of conditions, you will be riding a lot on the road in this kind of condition, more so than a typical racer may do. So, you know, my money is certainly on him to be reeling that leader in, and as I say, 10-12 laps, I think it will be up there.
So that bike comes through. Just having a quick look at the gap to the bike in front. And I think they're not too far off the Foster 58 bike. As we can see that the bike coming down the back straight at the moment. So I think we've got about 20 seconds between the two bikes. But with Sluck Racing being 3 to 4 seconds quicker than those in front, the gap is going to begin to close in. A quick look, what I have just seen come through is the other Valley Scooter Club bike, which is now back up to 28th place, having been in the early phases of this race down right at the tail end. They were down in 31st, having been one of the first bikes into the pit lane. Great to see Valley Scooter Club PX the 210 back out there on track.
Also just gone past us at the commentary box was the number 3 bike, the second Hornet Racing bike, and he has something dangling from the front leg shields. I don't know if it's a piece of trim, maybe rubber trim, but it's definitely something dangling off that bike.
So we'll keep an eye out on that, because I think that's going to reappear. Well, the side of the bike would be on the far side away from the commentary box. It's a lot easier to pick them out on the back straight because, you know, we've got much more of a visual of that. But what means that we can't get the close in on that sort of the things hanging off the bike, which we can from the commentary box here at Teesside.
It's Lee Abraham riding that bike. He's probably unaware of it, whatever it is, and it's not affecting him at all. He's normally a Lambretta rider, but it is. I'm interested to know exactly what that is that is dangling.
Keep an eye out on that as they make their way through. 78 bike. Yes, it looks like a bit of rubber trim all the way off the front there, doesn't it? It's now.
Yeah, I think it's the rubber trim that would normally come down and go along the floorboard to the back. So hopefully the team will keep an eye on that, and I would advise them probably at their pit stop just to rip it off.
Yeah, it's not going to do him any harm, and I don't think that it's going to. I don't think it's going to be necessary for them to bring him in because it's not, you know, it's not causing an issue to him or others. It's not a dangerous bit as well hanging off, is it? It's not like it's not metal or anything like that. So I think we're just going to monitor that one as it goes, and I don't think it's necessary to bring that bike in.
If it does go astray and got tangled in the front wheel, chances are because it's rubber, it will just tear and it won't cause a danger, but it will just be an annoyance. If it's the kind of thing that if it does become visible to him, he does notice it, it can become a distraction, which you don't necessarily want.
Yeah, in fact, you could see it on the camera there just as he came through, that it was flapping off the left side there. That's the Foster 58 bike, which is currently in 3rd place. So that is Foster 58 we see on screen. In the background, that's the Challenger equipped bike that is now back out and running. It's been back out on track for around about 15 minutes, having been pushed back in from the bottom of the reverse corkscrew earlier on. Now, what we are expecting ever so shortly is for the Sluck Racing bike to close up on the Foster 58 bike, which we're currently following around on screen at the moment, round hairpin 3. So they're currently in 3rd place, which is also 3rd in class, as well as the yellow background of our race class are the ones currently leading the way at the moment. So they are the same spec of bike as the pro race class, which is the ones with the blue backgrounds. The only difference really between the two sets of bikes is that in that race class you only allow one race license holder in the race class rather than the pro class, which is a blank canvas in terms of getting your riders in on that one. That's the 58 bike. The Sluck Racing bike has just gone round Paddock Bend, so there's around about 200 metres of track between the two of them, which is 20 seconds. On the previous lap there was Sluck Racing weren't quite as close up. I think Foster 58 have found a bit more speed. They were doing 134s previously, with now the times are down to sub 130. So we've got another bike stationary though on the outside of the track up there at the reverse corkscrew, and that's Foster 58 from 3rd place, has come off on the entry down towards South Bank. The rider sliding to a halt on the outside. He runs over to the bike, but what we thought was going to be an intense battle for 3rd place between Sluck Racing and Foster 58 now sees Foster 58 off on the outside.
You can see about what I was mentioning earlier, if you do have an accident, the handlebars on Lambrettas are particularly fragile. We can see on the camera there, the handlebars are broken on that, the headset top is broken, the right hand side of the handlebar, the throttle control is actually hanging loose. So he's running quite energetically with the bike back. Obviously the adrenaline will kick in after a crash like that, so hopefully if they've got a spare set of handlebars they will be able to get back into the race. But as I was saying earlier, that is one of the things, very fragile, of the cast aluminium handlebars of a Lambretta when you send them down the track.
Yeah, so he's come off down there towards South Bank. He has been managed to be able to cut through the barrier as well, which is helpful here at Teesside. The camera guy over there as well has just been very, very helpful in letting him know that he's got clear space on the track, so he's not having to spend time looking over his shoulder, because naturally when you're pushing something, if you look over your shoulder you start moving in the direction that you're looking. So the gentleman down there with the camera, I don't know, is that Lee? Is it Lee that you were speaking about earlier? Is he down there? Is that a different gentleman?
No, that's Lee Hollick down there.
So Lee's done a great job there in actually just pointing to the rider and letting the rider know that there's space for him to cross the track, which is really, really helpful.
Yeah, Lee has been around scooter racing for a number of years, so he would know exactly that kind of detail to help the rider. What we've also got, just whilst we've been focused on that, is in 5th place on track, but lead of their class, is the number 74 bike of the Real Tough Speed. So they've actually snuck into the lead of the pro race class whilst that's been going on.
So that bike is back in. Just a quick one, I just have a little public service announcement. We are out over the PA here as well at Teesside Autodrome. If anybody stumbles across and finds a mobile phone, somebody's just popped in to say that they're missing one. So if you could hand that into race control, please, that would be greatly appreciated. Back to where we are, though. Hornet Racing team also appear to have had a problem there, Paul, because that, I believe, to be the number 3 bike at the top of the mountain section. We can just see it on the camera. He's gone over the other side, but I believe that to be the 3 bike of the Hornet Racing team also that were closing in on Real Tough Speed for the lead in the pro race class. That bike is now being started, I believe, so it may get back under its own steam.
It looks like he may have slid off there.
Yeah, so now it's whether he needs to come back in for, at the very least, precautionary checks. I think he's just appeared now. I think that's him coming down the back straight. There was a bike that we saw earlier with the trim hanging off. Whether now that he decides that he needs a trip to the pits to just have a precautionary check of that bike, having slid off it, or whether in that half a lap he's managed to ascertain whether it's still good to go.
I think what we do have, obviously the rain is coming down a little bit more, and I think the fact we've had 2 fallers in the last lap or so shows that the conditions are pretty poor out there, and as I mentioned, it is a very slippery circuit. And whilst it's not raining heavy, in some ways, if you've got very heavy rain, it gives you a little bit of a more consistent condition than you have in these conditions, which can be sort of ranging from very damp to very dry. So yeah, Lee is actually coming in now. He's now got 2 bits hanging off.
Oh yeah, all the trim is
all the trim from both
is
sides is off. So I think, judging by that, he must have fallen off and put the right hand side of the bike down. We've got 2 more riders coming in here. So whether these guys are coming in for rider changes, could be about the time for rider changes, or whether they're just a little bit fed up of slipping and sliding and are going to change tyres.
That bike is being pushed back down into pit lane, so more than just needing to take off the trim on that bike. That bike's in. Quite rightly, what you were saying is we've got the 4 bike off at the bottom of the hill, although that appears to have been quite a serene one. Probably the slowest part of the track down there as they come back to the left is that if it's, let's say, for example, if it's hammering it down, you're not going to push, you're going to take it steady, keep the bike upright and just wait for the weather to get better. We saw earlier with Iggy Granger being able to maximise the opportunity when it got slippy to go early.
Which is actually the leader.
If you're pushing and then you push a little bit more, the problem that you've got naturally is that you push that little bit too far and you're off.
Yeah, what also comes into play is riding style. Certainly some riders ride very smooth, some riders use power of their bike and kind of point and squirt. when it's wet like this, it's the smooth riders that tend to have a little bit of an easier ride, in that they're not making sharp movements, so they can cope with a little bit less grip.
So as our race leader, Spire Tarmac Terriers, come into pit lane, we saw them a few moments ago shoot across the screen to go and get some fuel, which they will hand the race lead over to SL UK Racing. We do have Mikey Burnett back down in pit lane. He might be able to have a word with the rider of that Spire Tarmac Terriers bike and a few others as well down there in what is now a very, very wet pit lane here at Teesside Autodrome.
Right, we've just literally watched 114 come in, so that is obviously Wayne was on the scooter doing his stint. They are actually in the lead overall, not just in class. Very wet, so they're doing really well because I believe it's the first time they've got one in first overall, which is good to see. So that was good. There was a few things. I spoke to Sticky, and the reason he went back to their pit was they've actually put wet tyres on. So they've been looking and checking the weather, and they knew this rain should be here for at least 20 minutes, half hour. So they thought they come in, they'll swap onto wets. So to see how that's doing, and to be honest, they have worked because they were two laps down, and they've got that back, and they are at the minute, I think they're second now. So that is, they're leading it actually. They've overtaken 114 due to obviously them coming in for the pits. So it is really close, just not for class but also overall. I see Harry on number 3, the second Hornet team. I think they've had enough because they've come in and all the leg shield beading was hanging down. But they are, I believe, now back out as well on circuit. So we're still getting wet, it's still raining. Bring back Ellis because there's always sunshine when Ellis is here, that's all I can say. 114 are going back out, so you can see Wayne giving it his stretching, so that's good. And yeah, so mind you back, 70s just come in. Oh, doesn't look like they're fueling, they are purely rider swap. So yeah, I'll give it back to you in the commentary box.
Welcome back to the commentary box then for round number 3 of the 2022 AME Auto British Scooter Endurance Club Championship. Sluck Racing are now in the lead then as Spire Tarmac Terriers have come into the pit lane to refuel their bike. They had a 40-minute stint, so they'll be due back out ever so shortly, although that pit stop does appear to be taking slightly longer than what we anticipated. So your race leader will at the very least drop down into 3rd place, but may potentially even lose 2 laps on Sluck Racing. So we are at the bottom of the hour, and we are 1 hour and 30 minutes into this 6-hour endurance race here at Teesside. At the moment, Sluck Racing then lead the way from Valley Scooter Club with Spire Tarmac Terriers in 3rd place. Rail Taft Speed, they lead the way in their class. They are now up into 3rd, having got past Spire Tarmac Terriers who are still in the pits. RFS Tune and EDK Endurance Racing Team are class leaders respectively in 5th and 6th. SRP are in 7th place in front of Hornet Racing Team also, who appear to be back out after the earlier tribulations a few moments ago. Team Solid Air Road and Race and Tuhadi Danan are in 10th. That's your top 10 complete. Foster 58 are currently being shown as in 11th, but they're in the pits after a very heavy fall on the entry to South Bank about 10 minutes ago, with DC10 Cert in 12th place. AAORT are in 13th, with Wearside Wanderers Scooter Club in 14th. Then it's Team Escargot in 15th, with Team DSC in 16th place. Rushden Lambretta Club are 17th in front of Independent Idiots, who just come into the pit lane as we speak. Foster 56 and London Lambretta Club complete your top 20. Then it's United Colours of Pemberton in 21st, with Two Sheds Racing in 22nd. Then it's Privateer Racing in 23rd place, with GRR in 24th. Challenger Equip, they're in 25th place, with New to Twig Ard in 26th. Valley Scooter Club with the 210 Machina in 27th, with RFS Tune 111. The early race leaders still not out, I believe, in 28th place, with Hornet Racing in 29th after their early race penalty, which would have seen them still running comfortably inside the top 20 had the issues not arisen for them. Then it's British Mobile Chicane in 30th place, with the Odd Mod Squad completing your 31 riders here at Teesside Autodrome.
So Sluck Racing in the lead are actually significantly quicker than anybody else, although obviously they're in the lead, but they're the only team in the 120s. So Iggy is currently lapping 124. The closest to him is 133. So he's significantly quicker in the lead than anybody else at the moment.
Spire Tarmac Terriers are now back out after a pit stop that lasted 3 minutes and 13 seconds. They are in 4th place now, still 3rd in class. Just having a quick look at the live chat comments, then I'm going to invite the gentleman to your left, Paul, just onto the headset shortly afterwards for a bit of a history lesson, I think, there. But just some questions coming in as well from people. Mark's just said how much is it to go and spectate. It's absolutely free, so if you are in the northeast, get yourself over to Teesside Autodrome. Obviously, leave YouTube on while you're in the car, hook it up to your radio so you can listen to everything that's happening as well. Other comments coming in from NW Scooter do saying what's happened with the 210. Well, it's been running well, with the exception of the first 10 minutes when it came into the pit lane early on. Since then it's been running fairly consistently, although they did lose a huge amount of time in the early phases of the race as well. Carolyn Brunt's been on saying Team Taz on holiday, watching from Greece, come on Two Sheds and AAORT. And John Keller's just saying it's the only camera you can view. No, we've got loads of different cameras, including clicking down into the pit lane as well, with Mikey doing a sterling job down there as well. We'll keep dipping into them live chat comments. Thank you for everybody that keeps getting involved in there as well. Gives me great pleasure to welcome alongside me the man, I wouldn't say in charge of the British Scooter Endurance Club, but I'm sure you're going to straighten me out on that one. Keith Terry, welcome to the commentary box. It's been a great race so far, an hour and a half in, and it's been all action from start until now, at the very least.
Yeah, I'm normally in touch with the weather gods, and I don't know what's gone on today. I've obviously done something naughty since the last meeting, because it's not supposed to be wet, but it's a leveller though. That's it.
Well, we saw earlier, we thought it was going to be 15 minutes, and that was 45 minutes ago. It's still coming down. We think it may well be ending soon, and then we might get a prolonged period of dry weather conditions. As we see 3 bikes, United Colours of Bemberton being one of them, just making their way tentatively through the reverse corkscrew section here at the far end of the Teesside Autodrome circuit. Keith, obviously the British Scooter Endurance Club Championship continuing to grow. This has been the 7th event, the 3rd of 2022. We've been regulars here at Teesside Autodrome, but looking back, what was it yourself who decided that racing these bikes for a long period of time would be a good idea?
It wasn't my idea, but I was involved with a team when we were going into Europe, and doing it in Europe, there's quite a few places in Europe where there are endurance racing scooters. I've been out and done 10 and 12 hour races in Europe, and this involves driving long ways down into the parts of Europe to do these things. And while sitting in the back of a van or wherever I was sitting, I'm chewing over with people, why are we not doing this in the UK? And the answer seems to be everybody says, oh, there's all this red tape, you can't do it, you've got to have this and you've got to have that. But I'm one of these people, I don't always believe everything people tell me, and I investigate. Just because it comes up on something like Facebook and says this must be true, it doesn't have to be. And I investigated, and with a little bit of help and searching around, I found it was possible. And in 2019, we had to form a club, open a bank account, do various things to make it all correct, and had form a constitution. I don't know, we gambled because we had no money at all, but we had our first meeting here, and it was a roaring success, and it's just gone on from there, really.
And obviously 3 races this year, which I think is the most races that the club has done in 1 year. You've been to Wilton Mill, you did 8 hours here at Teesside a few months ago. continuing to grow, continue as well from what I noticed last year when I covered this event, is continuing to attract a lot of new teams and new riders to the event as well, which is fantastic because you've just got that fresh blood, that fresh impetus coming in. Paul's hit on it a few times that riders coming in that potentially have never raced scooters before because they've got a bike background that are coming into it, and they love it. It's a fantastic event.
Yeah, to be honest, when this sitting in the back of this van going up and down from Europe, one of the things I said because endurance racing, there's quite a lot of short circuit racing in the UK, but endurance racing is like a real team thing, and there's a real buzz, and it's like once I realised we could do it, I'm so pleased that people have come and had a go, because some of the grins on faces, and you get this, yes, I don't know why I didn't do this before, and things like that. It's brilliant. It's great, and it has opened the door for many people to do something like this that they've never done. So I think it's great.
You can, and obviously running lots of different classes as well. You've got 4 different classes. You've effectively got you could pick your Lambretta up on the Friday and bring it and race it on the Saturday and Sunday in your club class, all the way up into pro race. It's you can come in at an entry level and then continue to work your way through. Or if you've got a bit of a bike background, you can come in. There's no barriers for entry really in the British Scooter Endurance Club.
I 100% agree. That's some of the classes it was aimed. Actually, like the restrictions on licences. That's the only thing we don't allow race people in the club, because the idea is that the man could sit down in the pub with his mates, go, gee, I fancy a go at that. We're going to get some leathers from here, do this, do that, and away you go. And there are standard P200s. I believe this one coming past now, past our window, 27, is a completely standard bike. Is it GR?
Yeah, GRR.
Yeah, and as far as I know, and there's number 70. I think that's very similar. I don't think, and they're just standard bikes that people have conformed. They get lock wire a few bits, make the throttle shut.
The thing with it as well, in terms of my notes, as you can see in front of us, I've got different bits, but it's the only one that's gone on to 3 pages, which basically says that your entry class is your biggest class. Yeah. And that says a lot about it. Is that you've got teams that are coming in, and I imagine that there'll be teams as well that have come in that club class. Then they're going to progress up into your road class. Then they might think, we're really enjoying this. We're going to go for something else. And Hornet Racing, I think, have just come in. I think they're due a pit stop anyway. Their bike, which they've picked up that early race penalty. They led the way early on, and then had that penalty. But that's something else as well in terms of the penalties. It's not a case where we've got a rider off there at the top of the mountain section. That's going to be either pushed back if he can't get it going again. We'll try and pick a number out and advise one of the teams. I think it could well be the number 4 bike is moving again, albeit what he needed to do there was just get on the downhill bit on the way out of the mountain section to give him that extra bit down the hill to get himself going again. Is that there's no, like I said, we were talking about that there's no barrier for entry. Teams come in, they enjoy the racing. You can even see on sort of the timing that from your fastest bikes down to your slowest bikes, sometimes there's a 20-second difference. But in the end, it's like it doesn't make a huge difference, because you've got one of your lowest class of bike in terms of that in your club class running in 6th place out of 31, based solely on the fact that they've got some good consistency and they've not had any problems at all. And that is a huge. What we've seen is that the last race here was not won by the top class. The last event here that we covered at the end of 2021 was not won by the top class. Is that it's not a case where you're going, oh well, we're only going to race within our class. For the best part of this one, it's been your race class with the yellow background on has been leading the way. And it is a case when you were talking about being a team effort, is that it's all well and good having a couple of really quick riders, but if as part of the team one of them falls off, it doesn't make any difference.
No, this is where, even in our overall championship, you can sort of see the tortoise and hare thing, where, they're not really tortoises, but because they're there, they're not in the pits fixing broken headsets and things like that. They keep plodding away, and while you're plodding away doing laps, you're moving up this board, as you say. Like you've got 347 sitting in 5th place, which is a club class bike. But we do have, in our rules, if like we ask club class people, because if they've progressed and they've done 3 years, to move up. We ask them to move up to the next, so that the newer people in club class have got a chance of winning something. Because, we want people to progress.
Yeah, so whilst it's your biggest class, you don't want it to be just packed full of everybody, and effectively then your classes above, they're going to be limited in numbers. So what that does, it makes it that everybody's sort of got a very even number of entries. I think there's at least 6 in each of the top 2 or 3 classes.
Yeah.
So at least, whilst there's interesting inter-race battles going on there as well, is now, I think EDKT are actually up into 5th place now. I think SRP have dropped a place down the order ever so slightly. So we're now in the top 6. We've got one of each of the bikes inside the top 6.
Yeah, no, it's a good mix, and even though, it's an endurance, they're all, some of them, maybe not today because it's where they might be taking it easy, but they'll be racing these people as well. That's good.
Well, we know everybody's pushing. Foster 58, when their rider came off, he was down the back straight towards the braking zone at the end, and came off on the brakes. So in the dry, that's a corner where we never see anybody go off in there. But obviously pushing with the weather conditions, trying to maximise it. I think we are probably just about at the tail end of this. What should have been a shower, but has turned into an hour's worth of rain. Which, as we've already established, is 100% your fault, of course.
No, I totally agree. And I'm prepared to take. I made them sweat in July, and I thought I'd make them wet in September.
We follow RFS Tune in 8th place round hairpin number 3, and you see that how slowly they got that corner. Even when it dries, it's the last corner to dry on the track. The start-finish straight in front of us in the commentary box slightly angles down into there, but then you've got South Bank which comes back into it, and it creates a corner in there, and particularly as well because they're karting on the inside and drifting on the outside, it's just fully rubbered in. Hence why the track down there is very slippy. We see the riders going rather tentatively around that corner.
From feedback from people saying, because we had the very first meeting we had here, we had rain during the meet, and we had quite a lot of people testing the crashability of their scooters, and that most people are feeding back that there seems to be better grip this time than there was then. Because the pace some of them are putting in, I know they backed off, but it's still quite impressive.
Yeah, we were seeing it earlier as well. There's only around about 15 seconds, and that'll all be cornering speed. In terms of what they're doing. Sluck Racing, who are now leading the way with 2 laps from Real Taft Speed, who have now got in front of Valley Scooter Club, and Spire Tarmac Terriers, who are showing they've been in the pits in the last 4 minutes. So that means that they've been back in ever so recently, back into the pit lane for Spire Tarmac Terriers in 4th place, although they do appear to be back out and running on track. So we have had a few changes of position, with Privateer Racing moving inside the top 20, having been in 21st a few moments ago. This is your class leader in the club class then at the moment. That's EDK Endurance Race Team making their way out of hairpin 4 and over at start finish now, as the 333 in front of them comes into pit lane. Going forward, obviously this is your 3rd and final event of 2022. I imagine plans are already starting to take shape for 2023.
We've asked, some of the circuits are, I think they had to commit to some more important people first, so we're probably at the lower part of the pecking order, and we just see what comes along and see what happens.
So I imagine, I know there was a little bit of chatter on the Facebook group at British Scooter Endurance Club as well, so check that out if you're watching home on Facebook as well. But there was a little bit of chat as well as to about tracks and what tracks, you can you could take a scooter to any track and race it, but it's whether that track is conducive to good racing.
Yeah, 100% agree. There's quite a lot of people have said try this track, and they don't realise that we've done a lot behind the scenes. We've done a lot of groundwork trying to find tracks that are suitable. A lot of kart tracks are built. There are a lot of hairpins built in a very small space because they didn't have a large, so they'll be twisting all over the place, and it doesn't make for entertaining racing. Whereas this is a nice track. It's got a bit of space. The reason we don't use this chicane on the back straight is because we're trying to reduce the amount of corners, gives them a bit of a break on the back straight, and I think it works ideal. And Wilton Mill, that's good. We like Wilton Mill, and we've looked at others, but it's some people, even their club runners, sometimes you struggle with people replying and they, I'll get back to you, and you don't hear anything, which is a shame. We plans are afoot, but we haven't actually got anything, no concrete dates as of yet.
Yeah, I know what you mean regarding the corner. Like Wilton, whilst it does have some tight corners, I think on the outside of them it does have some quite flat concrete on the way out, which means you can open them hairpins up and maintain some good speed, which is helpful for Wilton. I think without them concrete runoff on the outside, it may well be too tight, as you say. Like Three Sisters over at Wigan, for example, they do a lot of bike racing over there. That's quite a nice flowing track as well, which I think would be great for scooters. But as you say, some tracks, particularly the kart ones, may not be as inducive to good racing, and that's the point, isn't it? Is that if you're going to do something for 6 hours, it might as well be a good 6 hours.
Yeah. I mean, I also appreciate that people, if you're working the scooter all the time, it's hard to do it. And I mean, if you look at the average age of some of these rides, they're not the youngest all people, so I don't want to overstretch them.
Well, no, but when the commentary form goes out and somebody comes through and you look at one, they're coming through and it's like 51, 59, and then it's more surprising. It goes the other way to when you're doing some other series. Someone comes in, 24, that's young. Whereas normally, like you look at, it's completely the other way. Whereas it's full of youngsters, and, but it's great that there is that younger riders coming through as well. To supplement it.
I mean, a lot of people that ride scooters on the road, which this is where we're sort of trying to handpick people to come along. Part of the older generation, there's the youngsters are either on automatics, or because obviously we don't have the modern automatics. Or they're in cars and other things. It's changed, but Sam Round on 71, he's the son of Sticky. So, there are family connections where, because he's a son, you're going to get involved with this.
It's a scene as well as a club, isn't it? Really, in scooters, it's very. When I'm 37 years old, if my maths is correct, and I've not had a birthday that I'm not aware of. But I had a friend coming through school, and he got himself a scooter, and then he got himself a Vespa, and it was like. But he's the only person I know that's ever had one. It is it's a scene that you're either part of, or you meet somebody that's part of it and you fall into it. And it's very much the case that if you've not been, if you've never been involved with it, it's similar with a lot of other sports as well. Is that? But it's one of them sports that I imagine that once you're in for life.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm Taj over 70, and I've had scooters. I've been involved not the whole time, but since I was 16. And I've been involved doing various things, racing, sprinting, setting world records, just anything along the way that's been involved with scooters. And I'm still obviously actively involved because I'm standing here talking to you.
Let's go back to that bit, because I know the story, but I think there's a lot of people that won't, and certainly here and think. Go back to the bit where you said setting world records.
I have FIM, I set 4 FIM world records on one of these scooters.
For straight line speed?
Straight line speed, yeah. It's not the fastest I've been, but on that particular day, I think the best speed I set, which is 2 directional, so it accounts for any weather, was about just under 110 miles an hour.
And to give that some context, our fastest bikes here today that are going down the back straight, it is a fairly long back straight here at Teesside, probably when you add it together and you remove the central section, probably one of the longest straights in the UK on a kart track at least. What are our bikes sort of going to be the fastest bike out there today? What's that going to be doing from leaving the mountain section to having to put the brakes on towards the south bank?
I would have thought around 80, somewhere around that area. Stand to be corrected on that, someone will tell me, but I would have thought about 80 mile an hour.
So I imagine your attempt was done on a runway, I guess.
Yeah, Elvington, the fame, where everybody goes.
It's the place to go for speed, isn't it? Keith, thank you very much for the history lesson for this club. Like we know, there's obviously plans to go on into 2023 and to keep this fantastic club going as we just watch the 2 Hornet bikes come through in unison, same colours, as well as the 6 goes around the outside of the 3. Obviously, we know in terms of, and we'll talk about that, it ties in nicely with the 6, obviously. There is penalties applied to certain teams for things like they can't just come in, or that bike's not working, throw it to one side, pick the next one up. You know, it is a penalty, and it is quite a hefty one for things like that. But then there's other penalties as well for, like, you know, you've got minimum ride time for each rider, which means that everybody in the team gets a fair amount of time in the seat. Then you've got a maximum time for the riders, so they can't just stay out there for 3 hours in one go. It's 65 minutes, I think.
I mean, it's like
so it keeps things, you know, it gives everybody an opportunity, but it means that, you know, teams actually have to think about this. They can't just jump on it and run it until the fuel runs out.
Yeah, the thing behind the minimum time was because we had a team, by our rules at the time, basically ran 3 people, but ran a 2-man team, I would say, and the other person went out, done a couple of laps and swapped. And so we brought bring in a percentage minimum time, so everybody should go out and do a bit. It's because it is supposed to be a team sport.
So, for example, your 3 rider teams out there, the rider has to do at least, I think it's 72 minutes each.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, that percentage-wise, that means that they've got to do at least an hour and 12 minutes.
Yeah.
So they're getting a good, you know, they're getting a fair amount of seat time out there for each of our riders. So it does mean that, like you say, you can't just say send your fastest one out. And, you know, that, like, as long as the bum doesn't go numb, you can do 4 hours, for example. We've got a bike going very slowly there, and we've got quite a clear reason. It's because that the rear tyre's not quite as inflated as the front one.
Yeah, that's.
I'm trying to pick a number out on that one.
It's one of the Louis, but not the United Colour.
No, it's not the Bemberton one.
No, it's the other one.
What we will say about the Louis is that there's potential here that rather than pushing that back, that with it being a lot smaller, he could potentially throw that one over his shoulder and bring that back in rather than try and ride it all the way around. I mean, granted, it's the 135 bike which is coming up the
Rustling Lambretta Club.
So that's coming up. So now he has managed to get it round, and that is right in front of the commentary box. Now he's going to have to rejoin the circuit because there is the tyres there where normally we've got the Marshall. The Marshall start line Marshall is down right in front of the commentary box here. So he's making his way in. We spoke to Paul earlier regarding how quickly it is to change the tyres on these bikes.
That one, if they've got one's quite quick.
Yeah, so that did seem at the rear end that there's a lot less going on there than potentially some of the others.
Yeah,
so
basically that's 3 nuts. If they've got a tyre, it's 3 nuts.
Yeah, so he's
put it on.
He's going to get off and push that one in. So issues there for the Rushton Lambretta as the similar bike on the left there. That's the United Colours of Bemberton machine coming down the inside.
They've obviously got rivalry between those 2 teams, but they had problems somewhere, one of the meetings, but they help. That's the nicest thing is they help each other as well. They lend each other bits to keep each other going, because you don't want to beat somebody that's stuck in the paddock, do you? That's what I like about it, because nearly all of these people, they do national rallies and they go into Europe. I mean, the Irish lads were at, one of the Irish lads was in the Isle of Wight last week, the weekend before. So they're not just meeting here, they meet all over the place, and it's fantastic, and it's a brilliant scene. That's why people get into it, and they're still into it.
They have a big rally down the Isle of Wight, don't they? I mean, I noticed that it's not just a case of loads of people in the things have just put, I rode my bike from here to here in like a day, and it's like, I'm fairly sure that wasn't for a holiday. You know, and I've been there a few times as well down to the Isle of Wight. It's a lovely place, and if you're going to congregate with some scooters, there's not many places in the UK better to take your machine.
Yeah, it's still the big rally of the year that people still go to.
Team Solid Air, they've just come into the pit lane in 9th place. That should allow Tuhadi Danan to move up into 9th place, as they're on a very similar amount of laps. Mostly Rushton Lambretta have just come in as well, so that's going to drop them slightly down the order in the next 10 minutes or so. Hopefully they can get that fixed. Just having a quick look out the window, what we can see from here is, because the part of the track in the middle isn't used here, Keith, is that we can just about pick out whether it's still raining or not. I think I don't want to go too soon. We've got the 81 bike, I believe, off there on the outside of the mountain section, probably with the exception of going off at South Bank, the furthest away from the paddock. And what I will say, if you are going to go off at down South Bank, as we saw with Foster earlier, is that you can actually cut through and shorten your trip back in. If you've got an issue down there at the mountain section, it's a long walk, no matter whether you go the correct way down the track or the wrong way, as we saw earlier with Challenger Equip and RFS Tune in that 111 bike coming in against the flow of the the traffic down the outside. So we'll keep an eye out and see whether that 81 rejoins or whether
that's another advantage of kart tracks is basically all the areas you can get back to the pits with under your own steam.
Yeah.
You don't. Whereas if we could afford the bigger tracks in the UK, which it would be very nice, but I also the potential difference in top speeds increases as well, and which makes it potentially more dangerous in my mind. But also they haven't got that way that you can push back so easy. So this, in an ideal environment, I think this is great. It's big kart tracks is what we need.
Well, we saw there that I think the 81 has got going under its own power, but if it was to push down the back straight, then it's just they're cutting through unused parts of the track just to get back in the paddock. It means that we unless something terrible happens, we can effectively get through an entire race as we did back when we streamed at the end of 2021 without effectively like a full course yellow, which you'd see in karting or cars. You're not slowing everybody down, although we have actually the Battenberg flag's come out, which is effectively the safety car. Has completely ruined my point, Keith. Cursed it in the commentary box. So we have gone to a full course yellow right in front of the commentary box. The Battenberg flag has come out over on the overhead gantry and at Marshall's posts. That's
incredible how you've done that. I'm impressed.
So I've done for yellow flags what you've done for the weather. And so we've gone to a full course yellow. What this will do then is it will slow the bikes down, and they will go into a single file format. They should maintain a very similar pace, and what it will do is that everybody's interpretation of that pace will be different until they catch up with a bike, and then that bike will then dictate the pace. So we will eventually get to a point where in single file. What that does mean though is that I think that's because the bike at the far end of the circuit, if that bike has seized and the wheels can't move, we have sent the quad out. I've just seen that going up and over the top of the mountain section. That's going to cut through the infield section. You may well just see it appear ever so shortly down through this the off-road section. There it is. And that is to collect that bike that we thought had got moving again, the 81 machine, the rider there on the outside with the... so that bike's going to be put on there. I imagine it will be laid down very, very gently, because I don't think he's going to climb on the back of that and straddle it and try and hold it into position. What we are seeing, though, is a lot of riders using this opportunity to come into the pit lane. What they will be able to do if they're nearing their fuel window, we've got a couple of bikes out there that have seen the best part of an hour's worth of action, is that they're able to now come into the pit lane and effectively refuel for free because the track time has slowed considerably, means they're going to save a lot more time. What this also does potentially mean here, obviously, is the bikes all slow down to thing, is that there is potential for teams unwittingly to incur penalties, because it should be exactly that's what I was about to say, is that it's a single file format behind the Battenberg flag. Everybody slows down and you're not in a position where you shouldn't be overtaking other bikes. It's not a case of it being a yellow flag and slowing it down into for everybody and then them speeding up again. It is single file. You will catch up with a slower bike, and that means that you're going to have to slow down to the pace of that bike in front of you, and that's why we're seeing trains of bikes come through. Now, what will happen is at various points in the track is that there will effectively be a countdown from 5 down for all of the marshals posts. Then the boards will go round to green and the racing will resume, but that won't be until that 81 bike is recovered from the far end of the circuit. So they're going to make their way through. Just going to have a think. I don't know who it is on that 114 bike, but that is a fantastic helmet.
That's one of Danan team, but I don't know who he is.
Yeah, the pink helmet with it looks like the sawtooth on the side is fantastic. The bike there is then being recovered on the back of the quad. Quite handy that the rider has got bright yellow on the back as well, because that is highlighting that as the 7 bike gets itself going again in the pit lane. So that the quad will come down the back straight, and then we'll cut across the national loop here at Teesside Autodrome, and we'll rejoin into the pit lane. As soon as that is in, then the they'll get confirmation that we're good to go. And there is boards, as we saw earlier from the marshal down there at hairpin 3. All of them will hold the boards out as well, the same full course yellow on it, as well as the Battenberg over start finish. As soon as this is in the pit lane, those marshals will then get a countdown as to when they can go. So the rider there holding onto the back with his bike.
That's a replacement for 111. That's the second bike already. Yeah, that was. They had to. The other one, they broke the other one, so they appear to have modified this one now as well.
So yeah, you're quite right. In fact, their numbers actually changed on the timing as well, which is fantastic, which is helpful for us. So riders going.
This full course, it's quite good being up here because I've not seen a full course yellow before. So no, that's quite good. So, and I'm not going to say it over here, but one bike is I'm going to go down and ask Cat to give him a penalty because he clearly overtook somebody right in front of my eyes on.
So what the rider is showing us there is that the bit that's used for stopping the bike is no longer attached to the bike.
That's two of those.
Yeah, so
they don't like headsets.
So that's gone. We have gone to green flag again, so as you can see there on the digital flag over start finish. We are racing once again here at Teesside Autodrome. So we are racing here once again at Teesside. The 2-hour mark has just gone through, with Sluck Racing leading the way with a 2-lap advantage over Real Taft Speed, who were class winners here last time at Teesside Autodrome for the 8-hour event earlier in the year. So we are racing once again. As we saw, the boards turned round from full course yellow to green, so they'll be hung out for the remainder of the lap to allow everybody else, as we've got a penalty being applied to Real Taft Speed from second place up and over the on the overhead gantry over start finish, and that will be supplemented as well by a pit board and the black flag being shown by the marshal at the post over start finish. Black flag for Real Taft Speed, and it's coming up as the penalty is overtaking under yellow flag and not slowing down sufficiently for the full course yellow. So that is being shown on the live timing, which can be found at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BSEC UK. So penalties that are applied there. So that is the first black flag of this event, 2 hours and 6 minutes in, and that's gone to the 74, the second place bike of Real Taft Speed. So they will come in, they will either have a lap penalty applied to them, although the lap penalty, I imagine, will be slightly less of a worry than the stern talking to they'll get from the clerk of the course here at Teesside Autodrome. I'd be more worried about that than the potential 3-lap penalty that they may potentially get for a breach of flag rules. So we'll keep an eye out as to whether anything's applied there. Don't expect to see them come into the pit lane just yet, because they'll have picked it up on the board and then they'll do another lap before they come back in. So Real Taft Speed have picked up a penalty there just after the 2-hour mark here at the AME Auto British Scooter Endurance Club third round of 2022.
I'd have to read the rules. What's the yellow flag infringement? First 3 laps, isn't it?
-3 for a breach of flag rules.
Yeah.
So that could well drop them right into the grasps of Hornet Racing also, the number 3 bike. So it's currently showing us 3 laps between the two of them, but I think it's actually more 2.5, as you see there.
Has he acknowledged the flag?
Yeah, so now as Hornet Racing have actually crossed the line, it is around about 2.5 laps is the difference between Real Taft Speed and Hornet Racing. It fluctuates between 3 and 2 as they make their way through and over the line. So he has seen that black flag now held out over start finish by our marshal here at Teesside Autodrome.
I assume he'll action it on the next lap, so he goes in safely. That's what we want.
So should come in ever so shortly. This is your view from the mountain section. You can see the back end of Rib Bend down there, which has been a fairly quiet corner actually. Probably one of the most difficult corners here at Teesside Autodrome. The entry is downhill, and there's quite a bump just after the pit exit as well. Although it does seem like most riders have taken it fairly steady round there. The one that they haven't so much so is the one that you can just see the exit of there, the round the mountain section. The rain was supposed to stop, and it hasn't. It hasn't. In fact, it's getting the puddle in the middle of the unused chicanes here at Teesside is getting a little bit bigger. Let's see what the weather update is. So every time I look, it says that it's supposed to stop in the next 10 minutes or so. And then 10 minutes later, it tells me that there's another 10 minutes. So but believe what you want, ladies and gents, but I'm going to say it's not going to stop raining, and I hope that I curse it into stopping.
The person that's doing this weather forecast, they're just going outside and putting their hand up.
I think so, and then adding 10 minutes to the timer.
Yeah.
Real Taft Speed have come now into the pit lane. There you see the 74 bike making its way in.
I think Cat will be chewing his ears.
I think so. So he's going to come in, get off the bike. Now, what he won't be able to do as he comes in to serve this black flag penalty is that he shouldn't be able to. First of all, he shouldn't be able to put any fuel in it. And what he is doing now, he's going over there to have a word. Somewhat luckily, not with Cat Franklin, who will, but the message will have been relayed from Cat, and it will be a very, very stern one. And it's basically saying that he's. I can lip read there. It was down the back straight, 4 people. So that is a lot of overtaking being done. So that bike now will be coming in now. What they're going to do is they'll make sure that telling off lasts a certain amount of time as well. Just to add to that extra level of inconvenience, and just to make sure the message is getting across now. So yeah, Real Taft Speed then into the pit lane at the moment, in second place with Hornet Racing and Team DSC in that class. We've got a bike going slowly out of the mountain section down the back straight. That's Hornet Racing, the bike that's in second place in that class, the one that if the lap penalty is applied to Real Taft Speed would have potentially inherited the lead in that class, but he's going very, very slowly down the back straight. He's just reappeared in front of the commentary box, still going slowly down the back straight. Obviously it's one of the pro race bikes, so he's going to have what we would expect to be considerable straight line speed, and he's currently he's not doing what its rider wants. So just whether a case there as to whether they had an issue with that bike and potentially been off it. We've seen that a number of occasions where they are able to get it back under its own power, but they take it very, very steady. But that number 3 bike currently in 6th place, although he's likely to drop down behind Team DSC, who have steadily made their way up now inside the top 10 and are currently running in 7th place. A team that have pretty much flown under the radar until now are going to be in a position where they're going to at the very least move through into 2nd place, and then depending on how long Real Taft Speed are in the pit lane, that could inherit the lead as well. So Team DSC, one to watch, currently in 7th place, that will quickly become 6th at the moment when they come up onto the back of Hornet Racing very, very shortly, although there is a fair amount of field spread between each of them as they make their way through now. As we begin our countdown towards the half race mark here at Teesside Autodrome. We're only 50 minutes away from 2 o'clock, which will be the point at which we start then heading towards the end of the race. So looks like we could potentially have a rider change as well, although they're having
he's had a subtle off.
Yeah, he's had a little one. That's why the right hand side doesn't look as fresh as the left.
But if you don't overclamp the handlebars, we come off rather than break the headset. The handlebars will turn, but obviously what you have to do is straighten it up. I've been me, I would have done that out there. I would have waited all that time. Yeah. So, because all you do is push it against the steering stocks, and
so
you just push it back.
A minimal amount of time lost in pit lane, although a bit of time lost for Hornet Racing team also in actually getting it back. So they have held on to 6th place. Real Taft Speed still being shown now, and they have exited the pit lane, albeit now they've dropped behind Valley Scooter Club down to 4th overall, but still shown as the class leader in 4th place. IDK Endurance Racing, they lead the way in our club class with SRP race tech, our road class leaders. I'm looking at we've got a little bit of a puddle on the inside here, but it doesn't appear like when the bikes go past, the water ripples, but when it's flat, it doesn't look like there's anything.
No, it's looking better.
Yeah. So what I'm looking massively. There's a gentleman just to the left of the commentary box with a green and black umbrella, and he's my guide as to whether it's stopped raining or not. When his brolly goes down, we know that the lap times are going to pick up. So we'll keep an eye out for him. He's my weatherman.
He's one of the Hornet Racing crew.
So they were shown as being in the pit lane, but they have now come over start finish, having been into the pit lane briefly. Have Hornet Racing their issues with that bike, the incident they had down the back straight.
Oh, they've released Naughty 74 again.
Yeah, so Task Speed are back out. They're still being shown in 4th place there, having dropped down behind Valley Scooter Club. Just having a quick look at our live chat comments, which are still coming in thick and fast as well. Charlie Atkinson's been on saying Team Foster 56 go dad. Mark's asking what track is this? Well, we're at Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough. A circuit that's been used on numerous occasions by the British Scooter Endurance Club. I think Mark was trying to figure out as well what was on the back straight. I think that comment would have come in a lot earlier, because it did look like, he's quite right, it did look like there was a dead badger on the back straight. It looked like something had fallen off one of the bikes, but it did look a little bit fluffy. Roughly where we are now, where that 70 bike is, to the right hand side, there was something there. It has been retrieved, I think, by a marshal, but yeah, I think it looked like a big chunk of rope or something of the sort. So I'm fairly sure that it wasn't a dead badger, Mark, or any other form of roadkill. John Keller's been on saying, can they change an engine if needed? Yes, they can, but there is that. They have to consider the fact that if they're going to lose more than half an hour, which is roughly 20 laps, is it easier to change the bike, which we've seen a number of teams do already. Hornet did it early on. Their bike expired in the very early phases of this race. That's why they're currently on this one that you can now see on the screen as well, which appears to have had an excursion on the right hand side as well. So that's 6 bike, the Hornet one. That's their second one of the event, but in doing that change, they do incur a 20 lap penalty, which we had to wait for them to complete 20 laps at the start to then apply that penalty to them, hence why they are shown well down the order at the moment. So there is options there for teams to change parts on the bike, but you have to give consideration as to how long it's going to take. Ned Loki's been on saying, trying to convince my club Scooter Vendura to get a team in. Well, send them the link to the live stream, Ned. They'll watch it for about 20 minutes and then they'll be convinced. So
trust me, they'd love it. You got to get them to do it. It's almost as good as sex, as some people say.
Don't
and last longer.
Yeah, don't let them sell it, or Keith sell it for you for that matter. Send them the link and we'll let the action sell it for itself. Tom Butter's been on saying joined just as in it's hurling it down. Morning chaps. So that's my good friend Tom Butterworth, who normally covers the karting here at Teesside Autodrome with myself. Just get an issue update as well, which we do appreciate when teams go into the live chat. The 333 just saying they've had carb issues, so that is fantastic that they're able to update us via the live chat. Of course, the door of the commentary box is always open, so if there's anybody out there in the paddock that's got a good story or just likes to have a chat, feel free to pop in, and we'll get the headset on you as we've got a bike down there having a refuel. Can't quite pick the number out. I think it's a 200 machine. That's 2 sheds, so we're just having a filling that bike up. But just having a quick look at Julie Traceminton. What's happened to London Lambretta Club? Well, don't know. We haven't had an update. So if there is somebody from London Lambretta, I should have said what's happening. So let's have a quick look in terms of timing as we split between the two and find out where they are at the moment. Keep an eye out. I'm trying to find out where they're 27th at the moment, currently being shown as in the pit lane with 4 bikes. We saw them having some issues earlier on, although it did come back under its own power, albeit slowly.
Yeah, they had a rider down earlier, but that was fixed, and they've been out again since. But why they're back in the pits, I don't know. So hopefully they'll get it sorted and get back out.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that. But yeah, please do keep getting in touch via the live chat comments. We dip into them every now and again. So if you've mentioned something and then we haven't addressed it straight away, it's because we keep going between thing. You know, I'm going to let you read that comment out because it's about you.
Steve, we all love our Mr. Terry. Not guilty on that one.
We are getting an update. Actually, Steve Bones helping out. Now, I love it, and I love it in other series as well, where people start interacting with each other in the live chat rather than with just us. He believed that the Badger that was on the back straight was exhaust packing from a tailpipe.
Oh, yeah, that could well be.
Yeah,
because there has been people losing that particular section.
So yeah, we've just got loads more comments coming in.
Snapped exhaust after you come off.
Will it be fixed? You got something?
Yeah,
yep.
Got a replacement
So just having an update there from London Lambretta Club. They've had a snapped exhaust when their rider came off earlier. But as you were saying earlier, Keith, about the whole atmosphere in the paddock, they have got a spare, but they've got a spare from somebody else, which is fantastic. That's going to get them back out onto track. So
yeah,
just
an exhaust is not a gaffer tape or tie wrap job, is it?
No. Well, it can be, but it'll make a horrible noise. Swarb has been on saying he assumes that Scooter Lab UK have switched tyres.
Yes.
And if they did, 6 minutes is great work. Now, we knew that Iggy Granger was putting in some good laps when he came out. We were debating between Paul and I as to whether, because initially we thought the weather was going to, I think that's EDK going rather slowly. Your leaders in the club class, it looks like they've had a bit of an off at the reverse corkscrew, the mountain section. They've got a good gap back down to Tuhadi Danan in 10th place, so they should, if they can get it back round and potentially in the pit lane and worked on, but that bike going slowly will now be heading down towards South Bank Corner. We can, unless it's cut through, I don't think it has, and the rider's just popped his feet back up on there. And, so I'll keep an eye out for that bike. But yeah, so our leader in club has potentially had an issue. So just having a quick look as well at the other any other things. So yeah, Scooter Lab, they have changed tyres, which we were debating whether they were going to, or as to whether it was going to be worth it, because initially we thought it was only going to be 15 minutes or so of track of rain here at Teesside Autodrome, which has actually turned out to be about 1 hour and 15 minutes of rain here at Teesside Autodrome. So the decision for Scooter Lab to go on to wet tyres has been fully vindicated. We thought that it may well have been slightly too soon. Now what they are going to have to do is potentially give themselves enough time to, if it does start to dry out, is that whilst it's wet and they can continue pushing, is they're going to need that opportunity to put the dry tyres back on again. So it's not going to take, so hopefully it's not going to take too long. Thank you there to Keith. Keith's going to head back off into the paddock, because what he did there during that is that not only did he fill us with all the knowledge of the British Scooter Endurance Club Championship, but he knew that any issue that any team had down there earlier on, he was able to sort of feed back. So unless the team had an issue while he was in the commentary box, just having a quick look there as well. Armano Shrimp says that he's run out of petrol. I don't know who he's talking about there that he thinks has run out of go-go juice, but we'll, if you can update us on who you think, then we'll see. James Smith has been on with a compliment to our race director, which is something that he never normally gets, even from people that actually like him, is that he must have been psychic to catch one of the incidents earlier on. I get the feeling it could have potentially been the 58 where we cut to it and then he had that big off around about an hour ago. Paul, I know you've only just come back, but I'm just going to ask you for another 5 minutes to chuck the headset on the man with the majestic beard behind you, if that's all right, who's made his way up into the commentary box just to have a quick chat. Dan Pearson, welcome to the commentary box here at Teesside Autodrome for the third round of the British Scooter Endurance Club Championship. So, Dan, I think every time I've seen you race in the British Scooter Endurance Club Championship, you've been on a different bike.
Yeah.
I think last year in end of 2021, you were on your own with part of the team. With 10 Foot Special. You're obviously out today. In the 77, but it doesn't look like you're. Given that you're out of your leathers, it doesn't look like you're taking any further part in that.
Firewheels decided to eat itself and swallow itself, but never mind. We keep coming back every year and keep trying hard, so gotta keep going, haven't you?
So that will be why we haven't seen anything of DWT's Mobile Chicane in the 77, although I think we had it on the list as well as the Greater Peterborough Scooter Club. And that's the number 77 bike. We saw that being pushed back in from the mountain section earlier as well.
Just after my stint was that, but keep trying to repair it. We never know, might get back out soon.
So, as a bike, and obviously you, as we mentioned a few moments ago, and made light of it, you are on a different bike every time you come. Handling characteristics of a bike which visually looks very, very long. What's that like to ride?
It's stable. It's a bit slower out corners, but we've got this advantage of being 14-inch wheels as well. So we only had road tyres, so I had a little bit of nothing qualifying this morning. But it's different to Lambretta from last year.
Well, that was one of the first things I saw when I walked into the paddock this morning. Was you holding a brake pedal that wasn't attached to the rest of the brake?
Yeah, that was me. If we were back to. If you want out crashing, just give it to me and I'll slide it up tarmac for you.
Well, you say that, but you're doing yourself a disservice because you were here last weekend as well, I believe.
We was,
and you didn't do much sliding. You did a fair bit of winning.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, we was here for Free Tech sprint races and stopped on all weekend and come away with the first and second for the team. So it was a good weekend. Variety's the spice of life. You've got to get an opportunity to ride out, don't you?
So the scooter that you raced in 2021 last year, is that something that you're going to bring back, or are you just like him being a mercenary to teams at the minute?
It's still thrown in a fella called Rob's container where it's been since it blew up last year, but we'll rebuild it and come back.
But in the meantime, you're a rider for hire.
Yeah. I'm just been doing a lot of 24-hour racing on 50 as well, so that's taking our time up. But you've got to do it, haven't you?
So, in terms of progression for yourself, then as a rider, we know you changed series this year. Gone to Free Tech. Seems to be going well if you're picking wins up.
We're doing our ACU.
Appear to be very, very happy in that in what you're doing. What's the plans going forward?
Plan's going to race 500 at Fuel Club next year and get some signatures up and see if we get the proper clubman licence and play it by ear from there. Just time to change variety and change in it. That's what you want to be.
Oh, might as well mix it up, haven't we?
Yeah.
You know, we've seen you from pretty much everything from a scooter to a pit bike to a 500.
Yeah.
So what we're saying there, as we're basically putting an advert out for yourself as a rider, is that there's not much you can't ride.
No. If it's got two wheels and a pair of handlebars, we'll give it a go. No point just sticking to one thing because like this weekend, that's why I signed up for this. Diesel mobile chicane. It just seemed good fun, and it was correct number to sign up for as well.
Oh yeah, well it's the same number as your normal race bike, isn't it?
It was fate was that we had to do that, didn't we? But so it's looking a bit damp out there now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it might have stopped actually raining, but I think it's going to take a good while for it to dry out. With the difference being obviously normally it dries out fairly quickly here when we've got carts because the engines are right on the floor and there's a train of them going through. So I think obviously the dry line is 1.5 meters wide. For most of it, we're not going to get that. So I think whilst it will dry out here at Teesside Autodrome, if it continues to stay dry, is that it will take a lot longer than what viewers are normally used to seeing. But that also gives that added extra, as we saw earlier when I think it stopped for about 5 or 10 minutes, is that you've got to fight if that rider can comfortable and can push, you can make up a huge chunk of time. I mean, just I'm trying to pick it out, and I'll try and pick the number out, but there's the rider in the blue that's just gone down, and to be fair, the straight line speed is now that it has actually stopped.
Yeah.
In a straight line, there's a lot of confidence, and it's not the confidence in the straight line, it's the confidence that it's going to stop when the straight line stops being straight.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the important bit down there. We saw Foster at 58.
That was 58 with Reece Peacock riding it. Yeah.
Have the issue earlier on when they were in third place. When they came off quite heavily down there.
And I believe they've just got back out. They've just got bike rebuilt and everything, and I think they're back out safe.
Yeah, they've just got in front of the RFS Tune 11181. Now they're being shown as 811. So, and I don't know whether they've got a third spare bike or whether they've had to.
I think they've had to swap numbers.
Or whether they've borrowed a third bike to get that back out. But to be fair, if you've had issues with the first two, you've got to find a very benevolent team if you've not bought your own to hand their spare bike over to you. If you've had issues with two, but so Foster 58 have managed to get that bike rebuilt, and they are back out. They've just completed their 50th lap, just at the same time that Scooter Lab UK Racing complete their 100th and currently have a 5.5 lap lead from Spire Tarmac Terriers, and to think that they overtook Spire Tarmac Terriers and Valley Scooter Club around about an hour ago, to have opened up that lead to 5 laps. You know, we know that they came in, I believe, and put the rain tyres on. What they are going to need, though, is that 5 laps for them to come in and change them again. Because as Paul was saying earlier on, is that if those tyres, you know, if it does start to dry up heavily, you know, they are going to need time to come in and put the normal race tyres back on again.
Knocking some fairly serious lap times out at 125 round here at Wet. It's fairly impressive, is that? Yeah,
that's some 7 seconds quicker than most other teams. I think the only other team on the last lap that was sub 130 was Privateer Racing, who are currently in 6th place in their class, 15th overall in our road class, sponsored by Scooter Lab UK, as they make their way through.
But hopefully track dries up and weather stops fine for everybody and everybody gets a good rest at race.
Well, hopefully by the time it's dried up they've rebuilt yours and
that's the plan.
Stick leathers back on for the last 20 minutes
for another
or
dry
so.
session, see if we're going to spin a few more laps.
Why not?
So I'm going to go see how we're going on and see if I can offer any assistance.
Brilliant. Cheers, Dan. We're heading towards the bottom of the hour as we wave goodbye to Dan, and he's going to hand this headset back to Paul. As he does so, I will run through the running order as it is as we enter the bottom of the hour at 2.5 hours into this 6-hour AME Auto British Scooter Endurance Club third round. Scooter Lab Racing UK lead the way then from Spire Tarmac Terriers and Valley Scooter Club. That's your top 3, all 3 of those in our race class. Then we've got Real Taft Speed, who are class leaders in our pro race class. They're in 4th place. Then we've got SRP Race Tech, who are class leaders in road, with Hornet Racing team also in 2nd place in the pro class, 6th overall. Then we've got Team Solid Air, another team that have made slow but steady progression up inside that top 10 into 7th place. Too Hardy Danan are in 8th place with DC10 Cert and Wearside Wanderers completing our top 10. Team DSC, they're in 11th with AAORT against all odds in 12th. RFS Tuner in 13th with Privateer Racing moving up to 14th. IDK Race Team, who were leading the club class around about half an hour ago, are now in 3rd place and have in that class and have dropped down into 15th. We saw that bike being brought slowly back in around about 20 minutes ago. Foster 56, they're in 16th place with Two Sheds Racing in 17th in front of Independent Idiots Race Team. Team Escargot are 19th with Rushton Lambretta Club in 20th place. GRR are in 21st. Then it's Challenger Equip, who are in 22nd with the United Colours of Bemberton in 23rd. Valley Scooter Club making progress. They are in 24th now, having been last at one point, having pitted early in the race. Then it's Hornet Racing. The 6 bike are in 25th place after their early issues. They would have been on 91 laps. Had they not had their problems, that means that they would have been on the periphery of the top 10 had they not had that bike change in the early part of the race. Then it's New to Twigani in the 26th place in front of London Lambretta Club there in 27th, Foster 58 and RFS Tune 111 at 28 and 29. Deep Blues Mobile Chicane and the Odd Mod squad are 30th and 31st, but as we heard from Dan a few moments ago, the 77 not running, and we haven't seen the 54 in a while either. Paul, welcome back to the commentary box. We had a quick chat with Keith that was provided with great entertainment and went on a lot longer than I thought it would, because it just naturally went off on a tangent, and I was enjoying the story, so I wasn't going to cut him off. And what I thought was going to be 10 minutes was a solid half hour. And then just as we were going to hear from you again, Dan turned up, and although to be fair, he had promised me a cup of tea, which didn't materialise. So
when Keith talks about organising the endurance races, when Keith is involved, he's a little bit like a Bob Geldof moment at times. You know, he asked you to be involved, so you're kind of involved. But I do have some gossip for you. So you remember going back probably almost an hour ago, we were discussing, this is a case of a commentator's curse. So we were discussing the second Hornet racing bike that had the bits hanging off it.
We did.
The rubber strips. And I said it shouldn't cause too much problem, because if it did get caught in the wheel, it would snap. It actually went under the front wheel.
Ah.
And that is what caused Lee Abraham to slide gracefully, or less than gracefully, down the track and cause that issue. So I have apologised to him. It was the commentator's curse.
So we've got a bike slow there. That's Wearside Wanderers, who were second in class, the 11 bike, 10th overall. You will see it on this camera in a few moments. He will come into shot in around about 4 or 5 seconds time as the 74 bike of Real Taft Speed, the class leading bike, is slow round the mountain section. So Wearside Wanderers, that bike being pushed back in by their rider. They've just dropped out to get behind against all odds, down into 11th place. So that's Wearside Wanderers with problems. We'll keep an eye out on that 74 Real Taft Speed bike that looked like they'd either had a bit of a problem in getting it going with the power round the mountain section, or whether they've had a bit of an off. Now, if you have a bit of an off at the bottom, the problem is that it's a massive hill right in front of you, and it does take quite a lot to get carts, let alone bikes, up that hill from a standing start at the bottom. And we'll keep an eye out then for Real Taft Speed, who are currently in 3rd place. We've got 3 bikes all within, all on the same lap, all within 18 seconds of each other. Although if Real Taft Speed have had a problem, they may well hand 3rd place back to Valley Scooter Club when they come through in a few moments.
We're just talking about the Slug team being 5 or 6 seconds faster than anybody else, but actually the number 6 bike with John the Greek on it at the moment is 5 or 6 seconds faster than them, which is phenomenal in these conditions. John the Greek to be doing 119s in this wet, although it's starting straight, it's still definitely very wet as he just goes across the line. He's still going through standing water and managing to do 119s.
Well, what we can do, because we're about to throw down into an interview in the pit lane, is that we can just stand and admire it for the next 5 minutes or so, as we catch up with Mike Hughes down in the pit lane. I believe we've got an interview lined up.
Hello, we're in the pits again, obviously, but no waterproof, thank God. So it's finally stopped raining. I'm kind of dry, but yeah, literally as we're just about to come on camera, I just see Sam on number 71, Team Slut, go across the concrete, so he stayed on. But we're waiting for Harry from Team 3 to come in. They're going to do a quick pit stop. But the other good news is, you probably would have noticed the Odd Mod squad 54 were out, so they come off and they've actually slightly bent their forks. So I've been down at their paddock and we've straightened their forks, sorted their steering stops out, so they will be back out. So that's good for them. So yeah, they've never not finished, so it's good to see them hopefully be back out. As you're saying, the 81. Oh, right, John the Greek has literally just come off in front of us. He's been flying. He is on wet tyres, but standard procedure. John's bumped it and away he goes. Back for another day, so that's probably the quickest crash I've ever seen. But yeah, on and off in not even 20 seconds. That's impressive, John. Right, 84 are in for a rider's change. Can you get off the bike? You know the rules. So yeah, just got to remind every now and then. Trying to straighten some steering by the looks of it. Oh, they're also on wets as well, so good to see. Awesome little exhaust deflector as well, I see they've been put on. But yeah, so just a little update from the pits. So fingers crossed everyone get behind Team 54. So the Odd Mod squad. Thank you.
So welcome back to the commentary box. Thank you to Mikey Burnett there for to be down in the pit lane. We are just keeping an eye out of the commentary box window because I'm trying to keep an eye out for the Hornet racing bike. The number 6 bike as United Colours of Pemberton make their way into the pit lane. And the reason we're looking for that number 6 bike is that whilst we were away and I'd stepped out of the commentary box for a comfort break, we think they might have had a bit of an excursion. So we are just keeping an eye out for it coming round. We'll see. We've got a rider off at the mountain section. It's currently in the middle of the track at the moment. That's the 7 bike. Is off down there. That bike is going to try and be moved on the outside, and we may, if that bike can't be oh, there we go, it's freed itself up. It looked like we weren't going to get any rotation there from the rear of that, so we're going to try and, that bike's going to it's going again, which is always helpful to make its way up that hill. And that's the second of the Hornet bikes, the second in class, 6th overall of Team Also, coming in for a fuel stop. Keeping an eye out then, trying to find that 6 bike. Make sure that it's not back in the pit lane, and it's just come through with a 121, so there is. Yeah, and he's still pushing, so what I will do is I'll just make sure that we haven't done them a disservice. If I click on there, I'll be able to see their previous lap times. They did a 132, which is some 12 seconds, so it looks like they may have had it was about the time I was out as well, so I think they have had a bit of an off. Now, what that may well have been, I'm not saying he's been off the bike, because we watched him making his way on the screen round the reverse corkscrew and the mountain section, is that on the outside of the D chicane here there's a concrete rumble strip that's on the outside, and you can just bounce straight over the outside, and then you can sort of go straight line through. But if you are, then you are going to have to go a lot slower, albeit that will have added probably less than 12 seconds, so I don't know what fully happened there as we were away with an interview. And I think we've got another one lined up, so we're going to head back down into the pit lane to Mikey Burnett.
That was actually right, we've jumped back to the pits because we are finally Harry come in. So I thought I'd grab Harry. He's been out there and it is now stopped raining, so what is it like, Harry?
It's a little bit slippery in places. And it just doesn't seem to be the same line each time.
Yeah.
It's just it's a bit awkward. You just got to be a little bit aware.
Yeah.
But
bike going all right?
Bike's going superb.
Good.
I've probably just jinxed it now, but touch wood.
What tyres are you on? Are you dries or did you?
Mitas Sira dries.
Oh, so you did stay out on the dries?
Yeah, stayed out on the dries. It wasn't. We didn't deem it raining hard enough to come in and take sort of 20 minutes to change the tyres.
Yeah.
So we just stayed on those tyres. I don't think we'd have gained anything really changing to wets, but It's
Fair
good.
enough.
It's
good.
excellent
So,
fun.
is that your second stint?
That's my second stint.
Are you just a three-man team, obviously,
Yep.
riders? So are you got another 2 to do?
I might have another 1 to do.
Yeah,
I don't even know what to... That 45 minutes seemed to go like that.
Yeah,
that was a lot quicker.
You feel all right? You're not achy, knees?
No.
No, good.
Have I got...
Oh, you got your big wedge.
I fell off with Phil Hallam's high heel knee sliders, and I've only just managed to scuff it.
At least Neil can say he's got his knee down finally. So
it's good.
We
It's
wanted
great.
to catch Harry, so you're still in 5th, so that's good.
That's good. That's good.
So well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikey.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much there to Mikey. As you can see, the track, while still wet, is not being continually rained on anymore. So the rain has stopped. The umbrella count is down to 0. My weatherman outside the commentary box as well with the green and black one, that's down. So we are back to not dry weather racing, but certainly now the fact that they're not getting rained on. So if the riders are getting wet, it's from a little bit of spray and going through puddles, which one of them is self-inflicted, the other one is part of the hazards of riding something that doesn't have a roof on it.
One of the good things at this point now, although it stopped raining, the riders have actually got used to the amount of grip that they've got, because they've had well over an hour in it. They have sort of learnt by experience now, so it improves the more you're riding it and as it starts to dry, because you do at least know where there is and isn't grip by now.
Quick one, Paul. On the screen we can see on at the moment, we can see the Valley Scooter Club 207 bike. The bit in the middle that appears to be an addition, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that's not standard.
No, it's not standard.
But what I've noticed is that there's not many bikes that have got that slight modification made to it. What, if any, is the benefit, or in Britain, what's the point?
Basically, it gives a strengthening to the front end. You can, not so much in these conditions we've got here, but certainly in dry conditions, under heavy braking, there's an amazing amount of flex on the frame. Particularly the Vespers, they're a monocoque. A Lambretta was essentially made from a very large diameter scaffold pole. So they will bend a little bit, but essentially it stiffens up the front end and stops it flexing. It is surprising how much a bike can actually flex.
Thank you. So let's say every day is a score day, but for me at the moment every 10 minutes is or so. But it's good to build up this, because I'm asking a question to you there that I imagine that a lot of people at home are thinking as well, as to, whilst it's on the screen, we see both of the Valley Scooter Club bikes, and obviously with it being bright yellow, it's easy to spot that addition that they've made down the middle. And it could well just be the fact, that you thought, well, it's there, and you can either use it to brace your knees against, or it stops you banging one against the other, or anything like that. It looks fairly simplistic, but if it's there to give the bike a little bit more rigidity, then why not? Because effectively the front and the back is effectively held together in many cases, you say, by one steel post, and effectively where the feet are, the floor tray side of things, is effectively holding the front to the back.
Yeah, it is an interesting thing, because the rules over the years, the rules of scooter racing in all its different forms have evolved very much over the years. But one of the ways you define a scooter is that you can actually step through it. So of course, with having a metal bar there, or indeed a petrol tank, you can no longer step through it. So in some forms of scooter racing, that then makes it not a scooter. So endurance racing, and particularly racing in Europe, is one of these areas where those rules have been relaxed a little bit, because you have got that safety gain of not flexing. Interestingly, there's a Vespa SS, which the Sluck bike is actually an example of, where it actually came as standard with a small dummy fuel tank in the centre. So actually that was the one quirk in the rules, still totally accepted by a scooter, but that did have something there right from the factory. Interestingly, the Endurance Hornet bike, the main bike that they started on, also has a fuel tank across the centre there. So same thing, the fuel tank is providing extra capacity and also keeping the frame stiff.
Well, that Hornet bike has just come into the pit lane, actually, at the moment. Came in at a fair rate of knots, and you had to slam the anchors on to get him stopped, because obviously here you can't run the bike all the way through. You get to the pit entrance, and then you stop the bike, climb off. Here it is. It's currently in for a refuel.
Well, that's John the Greek. So some of the people here, I mean, in these conditions, he probably wouldn't be doing it, but he generally has become a fan of doing stoppers. So he'll be coming into the bends. I wouldn't put it past him to come into the pit, actually, with the rear wheel in the air.
Well, I think he did a moment ago. And I think, earlier I said that I think he might have had an excursion. I think it might have been across the grass, because I think there was some still attached to him.
Okay.
But which is probably a bit nicer than it sliding straight across the tarmac, actually.
We've got Ian Scott now getting on that bike. So, as I mentioned earlier, Ian is an experienced motorcycle racer, came to scooters a few years ago. He actually had a really nasty crash at Pembrey last year, and if I remember right, he broke his pelvis. So he's done well to recover and get back on the bike.
That's fantastic, because you can have what looks like a fairly serene crash and cause yourself a fair bit of damage, and you can have quite a big one, as we saw with the Foster bike earlier, and the lad that was on it just jumped straight back up as if as if nothing had happened. So we all know that all forms of motorsport is dangerous. You don't need to be doing 1,000,000 miles an hour to have a fairly big one, as we saw earlier with that Foster
I do
bike.
think, certainly from my own experience, some of the crashes that have been the most easy ones to walk away from are the faster ones, because you tend to slide and you're a passenger in it. But if you've been going along at a straight, 70 or 80 mile an hour, and you suddenly find yourself off the bike, you can think, oh, I'm going to run with it, which is not the best thing to do.
No, of course not. Just having a quick look as well, Colin Fitzgerald's been on the live chat saying he was going to ride over, but the weather's terrible. Well, on a bright note, the weather is much better now, and we're not really expecting any more. We're actually seeing some of the puddles that the bikes are running through starting to disappear as they're getting the water splashed as well. Steve Bone's been on saying good shout to Scooter Lab for putting the wets on. So what we need to look at really now is how dry it really needs to be before Scooter Lab decide to go back to their original race tyres. Amino Shrimp's been on saying very affordable, I'm sure. We spoke earlier to Keith about that as well, about you can pretty much, certainly in the club class and the race class, the bike is MOT standard, so there's not much change on it. You can pick yourself up a scooter and come racing as well, of which then Craig Williams has followed up saying that he needs more information. Well, that information can be found at bsecuk.co.uk or at the British Scooter Endurance Club on Facebook, so check out those as well. Whilst we're doing that, and whilst we're having a quick look at some more of the live chat comments, I just want to have a couple of quick shout outs as well. First of all, to our main championship sponsor, AME Auto Limited, who also sponsor our pro race class, as well as our other class sponsors as well, Scooter Nova Magazine, Scooter Lab UK and the Lambretta Club of Great Britain, each of those sponsoring one of our classes. I'll run you through a little bit more about each of those later on in the event, as we've got another one of the bikes in. The Foster 56 bike is in having a refuel. Also, the club would also just like to pass on their thanks as well to the Vespa Club of Britain, AF Race Speed, Thanet Area Scooter Services and Express Signs of Stockton for their support. And also a big thank you as well to Alison from the 347 IDK Racing Team, who arranged the original GoFundMe page to help cover the cost of the live feed here of the third round of the British Scooter Endurance Club Championship. So just having a quick look as well in regards to the some comments. What I'm trying to do at each time is I'm trying to get down to the bottom and then sort of like refresh it and let everybody else in. But we do 5 or 6, and then loads of other people comment as well, which is great that everybody's sort of keeping that engagement as go. I think Pamino John just says, we're speaking about Three Sisters at Wigan. I remember watching scooter racing there in the 90s. Do scooters still race there? Well, not that we're aware of, but
yeah, we have raced there.
But I know as a track, I was there last year for bikes, and it's a track that I think would be perfect for scooters. You know, It's it's open, it's flowing. It's very similar to this, as we've got a bike off in the middle of the back straight, just where the west track joins onto the main track, just past our static camera. You'll see it to the right, you might not see it to the right side, but it's just behind one of the posts. It's a green bike. The rider, albeit he has been off, has actually, I think, slid more down the grass than the tarmac. That's the 12 bike of Teesside Autodrome. There's part of a bike in the middle of the track as well that's come off that bike. They are currently class leaders in our club class with the red background, 8th place overall. They do have a bit of a cushion back to Foster 56, who are also in the pits. So Teesside Autodrome, the rider there on the back straight, you can see certainly out the commentary box, the back of his orange high-vis vest is considerably high, and we've got another rider off. In fact, we've got two off, Paul, on the outside of the D chicane, just to the left of the commentary box. As we can see there from the camera in the pit lane, it's the 7 and the 4 bike, and I think the 4 is going to come straight back into pit lane. So it looks like if they've gone off on the outside there, that might have been 2 into 1, just didn't go for the pair of them. Now, whilst we were looking at the 12 bike on the far side of the track and just heard the noise out of the commentary box window. Now, here at Teesside, there's 2 pillars down the corners of the commentary box at an angle, and that happened right behind it.
Yeah,
we just heard it and just looked round and
in the blind spot.
Yeah, couldn't see it.
That chicane is an example of where 2 into 1 most definitely doesn't really go.
No, so that's the 7 bike just getting itself thing, and I think that will be pushed back down there, will it, into the thing. The gentleman from Teesside Autodrome is currently on a quest to pick up all the parts that have fallen off that bike.
Yeah, maybe he's going to try and weld them all back together. It's difficult to tell on the screen, but I have a suspicion that might just be yet another headset.
Yeah, so I know that there was a couple of bits that were out there on the track, so he's going to push that one back in. There's the 4 bike, I think that doesn't need to go down, I don't think, into the pit lane. They've had a check over of it, and I think the rider's going to get back on and have another go at that one. The Autodrome bike is still in the middle of the field, in the middle of the. He's now. It means the yellow flag is now out at the D chicane as that bike is being wheeled over and into the pit lane with various bits of trim. And it looks like a headlight in his hand as well, so he's getting some assistance down there, but I get the feeling that that one will go straight through the refuel area and down into the pit lane. As the 7 bike, I think, is being pushed back into the Parc Ferme area, back out to potentially rejoin the circuit as well. So it looks like the 2 riders that were involved in that off at the D chicane have are both going to rejoin fairly quickly. The Teesside Autodrome bike not quite so quickly in there.
We were just talking before that little flurry of activity about Three Sisters. So we have actually raced BSSO with race scooters, road racing at Three Sisters. We just haven't used it for endurance. It's very much, traditionally, it was deemed to be the kind of spiritual home of scooter racing almost. And in the 80s and 90s, we'd race there 4, 5, 6 times a year. You feel like you were going there every weekend.
I say it is a track that I think, before we mentioned it, it's very similar to this in that it's a quick track, but there's plenty of runoff. So if you are going to have an off, you've got to go a good distance to cause yourself to come into contact with anything.
I'd maybe dispute that coming off the hill. From my own painful experience,
yes,
over the hill there's not a lot of runoff.
I'll give you that. I was thinking more of not going round the hill and taking the kart track through in the flat bit, rather than going up there.
I think that the resurface they had a while back definitely helped it, but they didn't take that same opportunity to move any of the barriers back.
What is happening here on screen is that the reason that we know all of the bikes that have come over the start-finish every lap is because that little box that's being attached to the bike there is the transponder, and every time that comes over start-finish, it tells us how quickly the rider has been on that previous lap, and obviously adds another lap on. What that could potentially be, though, is a bike change for somebody, because obviously, if you're going to change the bike, you have to take the transponder off one on the other, because you can go out in it, but if it doesn't register, then there's no, you know, it doesn't make any difference. So, just having a quick look, see, I can see a 7 at the start, but I can't see the
it's
rest.
A 78. It's
yeah.
the Team DSC bike, 78.
So they were earlier on. They'd slowly made their way up into the top 10, and have now dropped down to the periphery of the top 20. So I'm going to keep an eye out on there as the Spire Tarmac Terriers bike from second place comes into pit lane. I just want to see how long that DSC bike has been, when they come out, has been in the pit lane, because it was a very long lap on the way in, which suggests that they had some problems when they came in, and then when they go out next, it's going to, once that bike is moving again, they'll be able to tell us how long they've been in the pit lane. But they are dropping down now. 17th place for Team DSC. It's the real Taft Speed bike. Then watch one of the newer teams in terms of it running themselves as Team Solid Air, although I know previous to that the riders were in other teams as well.
And the real Taft Speed, despite getting that black flag, they're the only team so far to have been black flagged. I presume from our results that we see their penalty has been applied, but they're still leading the class and third overall on track, so still going strong.
Yeah, Hornet Racing then, they're second in class, 7th overall. We saw them come into the pit lane earlier on as the 112, that's the RFS Tune bike, in 11th place. Currently 5th in the Scooter Lab Road class. So yeah, make their way through. It's interesting, I'm just seeing out the window as different people's methods of waving people into the pit lane here.
Yeah, the 58 team, the guy down here just making his member known and to come in for his stop, and he's not having much success.
No, I'm just asking the question out the window. How many laps has he been past before? 5 laps now that he's been past without coming into the pit lane.
I think this might be in the territory where you need to go and lay in the track to attract his attention.
I think he's only 2 or 3 laps away from taking some rope out of his pocket and lassoing him into the pit lane. And
To be fair though, when you are out actually riding, you get in a zone of concentration and you're just not really looking, and it can be difficult to see a pit, or to look for a pit signal.
The thing here at Teesside as well is when you're coming over start-finish, it's, even though it's the start-finish straight, you're not actually straight. You're continually curving to the right, and your pit board is on the left. In some cases, they're on the left, up on the bank behind the commentary box, which is even further up. You know, you're literally having to look as you come out of the corner at hairpin 4 for a pit board that's 100 yards away.
And there is also the join between the curve onto the straight and the straight. There is a particularly big bump there, almost like a bomb hole, but if you're not careful, you're trying to... Oh, he's seen it now, he's seen it.
Yes, and straight in as well.
Yeah.
So, 6 laps for Foster 58, but they are coming into the pit lane. They were... So just having a quick look at some other comments. James Smith just said, what is the scooter in terms of a law? Is it basically a moped max 50cc? Well, it's basically a moped, but 50cc is not even close for some of these bikes.
It's not a moped.
No,
can't say that. That'll upset people.
Oh,
mopeds are 50cc and have pedals.
I've got 3 hours to go here, and I'm feeling the wrath.
Yeah, they have pedals, strictly speaking. But no, but as I say, the definition of a scooter is that it's got a step through, so you can step through it. It doesn't have a petrol tank. Generally speaking, the transmission will be all in one. There won't be an exposed chain in the main. They're the main kind of criteria. But the scooters, as we know them, broadly will be up to 200cc. So they're definitely not 50. A moped is totally different to a scooter.
I'll say every 10 minutes I learn something new, and it's. But that question came from the live chat rather than from me, so
it can be a tad annoying when I guess, are you going moped racing this weekend? No, I'm not.
Just having a quick look, we've got more chat going on as well, other chat as well, which in response to that regarding wheel sizes and things like that as well. In fact, James Smith has then gone on, I think he's been on the BSEC site and has started looking through the regulations, so we expect to see him on the grid in 2023.
Yeah, definitely. We should do it.
Yeah, he's probably give it until it's 2 o'clock now. I'll give it to 3:30 before he's bought one. And plans are going ahead for James to join us in 2023.
I mean, if James wants to get here before the end of the day, there is actually a scooter for sale in the paddock for £4,500. So Danny Loader is selling his BSSO race bike, which will be fine for this. It's a Group 4E, nice powerful bike. He could get himself a bike by the end of the day.
Would he be straight in the top class if it's
almost
a BSO
certainly?
bike?
Almost certainly.
The Spire Tarmac Terrier's bike is into the pit lane, and that is not stopping for fuel, I don't think. Oh, it is stopping for fuel. I thought it was going straight down into that gap in the corner of the pit lane, which would have taken him down into the paddock. They are on the same number of laps as Real Taft Speed. Taft Speed will move up into second place in a few moments' time, I think, depending on the length of this fuel stop for Real Taft Speed. The slight differences as well in terms of how the fuel's gone in. They're using a tough jug rather than the top-down one, which looks a bit more NASCAR style.
Yeah, I think that again, it becomes one of these things where the teams that are more serious will invest in the specific fuel fillers to get fuel in quickly rather than just use a jerry can and a funnel. And it comes down again, you know, it's valuable seconds, but the teams that want to win, this is part of the thing they'll always be looking at. So anything that can save some seconds. The teams that also, you know, are definitely wanting to win, you'll find them parked closest to the fueling area, closest to the edge of the exit from the track. So if you do have a problem, if you've got to push your bike a couple of minutes, 3 minutes to the end of the paddock, it's going to cost you a lot of time. So the serious teams will always be looking for those fractions that they can save if they do have an issue. And as we've seen with we've had a few broken headsets today, we'll probably have things like headsets readily available to replace on the bike quickly.
That's the thing, isn't it? It starts getting to a point where the more serious you get about it, you start looking for, you're looking for tenths rather than seconds, certainly on track. And then when you've got everything you can on track, then you start looking as to what you can do in the pit lane to speed them things up and, you know, to make things a lot smoother. And we obviously saw issues with teams where the riders that potentially don't have the sort of experience of looking out for a pit board, it's took them a lot longer for them to come in and do that sort of thing, whereas, you know, like your more experienced riders on them front running bikes are going to be every single lap, even though they know it's probably not going to be there, as looking to spot that pit board from the same position on the pit wall every single lap. That's the sort of like level of consistency that we're working at towards the front.
Yeah, I mean, I had a retirement from scooter racing for a few years and actually went endurance go-kart racing. So we were doing like 4, 6, 8 hour races, and with us we actually had a timer stopwatch on that we were zip tied to the handlebars. So it flashed a red light at 45 minutes or whatever we were going to do. So we knew we only needed to wait for that red light. We didn't need to look for anybody. And again, it's all those fractions. When people start to become more serious about it, then these are all the little things that you need to do. And there's a lot of little things can make the difference between winning and losing.
Half race distance then, as we just tick over the 3 hour mark, and Scooter Lab UK on 125 laps are currently leading the way from Real Taft Speed and Spire Tarmac Terriers, although Spire Tarmac are in the pit lane and being refuelled, so they may well hand over position to what now appears to see Team DSC in 4th place on the timing at the moment, although earlier on they were down in 18th.
Yeah, DSC seem to have come up somewhat under the radar, as we mentioned earlier. They've suddenly risen quite a few places.
Well, what's happened there is they were on 95 laps before, and now they're on 116. And I think that when earlier on we saw that bike having the transponder attached to it, they could have potentially had a bike change, and rather than, as we've seen, they've had 95 classified laps, that it may well have added 20 laps rather than took them away.
Okay, yeah.
So that might need sort of redressing on the timing. Well, we are over the PA, so I don't know if somebody's can listen out for that. But if you click on them in terms of each team, when you click on them, they have had 95 laps previously. 96 now is shown. So we saw the transponder being hastily attached to that bike earlier on, potentially for a bike change. So it could well be that they've had that needs 20 taking off rather than 20 adding on, because they are in 4th place, and earlier on they were down in 17th or so after some issues. So we'll keep an eye on that. It should hopefully redress itself ever so shortly, which will then promote Team Solid Air in the 13 bike that we saw in the pit lane about 10 minutes ago up into 4th place overall. They are our current leaders in the road class, and then Foster 56 are now leading the way in club, or in the sorry, quick look, yeah, in the road class with the green. Then with the red background we've got club, and Foster 56 are now leading the way in that class, because it was IDK earlier on, and then Tuhaha Didanan were your leaders in that class, but then they've had that the issue in the middle of the back straight, and they're currently in 4th but are still in the pit lane. And around them they've got Rushton Lambretta only a lap behind Escargot and GRR 2 laps further. So within 3 laps or so, 5 or 6 minutes, Tuhaha Didanan are going to drop from the lead of that class down into 7th or 8th place in our club class.
I think as the race progresses, it's definitely going to be interesting watching the progress of the Slup team, because as we know, they are on a full wet tyre, which proved to be the right thing to do to lose that bit of time to go change, but we've still got a fair amount of the race to go, and if the weather continues to dry, they could be in a bit of trouble with those tyres as the race goes on, and may need to stop again.
Hornet are back in, Paul, a lot earlier than what I thought I might see them. I thought they would, we saw that they had a change with John the Greek getting off that bike about half an hour ago. I thought that they would be, unless it's just fuel and the same riders going back out, I thought that it'd be a lot longer before we saw them again.
It could be. If John the Greek had an issue when he came off and it was to do with that, they could be a little bit out of sequence, but they are pretty organised. You wouldn't necessarily expect them to come in and not do a fuel change. Sorry, a fuel and a rider change at the same time.
So we'll keep an eye out for them
so
coming back out.
They were only out for 19 minutes, so which is a very short stint.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuel range is on that bike. It's not quite the same as when we do karting 24 hours here, and we know all the karts have the same sort of range. It's very different on these bikes, so it may well be now that they fuel that and it basically finishes the rest of his stint off and another one for the next rider. But nonetheless, as you say, 20 minutes is a lot shorter than what we anticipated.
Yeah, it definitely wouldn't be part of the plan, I don't think.
We are seeing a couple of teams starting to get towards IDK, unless they've come in and it's not been picked up, as getting towards the 1 hour mark. They are shown now as in the pits, so that is that bike. I don't know how long it's been in either, in 16th place, but as you know, it's there is a limit on there's a minimum ride time for each rider, but also a maximum stint time for each rider at any one time. So it's I believe 65 minutes. So you can't just keep the same one out there and keep flogging them until they can't ride anymore. You do have to peel them off after 65 minutes or so and let somebody else have a go.
And it can literally be peeling them off after that amount of time. It's quite hard to walk when you got off one of these after that amount of time.
Which is, I imagine, part of the problem when we see riders that have had an off or have slowed down at some point. You know, they've been on the bike for the best part of an hour, then they've got to try and push them back, and their legs might not quite do what they wanted.
No, you do lose the ability to walk. You lose control of your legs after a long stint, for sure.
So just having a quick look at the live chat comments. See if we've got anybody else. Stephen's been on, just saying big shout out to Tuhadi Danan from Jet Ski Endurance Team from Ricardo Formigo Tuning. Well, they were going well and they haven't been for the last half an hour or so since they had a bit of an off. Colin Fitzgerald saying, come on team DSC. So we're just waiting, I think, for their lap to be sorted out. We think they could potentially be dropping down the order after a bit of an issue as well. Mary Kate House has been saying, where's Mungo gone? They're dropping down the board. So we have had a number of teams down towards the tail end now that have had some real issues with bikes. We've got a couple that just aren't running anymore. RFS Tune, their 111, they've had issues with the first bike, and then the second bike didn't fare much better, in all honesty. So, but do please keep the comments coming in. We've got plenty coming in the live chat as well, including people watching us from the USA, I think, as well. So I'll come back to them in a few moments, because we've had a gentleman join us in the commentary box. So as long as everything's going all right, I'm going to, talking of peeling things off, I'm going to peel the headset off Paul next to me and have him throw it at the gentleman that's just joined us. So whilst they're sorting the headset out, I'm just having a quick look at the live chat again. There's been a little bit of back and forth between us. Then Go-Kart Bob saying hi. Hello from the USA. So please do obviously let us know where you're watching from if you are watching from home. We do like it when you're watching us from further afield as well. Hello.
Hello.
I shall allow you to introduce yourself.
I'm Charlie from the Rushden Lambretta Club. I've just finished my hour stint on 135, the Little Green Louis.
So you're 17th overall, currently in 4th place in class. We'll keep an eye on timing, because I think that you're not too far away from the IDK Endurance bike. They were both in the pit lane at the same time, obviously. We saw at the same time. You were obviously on the Rushden Lambretta bike.
Yeah.
You were in your stint whilst, I imagine you went out whilst it was raining and then came in whilst it was not raining, but it's still wet out there.
Yeah, and it was like a sauna in that bright yellow waterproof suit. But no, it's going good. We're doing really well. Pleased with the little bike.
So were the expectations at the start of today to be challenging for a class podium? Because you're there or thereabouts at the minute, you need a couple of laps, but you know, in terms of the pit stops that are coming up and that sort of thing, you know, with other bikes as well, and if we've seen it's a long race, isn't it?
It's a long race.
Halfway to go.
And this is the 5th event for our club, and we just need to build on reliability and iron out problems. But the main thing is we're here having fun, and so that's what it's all about, really.
Touch wood, and we'll do that a lot. As a commentator, I am prime for cursing, and whilst we're saying that is that if you are here in the paddock and you would like me to curse your nearest competitor, feel free to come in, throw some Haribo at me, and you know the commentator's curse always works, of course. So,
all right, can we curse the Bembers on the other Louis, because we have to beat them, and we're doing fine at the moment. And can I just say hello to my little boy and my wife watching at home?
Absolutely.
So,
the 333 bike is going slower than it was earlier on. We've seen that bike had a few issues earlier on. We'll keep an eye out for that on the screen. I think that may well be rejoining us in the pit lane very, very shortly, because that's not riding at full power. Ryder's got his arm up already, so the 333 bike will be heading back to pit lane. So just a quick heads up for the team there, of course. So Rushden Lambretta Club, let's hear a little bit about it.
Well, I've been a member for 5 years now. I don't know how long they've been going, but I discovered them after I'd rebuilt my Lambretta and saw on a YouTube video a scooter with a Rushden Lambretta banner on the front. So contacted them via Facebook, and they've pulled me in with open arms and made me sort of a pivotal member of the club now.
Fantastic. And this is what we were speaking earlier with Keith and with Paul about it. Scootering, it's more than a club, it's a scene.
It's family.
You know, and I think that's the best way to describe it. It's, you know, it's a scene.
Absolutely. And it's got so many different types of event and carry on that you can. Last weekend was a messy drinking session. This weekend's far more serious. And then next weekend we're away again, which is going to be another messy drinking session, but it's all good fun.
So when you rebuilt your Lambretta, did you imagine that a little while later you'd be racing one? Or a bike, not a Lambretta, but you know, you're on a Louis, but did you anticipate that you'd be racing one?
Never in a million years. It's been a lifetime's ambition ever since I was 16 to race a scooter, and when Alex, our tallest member of the club on the smallest bike on the field, asked me to thrash his little scooter around the track, it is an absolute amazing honour.
And I imagine as well, it's a fantastic talking point. I know Paul gets offended if people calls it the wrong thing. He's already said, you know, if people say at the weekend if you're going moped racing and stuff, but it's a talking point, isn't it? It's a fantastic starter. You know, like, oh, what are you doing at the weekend? Well,
it's brilliant. In the canteen at work or wherever you happen to be, it is a major talking point. Some people mock it, some people don't understand, but once you get involved, it really is an amazing event to be involved in.
No, it's fantastic. My involvement started last year when I covered this event in 2021, and you know, like I walked in the paddock, and the first thing I was, you know, you're taken aback by how professional teams are when you initially think, oh, it's scooter racing. You think, well, they'll just be turning up, and it's like, no, some people have been in this paddock since Thursday.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, getting everything set up, and you know, making sure everything's right. There's, you know, but then you're racing for 6 hours. You need that.
And there's weeks and weeks of earning brownie points with the wife and family to be able to come and do things like this. A lot of commitment to be able to do it.
No, it's fantastic. I think you're about 2.5 laps off EDKT. Lap time is good.
We've got our secret weapon riding at the moment.
Is that a good thing?
That's a very good thing. John Fillingham is probably the fastest member of our club, and for a little bike he tips it into the corners as quick as the top guys.
Well, all the very best. I hope that things go well for you. Not wishing anything on the 3 in front, of course, but I hope things go well, and I hope that we see Rushton Lambretta Club on the podium in 2 hours and 43 minutes time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, as we mentioned earlier on here at Teesside Autodrome, the commentary box is pretty much on the start line. You can walk all the way down to the door, and the door will be open all day. So if you want to pop in, we can have a lovely chat. There we learned about the Rushton Lambretta Club, so we'd love to hear from as many of you as possible throughout the day. The 7 bike is in once again. That was the one that was off earlier on at the D chicane, and now just seeing whether they're going for fuel, although that one is going down into the paddock for the number 7 bike. So issues once again. Last time it was because it had been on its side. This time Privateer Racing, who earlier on were leading their class, now in 6th place. So they have got a decent cushion down to London Lambretta Club, who are currently in 26th place, and I'm not sure are circulating at present. But Privateer Racing with problems. They had that off earlier on where they came into contact with the 4 of London Lambretta Club, who may well actually be out there, because we saw them, both them bikes got out fairly quickly after they're off. Now, what I am conscious about here is that potentially that Team DSC, we saw them putting the transponder on it, Paul, but there is a chance that it may well be that it isn't a bike change. It could have been that the initial transponder that was on it had stopped picking up. And if that's the case, because you know they're an electrical item, they're on a battery, is that if it had stopped picking up, it could have took 20 laps for anybody to sort of, you know, if you're watching out there, you know, you're not necessarily, you know, looking at the timing at the same time. You're looking out there, you're making sure your bike's going round. That they may well actually be justifiably in that 4th place. It's just that they may well have just not had 20 laps classified because the transponder's not picked up.
It could well be. I mean, certainly the riders that are on that bike are certainly more than capable of getting it into the position that it is in. You know, if you look at their lap times, they're among the fastest at the moment. Again, they're BSSO riders in that team, so you would expect them to see them in that position. So it could well be that maybe the initial lap count that we were seeing was incorrect, and as you say, this is now corrected.
Yeah, because we mentioned earlier on about how they'd sort of slowly but steadily crept up in towards the periphery of the top 10. Then they were sort of making up a place every now and again, which we're expecting them to do so with that, you know, as you justifiably say, the speed and the calibre of rider that's on that bike. Is that, you know, they're going to start closing up on teams, and that's when they start as you see Real Taft Speed, class leader and 2nd place overall, making their way up and over mountain section. The gap is 5 laps to Sluck Racing at the front. They came into the pits roughly at the same sort of time.
Again,
20 minutes ago.
74 bike is currently lapping sort of 4 seconds faster than the Sluck bike. So again, it's interesting to keep an eye on these lap times because things can slowly change over the number of laps.
Yeah, and certainly if the track continues to dry as well, even though it is still damp out there, it is starting to get down to sort of halfway point as it was when it was raining heavily to where we are now. And then what the dry weather times were. Fastest time of the race is a 1:08.871 set by Hornet Racing on only the second lap. Now that would have been before they actually met any traffic at all. They'd have had 3 or 4 laps at the start where they had clear tarmac in front of them before they were coming up on any bikes in front of them. So that's why the fastest lap of the race is the second lap of the race, because it's the clearest of tarmac that they had in front. But so the times will start to come down. The best time for real tap speed is a 1:18, and they're pretty much down now to their normal dry time, whereas Sluck Racing have done lap times some 14 seconds quicker than where they are now. So whilst there is a 5 lap gap, real tap speed, if they can keep this up for a continuous period of time, we're going to start eating into that, because Sluck Racing, they made all of their gain in the wet weather conditions, and we know that at some point we think they're going to have to come in and change tyre again on that one, because we think that they went wet.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely is part of one of the interesting things when you're watching a long endurance race, where the whole strategy side of it comes into it, and you do need to keep an eye on these kind of things. A team can be well behind or well in front, and all of a sudden you realise they may or may not need to do a rider change. We've got a bike going slowly there.
That is DSC, the fourth bike that was going slow round the outside of South Bank. He's having a quick look down on that one. The visor's up.
Yeah, Drew Duncan riding that bike. As you can tell by his knee sliders, he's very firmly of a Scottish heritage.
So let's see whether that bike comes into the pit lane. No, it doesn't. It goes over the over start finish and to commence another lap here at Teesside Autodrome. Valley Scooter Club, I think, are due to come in from 8th place in a moment. They're getting the board that says that they're coming in. I think the rider might do one further lap. So that's one further lap then for Valley Scooter. They're going to pop in to into pit lane, I think, ever so shortly, although they are being shown. Have a quick look. They've been out for 38 minutes or so in their stint with their rider, so it may well be that the so we've got a gentleman joining us in the commentary box and I'm going to hand my headset over as well, because the gentleman alongside me knows the new gentleman alongside me considerably better.
Okay, thank you. So I've managed to nab, totally unexpected, John the Greek.
Hello, hello.
So we've been talking about your riding style. Before we talk about that, tell us how we pronounce correctly your true name.
So it's Ioannis.
And the surname?
He told me.
Yeah, John the Greek is so much better.
Yeah, much better, yeah.
So we've been talking, you're at the moment, you're the fastest guy on the track. We saw you in practice yesterday doing some impressive wheelies. We've not seen stoppers yet, have we? We're
I didn't see any
developing
wheels,
this art.
I was trying to prevent this phenomenon. It wasn't my correct. I mean, I didn't do it on purpose. It was the power of the engine. I was trying to keep it down, but
of course,
here we are, yeah.
Of course you are. But I think the stoppers have become your thing this year, haven't they?
Yeah, it's much better.
So tell us about those. I imagine your front brake must be really well set up to enable you to do it. Is it a thing you're trying to do, or did it come by accident?
It depends. In the first races in the BSSO that we had, it was something that I was trying to do.
Yeah.
And yeah, the front brakes were quite good for that, so it was so easy to do it. But after that, because we changed the setup to our bike, so we just lowered the front end. Even when I'm just braking hard, during the race, yeah, the rear wheel is just lifting a bit.
It's lifted. Yeah. I mean, it's spectacular to see. I mean, last time I was out in BSSO at Darley Moor, you were coming in a stoppie. You seemed to be changing the angle of the bike to point you in the direction you need to go around a bend.
Yeah.
So, I mean, speed or direction doesn't seem to alter your ability to do the stoppies.
I think they are doing it in MotoGP too. I mean, what's the difference?
So why not? Yeah.
Smaller wheels, less power, but yeah.
So tell us briefly about your scooter racing history then. So you've actually come to the UK from Europe?
Yep. I came from Greece. I think I started racing 2012, I think, something like that. We did have some series in Greece. We considered it as a championship. It was about 3 races per year. Then this championship stopped for a reason, and then I just followed the European racing, European Scooter Challenge, and this is how I met first time you guys in Bombosa.
Yeah.
Most of the guys here were also in Bombosa in the for this race. So
I think that's where you met Dave Bristow, wasn't it?
In person, I didn't meet him. I didn't meet him there, but we are in the same picture, let's say.
Okay.
That Lee Holly got there. So yeah, when I first met him, I was like, I was also in Bombosa. He was like, yes, I was too. It's me here. And I'm like, okay, I'm here in the front. So yeah, so this is how we met each other.
Okay, so how do you find this endurance racing versus the BSSO racing? Because it's quite a different dynamic, isn't it? How do you find alternating between the two?
The key here is, I think, consistency. You should not. I mean, yeah, you can push it as long as you want, but let's say if you need to change your tires because you're pushing more, I would suggest to go slower.
Yeah.
Because you will gain more time if you just keep it slower and steady instead of just changing tires and being more aggressive. In this, so it's usually just aggressive, being there for 15 minutes. You have to be as fast as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you find it hard to adjust to going that little bit slower? I imagine Dave Bristow will have words with you. You don't strike me as the sort of person that is going to go slower.
To be honest, your body will tell you to go slower because it's. I mean, this side is much better because it's a wider track. But as we had it in Wilton Mill, which is a kart track, narrower, you will feel that braking and leaning and dancing on the bike is quite exhausting.
Yeah.
I mean, even with on those races, when we're braking, we can get up to 1.2 Gs. So, yeah, it's all these forces going to your arms, and yeah, you have to do some workout before in order to be ready to hold this thing for at least 1 hour.
Yeah.
It's quite difficult, but yeah. The next day, usually, it's impossible to walk.
Yeah,
to do any other activities, but yeah, but you can adjust it.
We saw you on a Lambretta, I think, 2 years ago at Midden Hill, if I remember rightly. That was the very first time you'd ridden one, and you were right on the pace straight away.
Yeah, to be honest, it's much easier, I would say. I mean, it's more stable with a Lambretta, but the ground clearance is something that I would prefer the Vespa because you don't have the ground clearance. I used to just lean as long as I can.
Yeah.
And when I did it first time, I thought that someone touched me. I was like, something is happening here, and it was the exhaust, actually. But yeah, you can get up to the pace. I mean, I think I did the same lap time with the Lambretta.
Yeah.
But it's different.
And yeah, I remember you were drifting the rear wheel coming out of the hairpin, which the first time on one, on an unfamiliar bike, had to take some doing.
It's much easier with Lambretta because the wheelbase is longer, so you can control it. I'm not saying that I was controlling it, I was trying to avoid any high side because, I got the Lambretta because in the previous race I crashed with a high side.
I remember it, yeah. So when did you first start riding on 2 wheels? What was your very first experience? How old were you?
In scooters or something, I mean, I was used to ride the bicycle, but I don't think that it's counting. First experience, let's say, it was when I stole, let's say, my parents, my father's Vespa. He had a cousin.
Okay, so it was strapped onto a scooter first of all, yeah.
I didn't know what the clutch was.
No.
I found it out,
And I think now you do ride motorbikes as well.
Yeah.
Have you raced a motorbike or have you only raced scooters?
Official race, no, with a motorbike. I did a couple of track days and all that stuff, but official, no.
Okay.
But to be honest, I prefer the motorbike because it's much easier to have.
Yeah.
It's much better for for racing activity, but yeah, here we are. I love it too.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, I mean, so far I say, have you got another stint on the bike?
Yep, I think I'm the next one.
Two more. You're the next one. Okay. Well, look, we'll let you go, but thank you for being so spectacular. I think whenever you're on track, I know people always watch you because we on the one hand, you're very spectacular, and you do look like an accident waiting to happen. You look like you're riding on the verge of an accident most of the time, but yet at the same time, you've got it totally under control.
I'm hoping.
And
I'm trying to.
I don't want to put a commentator's curse on you, but
yeah.
keep it on the track.
Crossed. Yeah, we'll keep it
on the track. Wait, actually, I just need to ask you before you go. You did you have a minor off just earlier?
Sure, yeah.
Did you actually fall off or just go off the track?
No, I crashed.
You crashed. Okay. Is that your first one this year?
No. I crashed in Wilton Mill too. I crashed yesterday when it started raining. I crashed because some of those you can see them is on the mountain, so it's from the other side. I crashed it in the morning there and crashed it here too. I saved something in the hairpin, I think. It was when it started raining.
Okay.
And it was quite slippery, but it was a spectacular.
Well, you've got to find the limit. But
yeah.
Thank you for coming up. I didn't have you unexpectedly,
No
so
thank you
thank
very
you.
much.
Okay, cheers.
Cheers.
Now, I didn't listen to any of that, but please tell me that you asked him what happened when he went out.
He did fall off. Yeah.
I went up there and I caught a bit on the PA, and then I was having a quick chat with Keith and Mikey on the way up. Then I stole an orange off Adam and was out the back tucking into that. And it's surprising when you're you're in the commentary box, you can hear the buzz of the bikes go past, but when you're out there, it's a lot louder than it's a lot louder than you anticipate. I was just at the back of the comm box then. I couldn't hear anything that was being said in here or over the PA whilst I was just having a bite to eat. And the bikes, they're opening them up down the back straight. They're not exactly quiet. And I imagine when you sat on them as well, you're very aware that. I imagine that the noise isn't left behind you a huge amount either.
No, it's not. I mean, it's interesting when you say that we're opening them up on the back straight. I have noticed in the last few minutes as we're drying, I do feel that the straight line speeds along the back straight are significantly faster. I think people are definitely going faster and braking later. So I think the dry track is starting to come back now.
Yeah, I think we're starting to head down. I think once we start dipping, I think if task speed and Slut can start getting down to that 119. I did get confirmation whilst I was out there that Team DSC, that is their actual position in 78th place. It was a transponder failure that dropped them down the order, so they've been reinstated into their correct position in 4th place. So it was a transponder issue rather than a bike issue, which has meant that they are now genuinely in 4th overall, 2nd in class.
Okay, so the other interesting thing we need to be certain of then is, has the Team Taft Speed, the real Taft Speed's black flag penalty been applied? Because if that's 3 laps, they're on the same lap. We don't know if that has been applied.
Possibly. We'll find out from Keith and Mikey. They're down there, so I'm sure that they'll be able to have a chat and confirm that later on if their penalty for that is thing. Other questions just coming in with Go-Kart Bob asking what engine size. Well, pretty much anything really from about 130cc to 250cc, depending on which bike you're on. It's and that doesn't necessarily mean that the one that's got 250 is a lot quicker. It's like, it's often a case of how them CCs are used.
Yeah, definitely.
Power to weight.
The majority of these will be 200cc as a general rule. The majority are 200, but certainly not all of them.
I'm just having a quick look. Someone's using Julie's phone because they can't get their own to work to get in the live chat, but nonetheless, they're still using it, so that's great. You've had a compliment as well from Stuart Day, which is nice.
Oh, Stuart Day, he's a good old boy. He was due to be here today. My money was going to be on him to win today. Unfortunately, he hurt his knee at Darley Moor. Had a little bit of an off in the paddock going to noise testing. and hurt his knee.
So didn't even do it on the track?
No, it didn't stop him racing then, but it has stopped him racing today. He's really struggled with his knee swelling and unable to bend it. So it wouldn't be the greatest thing to spend our stints around here. So as a team, unfortunately, they didn't come. They've actually won the last event.
So that would have been SRP Essex.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah, number 4, Team 41.
Yeah. So we wish Stuart all the best and hope that his recovery is sufficient that he can join us in 2023.
He's been racing about 30 years, and every year he says it's his last one, but you'll probably be right.
See him next year then,
We'll probably see him next year, yeah.
I'm sure he'll put in the comments in it that he's definitely won't, but we'll see him next year. Let's have a quick look. Graham Williams says, what happened to Hornet? Would have expected them to be higher up the field. Well, I imagine that we, and they would too, expect them to be higher up the field, but they had a bike change inside the first 15 minutes or so, which is a 20-lap penalty, so that's dropped them right down. And not only is it a 20-lap penalty, but obviously they've got the associated time with that of coming in, checking the bike over, then deciding they're going to change it, taking the transponder off one and putting it on the other, and then getting it back out. So all in, that's around about 25 laps by the time they've sorted all that out. So
it was an engine issue. It was the twisted crank on their initial full-out endurance bike. So they're so far down because obviously they had that penalty for changing bikes. The second bike they're using is a little bit slower, not massively slower, but a little bit slower than the endurance bike would have been.
So we've seen them carrying good speed though on that bike, and we were curious at the start to wonder whether that was going to, whether it was going to last the remaining 5.5 hours, given that it is effectively a sprint spec bike. But so far it seems to be going all right. They're back up into 23rd place with that 20-lap penalty. We'll call it 25. That would have been about 8 laps off the lead there or thereabouts, which would have put them in 3rd or 4th place, give or take, once they've sorted everything out. So, the pace is there, but a case really of what could have been for Hornet Racing.
Well, you say that, but I am a great believer that it's definitely not over till the fat lady sings, as the saying goes. But we've still got 2.5 hours to go. Yeah, and a heck of a lot can happen.
Nothing that I think could stop. They could easily get, I think, top 15. I think if they keep the sort of pace up that they have been. So there's certainly nothing to stop them. And then by the time they get there, in terms of their class honours as well, we've got 3 of their class inside the top 6. But then after that, they're sort of like chasing down ones in front of them. We know RFS Tune are already out. They've had big issues already. So it's just a case then of trying to get there. And then we know teams that, if they have a problem, it's a big one, then it's going to take time. And then the potential for other teams with 20-lap penalties as well, potentially. So, like you say, it's not over until the end. Scooter Dave has been into the live chat saying great work from the 70 of Independent Idiots Racing. They're currently 2nd place in class, a lap behind Foster 56, who currently lead the way in our club class.
In one team I've just noticed that are definitely, they snuck up a little bit, but Team 13, Solid Air, they're currently in 5th place on the track, which is a great performance. And one of the things about their bike, it looks to the layman quite standard, but it actually got dropped handlebars, which is quite unusual. There isn't a class for racing, circuit racing, that allows drop handlebars to be used, whereas you can in endurance. And it's one of the things I've often puzzled about on a personal basis, is if we allowed drops, how much effective it would be in BSSO racing. But it's interesting, if you look at the angle of the handlebars as we see them on any kind of camera angle, they just dropped that little bit, and it does look more comfortable and drops a little bit more weight over the front. And it's an interesting little dynamic. It's an interesting point about that bike.
And we've had James Munn has been on, said tell Mungo on the IDK 347 bike to hurry up because his son's watching. So I don't know if that's quite a long message for the pit board, but I'm sure he's going as quickly as he possibly can. Similar as well for Go Henry on the 347 bike from Scooter Call Pants for his Kate, as well. Also shout out for Spire Tarmac Terry as 114. Watching from the Isle of Man, that's your IOM. So thank you for everybody that's got in touch. There's still a few more comments to go at as well, which I'm going to come to as well. We'll come back to in a few moments, because what we have done is gone past the bottom of the hour as we head towards 2 hours. So I'm going to have a quick look at the results as they are, as Real Taft Speed come into the pits from second place. Sluck Racing then lead the way with Real Taft Speed in second place. Inspire Tarmac Terriers completing the top 3. Team DSC are in 4th place in front of class leading Team Solid Air Road and Race in 5th place, with SRP Race Tech behind them. Hornet Racing Team also are in 7th, the Valley Scooter Club in 8th place against all odds, and DC10 SERT are in 10th place. Then it's RFS Tune in 11th, with Two Sheds Racing in P12, and then Foster 56 leading a club class in 13th place. Independent Idiots are 14th in front of IDK Race Team, and then Rushden Lambretta Club. The top 4 in that club class split by only 3 laps. Then it's Privateer Racing in 17th, with Wearside Wanderers Scooter Club in 14th. Challenger Equip and GRR are 19th and 20th respectively, with Team Escargot and Valley Scooter Club 21st and 22nd. Then it's Hornet Racing and London Lambretta 23rd and 24th respectively. Tuhaha Didanan are still in the pit lane after they're off down the back straight about half an hour ago in front of United Colours of Bemberton, who also appear to have had a problem recently as well. Foster 58, New 2 Twigard and RFS Tune are all stationary, as well as are D's Blue Tige Mobile Chicane and the Odd Mod Squad. So for the best part, I think we've got 24 bikes still running at this time. One thing to note as well is that the 333 bike, I had seen that bike come back out on track and it's just gone back in the pit lane. However, it looked a lot different to what it was when it came out last time. I think they could have potentially had a bike change on that 333. Well, it has got them numbers down the side of it. It could just be a different machine out there on circuit. So just keeping an eye on Real Taft Speed. They've just come into the pit lane out of second place. They've got on the same number of laps as Spire Tarmac Terriers, but Taft Speed are back out on track now in a comfortable second place. We've got an update on one of the teams.
We have, yeah, team 111. So they are now back out on their original bike that they started off on, which was the white bike. It was a broken headset, and yet another one that we've spoken about. So yeah, they've actually repaired the headset. But obviously they broke the second bike as well as first, so it gave them some time to do.
Oh, rider down there.
That's Lee Abraham on the Hornet also bike, the second Hornet bike.
Yeah, so the second in their class, I believe, or they were second earlier on. Now they're in third place, 7th overall, and it looks like he could be pushing that one home. Unfortunately, he went into that corner, sort of straightened the bike up and went again, and then as he went, the front went from underneath him there, unfortunately for Lee Abraham, and that bike is going to be pushed all the way back in, I think.
I think that was possibly a 2-into-1 situation. I think there was another rider really close to him, and I think they kind of took each other's lines.
And obviously with them, the differing speeds, of course, as they come round that corner, that could have potentially been part of it, where he's sort of like the lines cross, he's had to straighten up and get a little bit on the brake, and now that 3 bike is going to get pushed back home.
We can see as he's pushing it, I was intrigued as to why he didn't even try to bump start it, but the handlebars are not pointing in the same direction as the wheel. So I suspect the handlebars have shifted around. They don't look to be broken, but they're certainly shifted around. So we're going to need to do some.
If you'd given that to an 8-year-old kid who was used to it on his push bike, he'd have been able to ride that for miles. But
John the Greek would just start that and wheelie it back.
Well, why not?
Yeah.
You know, it probably works better if it's slightly side on as well.
We've got here Iggy from the Sluck team.
Wonderful. Well,
he could probably give us an update.
I will hand. Well, do you want me to hand my headset over?
Whichever.
I will hand mine over. You keep yours on. We'll make it easier, and we'll have a word with a gentleman from our class, race leading, not just class leading, race leading bike.
So hello, Iggy. You were probably weren't expecting to be having a headset thrown up at you.
Not
then.
really, no.
But you're really pleased about it too.
Yeah, I'd sooner have a crash helmet on, to be fair. But.
So tell us, we did. I think you guys have switched to wet tyres, haven't you?
Yeah, we switched after the first hour, and it seemed to be quite a good decision really, because the track was really wet for my session.
Yeah, it definitely was that. Do you think you will need to change back?
We're just about to bring Sean in, and we're going to go for an intermediate rear.
Okay.
But probably leave the wet front on, I think.
Yeah, because it's that awkward middle ground now, isn't it?
We've looked at the weather app and it seems like we might get a bit more rain, so it's a bit of a...
you see, now we've got a professional team here because they're looking at the weather app.
I don't know about professional, I think we just happen to have the app. Not much professional about us, really.
Oh, I beg to differ. I beg to differ. So run us through the 4 riders you've got.
Right, so the Sticky, which a lot of people know from his writing career.
Yeah.
Sticky's lad Sam Round. He started his first ever race meeting was here about 3 years ago. He's coming on quite well. We've got Sean Hodgkin, who's just been out and he's just about to come in, or he might be in at the minute, just having his tyres changed. And then myself, Iggy, from Scooter Lab.
And the bike itself, I mean, that bike as a basic bike seems to have been around for a heck of a long time.
Yeah, it's a little bit tired.
Yeah, it gets the engine changed every now and again, but it's definitely been around, hasn't it? It's been crashed a few times, I think.
Yeah, it's been crashed a couple of times today, I think, or at least once. Yeah, it's been around forever. It's an old Norrie Kerr chassis, I think, originally.
Is it really?
Yeah, I think that Sticky bought years ago for probably 20 quid or something.
Okay.
It's a Vespa 90 SS, so it's quite a nice bike.
Yeah.
But it just looks like a shed.
Yeah.
Which is how he likes it.
So you get to ride obviously a lot on the road from your day job, and you do quite a lot of testing of new bikes and things, don't you?
I do,
yeah. But do you actually get to ride on the track very much on scooters, other than racing?
No. I used to a bit with bikes, but I don't really test bikes anymore, so it's mostly scooters.
No.
So generally just when I come here, to be honest.
Refresh my memory, did you have a brief foray into BSSO racing?
I had a little, about probably 18 months or so, I did a bit, not a lot.
Yeah.
It's not something I did full time or anything.
No. So how would you compare those two as a rider, to ride BSSO versus endurance?
As much as I love BSSO, this just gives you so much track time. I think over the weekend I got something like 9 hours of track time, or 10 and a half hours maybe with practice this morning. It's just a really good place to be. Good varied mixture of riders, from complete novices to experienced racers.
I think it is an absolutely brilliant mix, isn't it? I mean, you probably get from the journalism side, obviously you've got all types of people who you're in day-to-day contact with that are not from the racing world, and it's definitely dragging in a whole different number of people, isn't it? Different groups of people.
Yeah, there's one team, I think they've got 3 pit bike riders that ride here all the time.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, so they've been going quite well.
Yeah,
and it's people like that that's not really had scooters before, or never ridden scooters, even some of them.
Yeah, I think almost every endurance, but we've had one team that's had somebody that's new to it.
Yeah, completely
new to scooters even.
Yeah, which is good to see people coming in through the back door, really.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So what's the plan then? You're going to need to change tyres. Last time you were in a strong position in the first half, but the crank twisted.
Yeah, it didn't just twist. Well, what do you mean the last race?
Last race,
yeah. We had 6 hours we were leading, and then the crank actually knackered up completely. It chewed all the casings up. So that was a bit of a shame.
But it impressed me that you didn't want to have a non-finish and you sort of come out for the last couple of laps, didn't you? Yeah, it's a good spirit.
Yeah, so just managed to get round, I think.
So have you got another stint to go?
Yes.
Just one?
Yes, yeah. I think we're going to drop down to probably 45-minute sessions.
Okay.
So I think Sticker's out, or should be about out now.
Yeah.
And then I'm on next.
Okay. Well, thanks so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Oh, just looking on screen, we've got the 111 team. I think they just came into the pits and now they're pushing it. That's it's Phil on there, Phil Hallen. So he's got a very unusual pushing style there. And we've got another one off as well. We've got 210 on. He's trying to kickstart it and looking under the panels, I think. Okay, anyway, Iggy, thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. See you later.
Cheers,
mate.
Looked like one of the... Was that Valley Scooter?
I think it was, yeah. It was the second Valley Scooter's bike.
That's down at the far end, isn't it? So they will come the wrong way into the pit lane again, I think, for that bike, because I think that, looking at where that is on track, I think that's just at the exit to the mountain section, so they'll come through. The 111 bike is being brought into the pit lane as well, albeit the correct way, just not under the correct amount of power.
No, I think he was trying to bump start it there, but obviously it wasn't going. So my suspicion is that this is a mechanical breakdown rather than an off. But unfortunately, that could be commentator's curse again, because we just said about him actually being on track after changing the headset.
Yeah. Issues. I think the 333 bike, which I'd seen out, although thought was a different bike with the same number on, they came back in again, and I think we've had confirmation that they may well have called it a day as well.
So the 13 sealed air bike that we've just been talking about a few minutes ago, they've actually just come into to the pits. Looks like a rider change, looks planned.
So yeah, I'm just having a quick look at more chat as well. Looks like we've got Steve Edwards watching us from Tenerife, which, given that it's rained here for half of the morning, means that we don't like you at all, Steve, being in Tenerife. We've also had I don't know whether we know Vinyl a lot, but apparently we've been. Apparently 15 minutes is all he can take listening to us pickles. Now, I've been called a lot of things in my time. A lot of them, in fact, by my good lady friend. But I've never been called a pickle.
No.
So I'm gonna. I think it could be a compliment. I think
it probably could be.
What a lovely pickle!
Yeah. There's maybe some local dialect somewhere.
2001 Honda Civic has been on saying, now this is racing, and we've got other as well. We've got with Team 333 just saying that gearbox failures, and then for that 333 bike. So we know that they've had some issues throughout their race so far. But yeah, difficult for the 333. Thought that they'd got their issues sorted, but looks like that they might not be taking any further part. David F has been on saying, come on to a hard lead to Nan. Well, they've had some problems, and I'm just having a quick look. I'm not sure I've seen them since. It's a fairly distinctive green bike, and they are now down behind the 81 United Colours of Bemberton bike, which is they're in 26th place, so doesn't look like they've been out for a while. They had that fairly big off, which wasn't caught on camera, but involved that bike sliding a good 20 metres down the middle of the back straight earlier on. So that bike has got a little bit of work to do, given that the rider at the time was picking up. He could have had a bucket really to put all his pieces in that he had in his hand and picked up on that one. So I don't know whether there's a bit of welding going on or a bit of replacement, but not many of those bikes. As we've got 3 bikes going into one corner there. I think the pink one we know is the Challenger equipped bike from earlier on, Valley Scooter on the blue, and then the 78 the leading bike there is the Team DSC. Behind them we've got Real Taft Speed. So
yeah, they've been together on the track for some time. I think it's Mark Shirley by the look of it on the 74 bike. Team DSC, I think that's Steve Hamilton on there, so he's actually pulling away slightly. So they're now going to be gradually reeling in Team Taft Speed, Real Taft Speed.
So they've got 3 laps between them, but as we saw earlier, it's a case of, that's one problem. That's a pit stop in some cases for fuel. Within 2 or 3 minutes, there's a couple of laps. So we are awaiting at some point Sluck Racing. I don't know whether he suggested that they were going to change that tyre again, or whether they were going to try and see it out.
They look to have been in, because we've maybe missed it. The rider's only been out for 2 minutes. That seems a very quick one to change the tyres.
Yes, I think they could still run them. It's still wet, of course, out there, but there's no standing water now at all. No. But enough, I think, to keep the tyre cool.
Yeah.
That's the issue, isn't it? When it dries out, the tyre gets hot. When the tyre gets hot, the block with the tread on it starts moving around, and then within 5 or 6 laps it's not worth anything.
I mean, with what Iggy was saying a short time ago, the plan was for them to put that intermediate tyre on the back, which would be perfect for these conditions, but we'll see as time goes on, because he was expecting some more rain.
Well, that'll be a good time for me to flick to the next tab, which already has Middlesbrough pinned in for the weather update, and you know, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong, no. I wonder if he's looking at the same app.
He's not wrong. I mean, we're not having any yet, but we'll see. And I think we're expecting potentially another rain shower of around about 15 or 20 minutes or so coming up fairly shortly, actually, and potentially the next 5 minutes or so. To be fair, last time it was pretty bang on.
So it was bang on in terms of time, but not bang on in terms of length, was it?
No, it should have been 15 minutes.
It rained for an hour.
Yeah, it got above us here at the track, and the wind obviously stopped blowing it elsewhere. So just having a quick look as well, once again at the live chat. Alan Carpenter says it's 20 minutes away up the road. Well, come and join us, Alan, because we've still got another 2 hours and 4 minutes. So come into the paddock and say hello and take in this wonderful event. Donna Hunt as well, just saying loving the yellow sponsored T-shirts for the 74 of Real Taff Speed and the 38 of SRP Race Tech. And we noticed this, you know, like a lot of, we've got riders out there in the orange high vis as well, which you have to wear obligatory if you're a novice, but you can wear longer if you so wish. But you know, we have seen people out there wearing team T-shirts, so they're out there. I imagine first of all that makes them easier to spot when they're moving down the back straight, but also, you know, a lot of them as well, they're saying they're sponsored T-shirts, so there'll be sponsors. We know last year when we covered the race here, there was at least one team racing for a charity and in memory of somebody. So it's, you know, it all goes about, doesn't it? You know, like people, it's not just just stick a T-shirt over the top, because it's not for comfort.
No, it's not for comfort, but also it's part. I think it's part of this scene, as you say, particularly endurance racing. It's very much a team sport, as Keith alluded to. It's not an individual sport, so we're all wearing the same T-shirts. The supporters are wearing the same T-shirts, and it's all part of being part of the group. I noticed on the number 78 bike, the Team DSC bike, as they came through last time, Steve Hamilton's riding it at the moment, but they're starting to lose the side panel rubber, which I noticed first off 5-6 laps ago. It shouldn't cause a problem. But
you said that last time.
I know, but the rubber at the back is getting longer and longer, which basically means it could start to cause a problem. If it gets longer and starts catching on the ground, basically the side panel is not going to be gripping onto the rubber strip, so you run the risk of the side panel starting to come loose.
And I'm assuming that rubber strip, I assume, is it just threaded on effectively, pushed on down the perimeter?
It's basically
and then
pushed on, yeah. But obviously, if that rubber strip isn't there, you've got the fiberglass of the panel against a metal V-shape basically, and it doesn't grip as well. So you run the risk of losing the panel if the rubber strip isn't there, and once they start to come loose, they get looser and looser, and it's noticeably come loose for the last few laps. So I don't want to imply the commentator's curse again, but you never know. But on the positive side, Team 111, Phil Hallam, who we saw trying to push back earlier, they're fixed and back on track, which leads me to think, I wonder if that might have been fuel.
Possibly. Well, if they've spent so much time fixing it, the chances are they could have potentially just forgot how much was in it. You know, for example, you know,
that will definitely be easily done. You know, they've had to change a headset on it and change bikes, and it is quite a lot of pressure for the guys in the paddock.
So Dave Ormer on just saying, just got back from racing and thought he'd watch till the end at home. Well, we've got 2 hours remaining here, and something's just come past the commentary box and massively piqued your interest there, Paul, because you popped up and just watched it all the way through. It's because it was flying.
It was the 2 Team Hornet bikes, and John the Greek went past his teammate, somewhat like he was standing still, and that was most definitely John the Greek in full flow through there, which is a joy to see.
IDK Endurance Racing leaders in our club class have just come into the pit lane. And I mean, I'm no expert on it, but it didn't sound overly healthy when he was revving that on the way in. And no, it turns out I know more than I let on, because that bike has gone down into the paddock, which is not where you want that bike to be going when you're leading your class. Now, they do have a lap on Foster 56. Foster 56, of course, were in the lead before, but they have come into the pits recently, has the Foster bike. So they will retake the lead in 2 or 3 minutes' time, but IDK Endurance Racing Team appear to have a problem. They've gone down into the pit lane. The weight transfer on that Hornet bike is unreal when he's coming through that D chicane, isn't it?
So the Team 78 bike looks to be coming in. So he just got the pit signal. I think he's going to come in either next lap, I would imagine. So whether they've heard what we've said or they've noticed that they're losing the panel, I'm not quite sure.
14 minutes since they were last into the pit, so I imagine that will be a very quick pit stop. If it's not for fuel and it is just to rectify that problem, is it a case of just pushing it back on and putting a bit of a wrap on it, or is it a case, I imagine you can't just whip it all off like you were talking about the trim earlier on the front?
Yeah, it's a press fit on, so you probably would just take the panel off, reposition it, stick the panel back on again. But the time gain to maybe cable tie it probably wouldn't be worth it. So if that is the reason they're coming in, that's probably what they'll do, I would imagine.
They've got 3 laps back to Hornet Racing Team also, that are 7th overall, 3rd in class. So that's going to give them approximately 4 or 5 minutes to carry out that work and to hold on to thing. But one thing to note, the 58 bike, the Foster bike, which we saw out earlier, was the bike that had a big off. I think he's back out and running now. I'll have a quick look for the Foster 58 bike. In 26th place. Not the easiest to spot with the white, certainly in terms of timing, it's got white on with a yellow background. Despite the fact that they are now down in 26th place, they are making up a huge amount of time on those in front of them. Hornet Racing, by a long stretch though, are the fastest bike out there on track in 22nd place. The only bike under the 1:20 mark, and not just under as well. They're doing 1:15s as the number 3 bike from 3rd place is into the pit lane. They're going to lift the seat up. So whilst DSC are expected, and we think they're going to come in with him going slightly slowly round last time, and to have a look, the issue may be negated somewhat here by the Hornet Racing number 3 bike having to come in for fuel. That bike is also, and that's the 111.
The 111 once again is slowed, so maybe it is more than fuel. Whatever was that problem is back again by the looks of it, and it's going to be pushed in again. So Phil Hallam not having the best of luck on that bike today.
No, so that's going to come through the barriers on the outside of hairpin 3 and will be pushed down the start-finish straight. Here.
That's looking a very resigned push that he's doing there now.
We've got a yellow flag out, and that's on the back straight, and I'm trying to figure out why that is. That's why it is, Paul. There's we've got some debris on the outside of the circuit that our marshal is just notifying our riders of.
That looks like a muffler, looks like an exhaust muffler off somebody. I wonder if that's off Phil's bike that's being pushed in now. Yeah, that's definitely a muffler, I think, by the look of it.
Marshall's recovered that. And I think...
No, it's not. Phil's muffler is still there, but he's very much giving us a thumbs down.
And the fact that he shook his head all the way from the barrier at hairpin 3 up to where he is now suggests his frustration.
And he's not rushing to push that back, so it would look to be terminal. John the Greek, through that D chicane, just wheeled coming out of it through the bend.
What I will say is, regarding that 111 team, RFS Tune 11, is all credit to them, because every time something's gone wrong with it, they've tried to fix it, they've gone back out every single time. You know, they've not parked it, they've got some, you know, they've got the bike. You know, granted they might have an abundance of spares, but nonetheless, every time something's gone with it, they've tried to get it fixed and get it back out. And I'll be honest with you, even though he's come past shaking his head, I wouldn't be surprised to see it at some point again in the remaining hour 55.
There's a reasonable chance. There's a reasonable chance.
I mean, he's sat down, he's left his helmet on down there, so I imagine he's just waiting for them to bring it back to him whenever that might be.
John the Creek is just coming around the hairpin. He's gone around 3 people there in one go. He's on a mission, I think.
Is he near the top 20 now? He's in 22nd, and he's
just crossing the start line, so it's going to be interesting to see the line that he takes through the chicane this time. He's actually passed somebody there, so he didn't do the wheelie out of it, but it was a very sort of tight pass through it.
Only a lap now outside the top 20 for that Hornet Racing 6 bike. So we've had a question come in asking who's on the DSC bike in 4th place on the 78. So we'll have to do a bit of commentary box spotting out the window, and we'll let you know.
It's Steve Hamilton is on it at the moment. So Steve Hamilton's riding currently, but it has been Drew Duncan has been on it earlier, and also local legend Barry Braithwaite has been on it. But it's Steve Hamilton at the moment.
Yeah, still got that bit hanging off the left rear panel.
Yeah, whatever was the signal between Steve and the pits, he's not come in. He stayed out, and two consecutive laps he was signalling. So whatever that was, they seem to have worked it out.
So on the screen then, this is the bike that we've been pretty much waxing lyrical about for the last 10 minutes or so, the number 6 Hornet Racing bike. And we saw there straight down the inside, and not the conventional line, but obviously with the track still being damp, the line that's not full of karting rubber, so to speak, and that's going to give him a little bit more grip into them bits where he has to stamp on the brakes.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely in places we do now have dry sections of track, so obviously John will be finding those, and the tyres, there's enough dry temperature to get the tyres up to a proper working temperature now.
Trying to figure out a number on that one that's off at the top of the mountain section. We'll see it come through in a moment. If it starts moving, it does, and we'll try and pick a number out, because it's going to be a little bit slower than the rest of them down there as it continues to pick up some speed. It's not an easy spot in terms of numbers, certainly at that angle, but
could be 200, I think. It's a Vespa. I think it could be 200.
Yeah, I think it's you could quite be right on that one. We'll two sheds bike down the back straight then. Keep an eye out on that one, as now we see John the Greek closing in on the top 20 with GRR currently holding that position, but John currently throwing that bike round like a dog toy at the moment through the D chicane in front of us here. To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised when it dries completely to see him go sub 110 on that.
No, I think so. My money, I think they might get up to 10th place. I think they will get into the top 10.
All right, Bob. We've got another friend in the commentary box, so I'm gonna hand the headset over once again, because you're on first name terms, so that makes it a lot easier, doesn't it?
So we've been joined now by scooter racing legend Bob West. So what's the story on your bike then, Bob? You're team 74, aren't you? The real tough speed.
Yeah, so far so good. Things are going roughly according to plan. We did a slightly early fuel stop just now, which means we can have a jiggle round. That wasn't planned.
Yeah.
And so we're looking at one rider not doing another session to keep the same number of stops. If that makes sense. And there's going to be a splash and dash. So the last stop, when Jeremy Crew gets on for the last session, we'll throw a little bit of fuel in.
Okay, yeah, because Joe's riding really well this year. I think,
yeah, he's going well, yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely he's found his form as a fast rider. Yeah.
We've got Sean's out there at the minute, somewhere. He's going well. He's going out for I think a 35-minute session now.
What's Sean's racing background?
I'm not sure what he did before he got into scooters. Basically, he does production class.
Okay.
And that sort of thing, very well. And that sort of thing. He has been scooters all for a long time, that sort of fiddling around.
And you've been riding scooters for some time, haven't you? Or racing scooters for some time.
A couple of years, yeah.
Yeah, there we are. Is it 50 years now?
This is my 52nd season of competing on a scooter.
And if we don't mind asking, how old are you now?
67.
67, yeah. So
in those days, you could ride a scooter when you're 16.
Yeah.
And the rules for the it's all run by the Federation of British Scooter Clubs, as you know. And you had to pass your test before you get a race licence, a competition licence. And sort of the summer of '71, I passed my test, got a competition licence. And my first event was at Cadwell Park during the newcomer, also the high-speed trial event in the autumn of, say, '71 when I was 16.
That's amazing, amazing.
On my LO 150 Series 2 that I used to go to school on.
And I think it certainly showed that age is no barrier to scooter racing. You can still be competitive.
Not as competitive as it was, but it's still
you're in the leading team.
Yeah, like I say, it is team. It's very much teamwork in these endurance
so
racing.
How do you find the whole dynamic of endurance racing versus road racing?
Still got to be able to ride the bike and everything, but suddenly tactics go in a bit. There's no point in spending too much time with the bike stopped in the pit. You've got to make sure it's out there. Slick sort of rider changes, slick fuel stops, no unnecessary stops and that sort of thing. And it's a long event, you know, it's like today you sort of a lot of fast top bikes, you know, dropped out sort of thing, or have had problems and they're they're plummeted down the leaderboard.
I guess you've got to be consistently quick rather than brilliantly fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously the fastest bike rider out there is John the Greek. He's very quick, but he's been off 2 or 3 times today, I think, and wrecked one bike.
Yes. Yeah.
Slucker doing it well. They're riding. Their best lap, I think, is about 4 or 5 seconds slower than John the Greek, but they've got 3 good riders, putting consistent lap times and everything, and then they're leading at the moment. And
they're almost proof of the pudding of that. Like I said, it's the being consistently quick is what really matters rather than crazily fast.
But last time they were here and Sluck were sitting there, I think they were leading at the time, but they did a crank in the last hour, didn't they?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So still a long way to go. We've got, what have we got at the moment, an hour and 40 minutes left to go, something like that.
Hour 47, yeah. So you as a team, you're based in Somerset, so you're one of the longest travelled teams to most events, aren't you?
I live in a village just outside Yeovil, but the team is basically run by Paul Baker, which is the P of SRP Race Tech. It's Simon, Ralph and Paul. Simon was Paul's brother, and Ralph Remnant, the sidecar rider, and Paul. And Paul runs his scooter business from home sort of thing. He's got sort of a big workshop garage and that sort of thing. Absolutely, can just scooter bits and stuff. Customers' bikes, race bikes, everything else, and this sort of thing.
I think SRP and Taft Speed are quite inseparable, hence the name of the real Taft Speed.
Yeah, this is they put the real Taft Speed on because, in my view, Taft Speed was Terry and Ian Franklin. The Taft Speed still exists to go the customer. Ian sort of went into partnership with the chap who runs the present Taft Speed in Newport, but then shortly after that Ian died. As far as I'm concerned, what is called Taft Speed now isn't the Taft Speed Racing that I ride with,
Yeah, and yourself, I mean, for yourself and Paul Baker equally, although it's SRP, I know definitely Taft Speed was part of that whole development of Paul's knowledge, and Ian Franklin and Terry were both inseparable from SRP.
Here's all the Western Scooter Maniacs crowd. They were all racing with their own sort of team, the Scooter Maniacs, and they got very friendly with Taft Speed, and they sort of got closer and closer, and they're up and down to the Taft Speed shop and getting bits and ideas of tuning, and they all sort of worked together on things. But then they all sort of became sort of one team almost.
Yeah. So I don't want to harp on about it, but I think you probably are the oldest person on the grid today.
Oh, thank you very much.
But you're in the winning team in your class, so it can't be bad, can it?
No, we're still we're doing okay.
Yeah,
but like I say, we're only just over two-thirds of the way through.
Yeah, still a long way to go. I've been saying earlier, there's a long way to go, but all the best, and I hope you keep in the position you're in currently.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good final session.
Yeah.
Cheers, Bob. Thank you.
started to rain again, unfortunately, Paul. The brolly counts up to at least 4, 5 out, 6 out of the window on the left side.
Yeah, that's going to make it interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. It's not, you know, it's not coming down like it was earlier, where it was noticeable. But I mean, to the marshal on the back straight that never took it down the entire time, he's just quite happy up there waiting for the inevitable to happen. You know, I imagine it's one less job for him to do, but yeah, the rain's starting to tumble ever so slightly. Let's have a look at the benchmark. Hornet Racing still done a fit at 1:15.7, so it's not affecting him too much.
No, it's not affecting him much yet, but I think it will do. I think there's a couple of others who have slowed already. And yeah, the dry bits of the track have now maybe disappeared again.
Yeah, Hornet Racing though are now inside that top 20, getting past GRR in the last couple of laps. So in front of them now Challenger Equip. That does actually put Hornet Racing up into 3rd in their class, as RFS Tune, the other runner, have had numerous issues, including at least 2 hefty rebuilds. Have seen them back out on the original bike, of course. They'd been out on the second bike and are now back out on the original one. Now, does that class as 2 bike changes?
I'm not sure about that. I was actually mulling,
I'm not trying to do them out.
I don't know how that works.
I don't want to do them out of laps or anything like that, but you know, I imagine a lot of the time it's a case of, well, if one bike's done, then you change to another and that's it. You don't need to necessarily go back to the other one, but
we could do with Keith Terry's ruling on that one, I think.
I don't think it's going to make a huge difference in terms of their class positions. They are 80 laps behind Hornet Racing with 1 hour and 43. So even if Hornet stop now, I don't think RFS are going to get enough laps in. They're back out though.
Yeah, no, they're back out. Yeah,
we did say that we thought we wouldn't be surprised to see them. You can see on the screen there is some drops on the camera lens down there on the south bank. So
yeah. And just looking at the lap times, if we're using John as the measure, he was 2 seconds slower on that lap. So definitely it has affected the lap times a little.
Yeah, slowing down ever so slightly then. It's, I'll keep an eye out. You know, the weatherman out here still got his brolly up, and does seem very slippy down at that bottom end of the track here, which is to the left of our commentary box. It's the part of the track that isn't used for karting a huge amount. It is for the longer endurance events and for this event as well, but is generally used for car testing down that end. A little bit of drifting as well. So does seem a little bit slippier down there.
Just going through was that the lead team, the Sluck team, was sticky on at the moment, and he was noticed to be on that lap going very gingerly through the D chicane. So he's definitely eased up a little, which is the right thing to do, I think. When you're leading as they are, you don't need to be ultra fast. So just finishing. There's no glory from sliding off and breaking the bike at this point.
Exactly. When you've got 6 laps, which is effectively, now with it raining, we're down to 1 minute 30 for some teams per lap. So, you know, they've got effectively 8 or 9 minutes of cushion at the front. You know, you don't need to be pushing to gain that extra 10. You know, even if it's a case where you drop a second a lap, it's still going to be enough for Scooter Lab UK to hold on to the lead here. But as we mentioned, just one off or one problem, and that 6 laps can very quickly disappear.
Let's look, have sufficient experience, I think, of racing endurance to know and apply that mindset. Certainly they're all thinking riders, they're not going to take a risk.
Colin Fitzgerald's been on saying John the Greek is a joy to watch. Well, I think we can both agree with that. So we'd been watching certainly out the commentary box window, the D chicane in front of us, the circuit. Don't think the camera does it justice, but it rises up by about a metre and then drops away on the other side. And it's a confidence corner, certainly on a bike, that's for sure. And John the Greek is particularly committed, at the very least, going through that corner. We've now seen whilst it is drizzling still ever so slightly, the straight line speed down the back straight is still where we'd expect it to be, but they're braking a lot earlier for South Bank than what they were earlier on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I found last night in the practice in the wet, there was definitely a lack of grip at that section of the track, which at the moment is where John the Greek was, and it doesn't seem to be affecting him, predictably.
No, and like I say, they're up into 20th. They're a lap behind Challenger Equip, but Equip are now in the pit lane, so we're expecting to see them Hornet move up to 19th place in due course. And so you see coming down the back straight here, the United Colours of Pemberton bike is back out. They had some issues earlier on for a short period of time. Vinyl has put £5 on Valley Scooter Club.
What odds has he got for his £5?
Well, I don't know. We've got a bike, the 12, Tuhaha Danan is off at the mountain section and trying to get that bike going, and does so, I believe, by the look of it. Just needs to keep it on the tarmac there, and so problems for the 12 after that rebuild earlier on, but they're back out. So I don't know what odds, but they're currently 14 laps off the win, so I imagine he's looking more for a place position there than an outright victory. So but we'll see. I think it's going to be a long shot for Valley Scooter Club to win this one from 8th place, but we will see. We know that this one, as with a lot of scooter racing, it's not over till the checkered flag, that's for sure. And what we're doing here in the commentary box, we've got the actual live stream on one, and then on the other we've got the live chat on the screen to the left of us, and another version of the stream as well, which is around about 20 seconds after. So what we can see is if something interesting happens, we get to watch it again here in the commentary box just quickly over. And there was a gaggle of carts, a gaggle of bikes just going down that back straight. There was like 4 and 5 wide, and to be fair, it's probably best that they do that there, because we saw earlier on going around corners where you don't want 4 or 5 bikes on the same bit of tarmac as you go in. You see Real Taft Speed, who are in 2nd place, 6 laps behind Scooter Lab for the lead, with Team DSC now up into 3rd place overall. Spire Tarmac Terriers are 4th, but are currently in the pit lane.
DSC have had a rider change. It's now Drew Duncan on the bike, and they have, I think, fixed the panel strip. So during the rider change, I guess they've taken the panel off, refitted the rubber, and that's now all good.
So they're making their way currently round hairpin 3, and then there'll be 4. In front of them there's a little bit of traffic making their way through, because the 2 Hornet bikes are in front of them as well. So just having a quick look, that is coming through now. They've done something with that tail rubber. It's a lot shorter than what it was. There's still a little bit hanging off, but yeah, it's a lot tinier. I think they might have, at the very least, put a little bit of tape on it or something, or shoved it back on and taped it a little bit to stop it continually trying to unattach itself from the back of that bike. But it does seem a lot shorter than what it was earlier, and certainly won't be causing the rider any issues. Spire Tarmac Terriers, I'm just going to have a quick look how long they've been in the pit lane now, because they were showing in the pits on our timing about 2 or 3 minutes ago, and they're still there. Now, we know generally for a pit stop it's going to take 3 or 4 minutes, even with the faster fueling rigs that the teams are using, but nonetheless, Spire Tarmac Terriers, 2nd place. Don't really need to rush things, of course. They've got 3 laps on the Valley Scooter Club for position, but they are going to start dropping down now, because not only are themselves, but we've also got Team Solid Air, SRP Race Tech and Hornet Racing Team also, all on the same lap at 168 laps. Also, we'll click over there and move to 168. It's Team Solid Air will then go as well. So they're all shown as 12 laps. Inspired Tarmac Terriers could well start dropping down the order if they don't get out of the pit lane fairly quickly. We could see them drop outside the top 4 and then start getting into the clutches of Valley Scooter Club. And Two Sheds, to be fair, aren't too far back either in 12th place.
That's definitely, I mean, nobody is absolutely running away with it. It's still quite close and quite a way through the field.
It's still very, very tight, isn't it? From 4th down to 7th or 8th place for a lot of bikes. I think we've only got 3 or 4 laps between them, as they're actually on confirmation now on screen, is that Team Solid Air Road and Race have moved up into 4th place. Spire Tarmac Terriers then down into 5th. SRP, Race Tech and Hornet Racing Team also are all on the same number of laps. So Spire Tarmac Terriers could be falling into the clutches here. In fact, down to 6th now. Such as the tightness of the field from 4th place down into 8th, that they are starting to fall towards Valley Scooter Club in 8th. So as we head towards the bottom of the hour then here at Teesside Autodrome, got ourselves some guests in the commentary box, which means that we'll have to pick that headset up and drop it over your ears, sir, and then we can start by me saying, introduce your good self.
I'm Henry from IDK Endurance Racing, and we are currently 15th, I think.
You were leading, though, about 10 minutes ago, and then that bike came in the pits, and then it disappeared into the paddock. And what was that? Just a precautionary check, or did we have an issue with it?
We had a sort of headset in about 5 bits. So yeah, my learned colleague Mungo is standing next to me. Just thought he'd impact test it because it's something to do, and changed it, got it back out.
Well, and got to keep it interesting every now and again.
It's out there and just gone past. So yeah, it's going well.
So well, we saw it come in at the time. You'd just gone into the lead because Foster 56 had just come into the pits for a fuel stop. So you did hold the lead again in that class. I think there's not been many bikes actually in that class that haven't had a go at leading it at some point so far. But you did once again lead for about 40 seconds before your learned friend decided that he wasn't that leading was overrated. Yeah. So yeah, we saw that bike come in and then drop back down into the paddock again. So I'm assuming that was a fairly routine change, one you've probably done once or twice.
Well, the headset, yes. Oh yeah, and the exhaust can decided to come off.
Oh, was that yours on the back straight?
Yeah, that was mine. Yeah.
Oh, we had a yellow flag for that.
Did we?
Yeah, we not a full course one, but the marshal basically had to hold the yellow out, wait for enough gap, run and collect it, and bring it back. So
I didn't see it. It was behind me.
That'll be in lost and found later, I imagine. So
along with the top of our headset, which is somewhere else.
Here's your bike now on screen at the moment. Yeah. So who's on it at the moment?
Joe's on at the moment, driving very sensibly, as you can tell, because we all do that. But yeah, Joe commutes to work every day in the rain, so he likes the rain. I think he's the only one. But yeah, he's doing all right.
Oh, it's exactly what you want out there, and that's what we've been speaking about loads of times. Is that you know, the leaders have got 6 laps, but 6 laps we've seen teams lose loads more than that by, you know, just the most serene accident that we've seen. You know, has caused 10 laps. Down in the paddock, so you know it's one of them. You've got to keep it upright and you've got to keep it on the tarmac.
Still got an hour and a half to go.
Absolutely. Yeah. Would you like to hand the headset over to the damage man?
The damage man, yeah. He's very excited, you know.
So now we get to speak to the man who, live and in person, took the front end off the IDK bike.
Stylishly remodelled it, I think is the phrase.
Was it in the same place where the can fell off, or was that an extra time?
No, that was a slightly different moment. I took it out on the back bend behind the hump. I think I hit a little pothole. I don't know. The bike went and I didn't. So yeah, we had a little off. These things happen. Fortunately, I got up and wasn't hurt. So into the pits, quick repair, and away we go again. That's what I'm here for.
Oh, you've got to push, I imagine. It's one of them as well. You know, there's that fine line between riding it sensibly and riding it sensibly but quick. And I imagine that you were trying to find out where that line was.
My wife's listening, so no, I was riding very sensibly and someone pushed me.
Oh, of course.
Hello, darling, love you.
I heard a rabbit ran out in front of you and you took evasive action to preserve it.
It was something like that,
Yeah.
possibly a deer, I don't know. Either way, these things happen. There have been a few offs today, the wet track, you know, it gets a bit naughty out there. We've been lucky. I don't think anyone's been seriously hurt. I know the Irish lads have had an off as well.
That was a big one, but only given the distance that he slid from when he came off it to where he stopped.
To where he stopped, yeah.
I think, to be fair to the rider, he spent most of this slide on the grass, whereas the bike didn't, unfortunately.
Well, we've spoken to them because they're in pits opposite, and we know that the lad's okay, which is great, and I've seen their bike back out on track, so big up to the Irish lads. They've done really, really well to get a bike that was somewhat buckled and mangled and get back out there.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, we saw that out earlier. To be fair, we didn't expect it when the rider at the time was picking various bits up off the tarmac. We didn't think we'd be seeing it again.
I don't think they expected to be honest, but they've done really well.
There it is,
and
on,
there he
on
is,
screen
yeah.
as he comes through. The darker of the two green bikes on the left-hand side of the screen. He'll be heading down here towards South Bank, so it's the first of the three bikes on entry into that long looping corner. Now, that as a corner, I'll ask a question while we're looking at it. Now, obviously on the bikes, they're not necessarily meant for leaning over as much as possible. You know,
No,
it's not like a road bike, but on a corner that's long and sweeping like that, I imagine it sort of invites you to want to push it and want to push it, but in your mind, you're knowing that you know. I imagine that you know you can't, and I imagine that you're fighting against yourself a lot of the time with a corner like that.
I certainly am. In the dry, it's a different animal. In the dry, you just want to push and push and push, and you can see from your own lap times that you do get quicker and quicker around it as confidence builds. In the wet, it is quite nerve-wracking because it's not so much whether you can get around it, it's whether or not the bike in front of you does, because you don't want to be riding into the back of anyone, or, you know, it causing you to come off yourself.
So just having a look at your, as a team, your lap times are fairly steady. It was a slow one last time round, but I think that's that was down to the weather or so. But we're still there in third place with.
We've got Rocksteady Joe on at the minute. His lap time's normally within a second of each other.
Yeah, so it is there. It's there or thereabouts with those in front of him. I think it was about a second quicker than Rushton Lambretta.
We've snuck back into third place, so we're pleased with that.
You are steady in third, and with lap times. If you can keep taking a second out of Rushton Lambretta, then that's going to put you there or thereabouts, and that will be very interesting come the end. I think
let's hope so.
Fairly similar in terms of times for coming into pit lane as well, for how long you've been out.
Yeah, again, it only takes one little hiccup or one slow rider change or fuel, refuel, and it changes the game completely. So it's ever so close. I love it like this. It makes it a bit more exciting. I love a bit of exciting. It's basic. It's what it's all about.
So when it comes to strategy, is it just a case where you just race at the start and then see how you go, or do you go into this with a full plan of how things are going to work?
Well, we start with a plan. We decide how long each rider's going to do. We're sadly down a rider for this event. He had a family commitment. Big shout out to Russ if he's listening. So we sort of changed our riding time a little to try and minimise rider changes, minimise refuels. So we start out with a plan. Obviously, coming off and braking bits isn't in our game plan, but we try to be strategic. We're just not quite as professional as some of the pro boys.
Well, it's a curve, though, isn't it?
It's a big curve.
We were speaking earlier with Keith about how there's a class for everybody, effectively. And you can pretty much bring what you want, and you can race at whatever level that you want to.
We're club class as a team. We're due to go into road class next season. We started 3 years ago. None of us have ever raced. And we were the underdogs. We had a lot of crashes, a lot of breakages, a lot of repairing time in the pits, and we had the time of our life. And over the last 3 years, I think as a team, we've really developed, and I think a lot of the other teams have as well. It's really, really sort of made it a much more entertaining event, seeing how other teams have come on so well as well. Even seeing the Ridgewood team out there today, number 27, they're local lads to us. You know, they're holding their own against teams that have been riding for 3 years.
Yeah, 21st overall, sixth in class.
And they started right at the back of the lineup, and you know, they're on a standard P200, auto lube, and they're just rock steady, going all day long, and I'm really, really proud of them being local lads. Big up the South boys. It's what, to me, what it's all about. It just makes me smile.
But that's, I mean, like, when you say about they started right at the back and they're coming through. Last time we were here at Teesside, Valley Scooter Club qualified 24th. They were right at the back that day. They made up 15 places to finish in 9th.
Oh no, it's incredible, isn't it?
You know, it's one of them is that, you know, if you can stay out of trouble and you can keep things going, and that's the thing with the GRR bike. We've not seen it all day.
No.
You know, we'll try and find it later on and we'll give them a bit of screen time, but we've not seen it. And the reason we've not seen it is because they've just driven road brilliantly without any issue at all. You know, it's...
And it just goes to show, you know, slow and steady can win the race. They've just kept going and going because they're riding sensibly. They've not had accidents. They've not had, you know, excessive pit time. And it's showing in the, you know, the position that they're in now. They're going to be over the moon when they finish this, to have moved up so well. They raced at Wilton Mill earlier in the year. They had a couple of accidents. One of their ladders sadly broke his collarbone, but they're aware that that's racing, accidents happen. But they're back and they're doing really, really well. A marked improvement. Dead chuff for them.
Yeah, massive shout out to GRR. If you don't mind, can you pass the headset back? Because he told me a really interesting story earlier that I'd like to get a little bit more on.
No problem.
That's all right, please. Thank you. So, SL UK Racing. Just going to pop the headset back on the first gentleman we spoke to, because earlier on you were telling me about a very interesting story about your school days.
Oh yes, I went to school in Hong Kong. Yeah.
So it's a bit of a difference to Teesside, of course.
Yeah,
Slightly. And I don't think they race scooters there either. Not on track. I don't know, but no, there's plenty. There's plenty of them on the road as well.
Yeah.
So you popped in earlier, and you due back out on track at any point, or is
no? I've got to help with a refuel shortly, I think, or a rider change shortly. But no, we're.
To be fair, with you both up here, it's a good job that you kept it upright and didn't need either of you. Or you just chucked your headset and gone, wouldn't you? Or just left him to it.
Yeah, might have been a bye, but yeah.
So you've got to help with your fuel stop. We've got 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining. So is that you done for seat time now, or have you got another stint to do? Do you think?
No, as far as the plan, because there is a plan, obviously. As far as the plan is, I'm done. Joe's out, and as long as Joe stays upright, Munger will change, and then that should be it for the riders. But you never know. We've still got 1 hour and 20 minutes. Anything could happen. So
we do, and obviously now we are getting to a point where you guys and Independent Idiots are sort of trading positions in terms of laps. I think you're on the same number for half the lap, and then you come over and it goes back up. So it's like 1.5 lap difference between the two of you, but it's still very, very tight. And Wearside Wanderers aren't too far back either. And let's not discount the fact that Rushton and Lambretta are only a lap in front of you as well. It is very, very tight. What we were discussing earlier, and I was saying this with Paul, is that when you're out there, how much, obviously when you go out, you know that you probably look and you see the bike that's in front and the bike that's behind, and you're probably looking out for them bikes. But how much, other than that, how much do you know whilst you're out there? Is it just, could you come in and you could have led half your stint and you don't even know?
No idea. When you're out there, I mean, obviously we recognise certain bikes, different colours, different teams, and you sort of get a feel for who's in your class, you know, from the programme and numbers and things. But a lot of the time, you're just doing what you're doing without knowing what's going on. Occasionally, the pit team might be like, speed it up, but you know, again, seeing pit boards is something of a. You've seen people waving boards to all sorts of people, and because half the time you're out there, you don't even notice. You're just...
Well, Foster 58 proved that, because there was a gentleman down here for the best part of 10 minutes trying to get them in. I think it took him 6 laps in the end to get his attention. So
I think that's standard.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I'll let you get back, because I think we've probably got a fuel stop due for you guys very, very shortly.
Good to talk to you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
So we have gone past the bottom of the hour then here at Teesside Autodrome. 1 hour and 20 remaining, with SL UK Racing leading the way from Rail Taft Sport and Team DSC, the top three. Hornet Racing Team also are now up into 4th place with Solid Air Road and Race leading the way in their class in front of SRP Race Tech. Valley Scooter Club are up into 2nd place and in 7th overall in front of Against All Odds. Swire Tarmac Terriers have appeared out of the pit lane, but they are out of 2nd place in class and down to 9th overall, with DC10 Cert completing the top 10 runners. Then it's RFS Tune and Foster 56 who are your class leader in club in front of 2 sheds. Then Rushton, Lambretta and IDK Race Team with Independent Idiots in 16th place. Then it's Privateer Racing. WSC are in 18th in front of Challenger Equipped and GRR. Then it's Hornet Racing. They're in 21st, though they are back in the pit lane now for either a rider change or fuel. Then it's Team Escargot and London Lambretta Club 22nd and 23rd. Valley Scooter up into 24th with Foster 58, and then the 12 of Tuhar Didanan in 26th. Then it's United Colours of Bemberton in front of the 333, then the 111, the 77 and the 54. All of those either in the pit lane or at the very least spending a huge amount of time there throughout the phase of this race. Paul, welcome back. We had some thing in the commentary box there. Just having a quick look at the live chat as well coming in. There's still plenty coming in. In fact, Kate is a big fan of the term stylishly remodelling the headset, which is a nice way of falling off and bending it. Of course.
So while I've been gone, I noticed that we've now got 3 of the pro race teams in the lead 4.
We do, because Spire Tarmac Terriers dropped down. They had plenty of time in the pits. We've got another friend in the commentary box, Paul. So you keep yours on. You've had plenty of time off. It's time for me to hand mine over this time.
Okay, so we're joined by Sticky, Martin Round, but better known as Sticky.
You all right?
We've had your colleague Iggy here already.
Oh, have you? Okay.
Yeah.
You don't need any more waffle from us then?
No.
All right, okay.
No, but it's interesting to hear your take on it. So, one of the things I'm interested with you guys, you've got a little bit of a fancy dress outfit going on if you crash, haven't we?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, we've got a clown outfit, and I should have been wearing it, but I'll have to wear it at the end if that's the case. Because I did bin it at the top of the hill. So
oh, did you?
I did, yes.
I didn't realise that was you. Right.
Yeah. We've been keeping it on the quiet, on the QT. Didn't need to go and get it wet, did we? We have to wear it at the end.
You might have to wear it multiple times. So you're quite a veteran now of endurance racing with the Slug team. And I was saying to Iggy, the bike is quite, shall we say, old. It's been around a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's. I think it's been raced ever since the 60s. So it's I can't remember which. I bought the frame from Norica, about 300 quid.
Iggy said he thought it was 20 quid. But
yeah, I know, a bit more than that. So. But
is it genuine SS90?
It's the remains of a proper SS90. It's got more dents and welds and bits holding it together, but it's surviving. So.
Yeah. So you keep popping back for the endurance racing. So what do you think to this type of racing compared to the normal circuit racing?
I don't think I'm up for normal circuit racing anymore because you've got to win every corner.
Yep.
With this, it feels much more like something that you could take your time to enjoy and build up to. So if people come past me, good luck to them. You know what I mean? Okay. You carry on because half the time, if it's wet and I'm going as fast as I think I can, and somebody goes past me, they're either very good or sometimes they fall off. So let them get on with it. You know, if you ride your own race round here rather than trying to get involved in races, you do a much better job.
And I think I was saying earlier, you guys are quite the epitome of where you can be consistently quick and you win from being consistently quick and having a strategy for the race rather than being stupidly quick or stupidly fast and crashing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just about maintaining your lap time so that between all of us, there's faster and slower riders, but we all contribute equally because it's just about the person who contributes least is the person who bins it, which has been me in the past.
You're no stranger to the clown outfit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
has to be said.
Yeah. I think I'm the only one who's worn it apart from Sean wore it when he hurt his shoulder at Wilton Mill, but yeah.
So last race, you guys were in the lead till the end, and I think we twisted the crank.
Yeah, the crank split around the crank pin and started turned itself into a little milling machine. Started carving the casings, brand new SIP casings. So, but yeah, it's that engine's been put to the side. So we've got a new Quattrini engine case, full Quattrini. So the latest development of his kits is the M160LS, which is it's got like 6 exhaust ports instead of 3 that sort of was on our last kit. It's designed with a special aluminium extension to the cylinder to flow, and when we put it with the Quattrini exhaust, it was like 28 horsepower. But it was also quite hard to ride. It was a bit spluttery at the bottom, where we want drive out of all these little hairpins.
Yeah.
So we went back to our old exhaust. It's dropped down to 24 horsepower, and it seems to be working lovely. It's great for you.
Yeah, it definitely looks to be. I mean, you look, all of you riding it, you all look on the pace, and no one's really struggling. So it's a father and son, isn't it?
Yeah, me and Sam. Yeah.
So, and he seems quite a natural.
Yeah. He definitely is. Yeah, he's very confident, and I'm just waiting for the day when he turns it. I think we had one meeting where he was quicker than me. So obviously, as a father, you want him to do well, but you don't want him to do better than you.
No, obviously not. No. So obviously, you're well known for your Lambretta books.
Yeah.
Are we going to see any Vespa books?
Yes, that's next on the menu. Working my way through Vespa engine books. And the first one of those will be a Vespa wide frame engine book, so on all the Farabassos and all the early models. So
how long to go before that's hitting the streets?
Don't know. Next year we're aiming for something getting that out. Be all right.
Okay. And endurance racing, you going to be back next year?
Yeah, I expect so. I don't know how many meetings there's going to be. How many meetings, Keith? Keith won't tell us. So
28.
Yeah, if it's 28.
Formula 1.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to fit that many weekends in free, to be fair, but yeah, we can give it a go. So.
Right. But it's good to see you back again, as always, and I guess you have a degree of satisfaction in finishing in front of the pro race teams quite regular.
Sometimes, but the pro race teams, we entered the pro race last time. Pro race only had one. I don't know how many's in it this time. Is it 2 or 3? Yeah. 5, is there? Right, okay, fair enough. So, but yeah, the last meeting there was only us and one more. Yeah. So, if we do well, great.
Well, good to see you.
All right.
Best of luck for the remainder of the race, remaining hour or so.
All right, cool. Everybody's doing really well, so it's great to see so many people staying upright, really. So.
Yeah, definitely in these conditions.
Yeah.
Okay, good luck for the
Cheers.
rest of it.
Ta-ra, bye.
Cheers. Thanks, mate.
1 hour and 12 minutes to go then. We're heading towards that important mark where the one at the start disappears and we go down to 59, and then we start that final hour, the nervous hour for your teams that are starting to get to the front. And the nerves will really start after that final fuel stop. You know, and on the final fuel stop, the final rider change, when you've handed the reins over to one final person to take it to the flag. That's when the nerves start, and maybe not for the rider, but for those that are it's completely out of their control.
Yeah, and also if there is a team manager or the other guys in the team, you know, that you're listening for every rattle, every noise as the bike comes by. And I know at the last race, I mentioned earlier, Team 41 that won, they were 3 laps up going into the last hour, but were being caught by between 3 and 6 seconds lap. So there is a frantic calculation of, do they stay out, do they put a faster rider out, what do they do? And it's the whole strategy thing, and you can race for 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, but at the end of the day it's all down definitely to the last hour, and a lot can change either way in that hour.
Tracy Tilford has been on saying a way to go for Team IDK and GRR, watching from Uckfield, and support continuing to come in for a lot of our teams. So just having a quick look at the inter-race battles. Sluck Racing leading the way with Valley Scooter Club and Spire Tarmac Terriers, the top 3 in the race class. The pro race class though, that's got Real Taft Speed, Team DSC and Hornet Racing, all still running inside the top 5 in 2nd, 3rd and 5th. Team Solid Air have been the standout team for me so far in this race. They've quietly moved their way through into the top 10, and then as other teams have had one or two issues or elongated pit stops, they've just found themselves up there in 4th place, running comfortably as well. But they've only got a lap on SRP Race Tech, who've then got 3 laps on against all odds.
Yeah, definitely, especially the second half of the race. I think they suddenly popped up, I think, once we were past halfway point towards the front runners, and they're just lapping really consistently quick, and they're doing a great job.
Late decision there from Hornet 6 to come into the pit lane, and I think that's because the bike decided it didn't want to go round the track anymore.
Yeah, but I don't think it's got the engine running anymore.
No, and
Dan Loader, the pitman, has gone running off in that general direction, so clearly that wasn't planned.
No, it came over the start line at the correct speed, and then by the time it entered the chicane it was almost stationary. So yeah, that bike deciding that it doesn't want to play ball. So
but now also joining them in the pits is the Team Solid Air that we just spoke about, so that's definitely a planned fuel stop for them.
Yeah, 52 minutes since we last saw the Team Solid Air, so there's a chance here that they could fill that up, and I imagine they could probably go to the end on that, I think, now.
I would say almost certainly, yeah, if whether that's purely rider change or a fuel as well, but definitely they could well go to the end.
So race leader on screen, Granger then I believe back in the seat, now with 7 laps on the rest of the field. It was 6 last time we were looking. Just to complete the class rundown, Foster 56 are leading our club class, with Rushton, Lambretta and IDK completing the top 3, although Foster have just come into the pits after 54 minutes of riding.
Actually, a quick mental calculation, just going back to Team Solid Air, they can't go to the end because the maximum is 65 minutes so and there's 68 left, so if they were planning to go to the end, that must be a miscalculation.
Yeah, unless they sit there for another 3 minutes, which is it's not going to work for them, is it?
No.
Because SRP will then move in front of them. So
yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that one. I mean, they do have. Well, now they've only got. We're on the same lap actually. We're on the same lap now.
So they are in the pits.
That definitely is one to keep an eye on as we go into the last hour. But no, they definitely will have to make another stop after this.
I think that was them just exiting the pit lane there potentially. See the Bemberton bike making its way around. 210 Valley Scooter Club with the rider wearing the fluorescent rain jacket. Makes the spotting easy. There is that 13 of Team Solid Air that we were speaking about. It's making its way up the hill at the mountain section, and it is back out on track with 67 minutes remaining of this British Scooter Endurance Club 6-hour race. And as you mentioned, the maximum ride time is 65 minutes.
Yeah, so we'll definitely keep an eye on that one as the clock ticks down.
And showing a quick look, I think it is a fairly severe penalty as well, I think, for exceeding ride time, isn't it? Trying to find out what it is. I think last year, if I remember correctly, it could be somewhere in the region of 10 laps.
I seem to think it was quite fierce. Yeah.
So I think one of the teams last year, I think afterwards, they calculated that they'd overdone it, but they'd won by 12 laps, so it didn't. It was okay. You know, and to be fair to them, they held their hands up as well. So
the battles in the classes are now quite a way out in front in their class. They're a good 17 laps ahead. So if they can keep running, as we touched upon earlier, they don't need to take any risks. They can go a bit slower. They've looked. You can never say something's sewn up, but definitely in a strong position. But behind them in the pro race class, which is positions 2, 3 and 4 on track, the gap between Taft Speed and DSC is quite constant at between 3 and 4 laps. DSC are not able to, it seems, to make a real hole in that. So that's going to be interesting to keep an eye on. But the Hornet B team, the also Hornet team, they're only 2 laps back. So they're actually the lapping fastest of that trio at the moment. So it will be interesting if they can gain a couple of seconds a lap. They could well end up certainly by the end of the hour, very close to the other two. So it's certainly third up to second is certainly achievable.
Well, if you look at the last lap as an example, Taft Speed did a 27, DSC did a 24, and Hornet did a 22. So it's almost reverse order in terms of lap time as to what it is on track. So that could really tighten up.
Yeah, I think definitely, probably if they kept that similar pace into the final section, yeah, it's going to be close. And of course, that point we're making of 65 minutes maximum rider time, we're at exactly that now. We've just ticked over it. So everybody will have to stop one more time.
That was incredible. I was wondering what happened. That was Team Solid Air, the team we're talking about in the 13. He's taken a very, very wide line over start finish and almost joined us in the commentary box there before rejoining the circuit. I think there's a curb on the inside here at Teesside that really don't want to put a scooter on at all.
I did actually I did put a scooter on that last night, and I did virtually the same thing actually.
Yeah, I imagine it's same because there's a flat bit on the inside, and then the bit on the inside of that is anything but flat. Yeah, it's one of them. I imagine it straightens you up very quickly.
Yes.
So yeah, and to be fair, he did manage to get it stopped because he was right out on the edge of the circuit here at Teesside. Then you've got around about 10 foot before the barrier in front of the commentary box on the right-hand side here. You can see it actually on screen where those tyres are on the in the bottom right corner. That's where the bike was all the way out there, and you'll see the more traditional line of the bikes as they make their way through is a lot tighter to that inside line. The bike's not really going out too far. Still got one or two umbrellas up, but most of them are down, so I think it may well have stopped here now at Teesside as we're seeing a few teams now coming to the pits. I think this might be for the final stops. They can get themselves fueled up, put potentially their best rider or the rider that they want to take it all the way to the end here, and then they'll be able to go all the way through to the checkered flag. So having a quick look now at some more comments. We've got 6S6 KKKK just saying a big shout out to the marshals and all the backroom staff. That, for me, that also includes everybody that sort of got this event to where we are today, the arrangements before the event from the British Scooter Endurance Club to get this event on. I don't think it can be underestimated the size of the effort that goes in to get an event like this, not just on the race day, but actually turning it into fruition. There's a lot goes on behind the scenes, not obviously just at this club, but all the sort of clubs that get race meetings on. There's a lot goes into it behind the scenes that often, admittedly, Paul, will go unrecognised.
Oh no, totally, definitely. I mean, Keith Terry and his team do a brilliant job, but equally, it's interesting as we look watching this live feed, the amount of interaction there is and all these comments. This live feed was essentially crowdfunded. It's not the cheapest thing to be able to put on the live feed, and these people, as we touched upon, from all around the world, when we come to next year's events, crowdfunding of this kind of feed is brilliant, and it allows the whole scooter community to be able to contribute to see the feed, and just the amount of interaction we've got proves its value.
That exhaust is not as it should be, I don't think.
No, that exhaust is not attached, so that was actually the second Hornet bike. So that's both Hornet bikes are now in the pits.
Yeah, so fourth place for that bike. Currently, they were third in class and probably will still be third in class come the end of the race, the other Hornet bike being in the pits. But yeah, if you picked up a very, very loud noise on the audio there, that was because that exhaust is hanging off the back. And I believe it also potentially could be rubbing on the rear wheel, actually. Yeah, I think that's why he's had to stop.
It is, I think from the looks of it, it's become detached. So if that's physically broken and needs welding, then that could be game over for them. But if it's a case of, yeah, they've had to physically pick the bike up to get it into pit lane and wheeling on its front wheel. So at the moment, also the main Hornet bike is back in the pits, and there's been suffering with dirt in the carburettor, so that's been another issue for them. So the number 6 bike, the number 1, the main Hornet bike, that's in the pits at the moment having the carb stripped, so that's going to be both of them in the pits. We've got a very interesting pit signalling method up there with a blow-up doll. I'm not sure we can put too much of it on the live stream, but there is a blow-up doll being waved.
Well, as we saw earlier from the man down here with the board, is that maybe his rider would have noticed inside 6 laps if he was having that way.
And now we've got an umbrella being waved too.
I think that they're desperate to get that 210 Valley scooter bike in.
Yeah.
I think he has finally noticed, but it did need the addition of the umbrella to be waved to draw the attention to the rider. We'll confirm next time, obviously, when that 210 bike comes around, if he has seen. If they come back in 2 laps' time with a second umbrella. But it just goes to show, once again, speaking about how difficult it is on that bike. You know, we've got the 70 being directed in as well down there. As we just tick under that 1 hour mark, so we're 5 hours in to this AME Auto British Scooter Endurance Club Championship race. The 70 has come in, so I think now with an hour to go would be a nice time for us just to thank everybody that helps get this race to where it is. The class sponsors AME Auto, Scooter Lab UK, Scooter Nova Magazine and Lambretta Club of Britain, as well as others as well that have helped get this event to where it is. The Vespa Club of Britain, AF Race Speed, Thanet Area Scooter Services and Express Signs of Stockton, as well as Alison from IDK Racing in the 347 bike for starting the GoFundMe page at the start to get this race live streamed here for you today from Middlesbrough. So we are heading towards heading towards the end of this race. Still got an hour left to go. Going to reiterate a comment that Kev's put in the live chat there, saying it's great to have the teams in for a chat in the commentary box. I've loved having different people in with different stories. I think we've got an hour to go, so it'd be nice if 1 or 2 more were to pop up. So please feel free. It's a warming environment, and the worst that can happen is that the director will throw orange peel at you when he wants to get your attention, which has been a common theme throughout the day, as they're behind us and we can't see them. But if we've got somebody coming in, it's great to be able to hear the story, hear about your club. David F said you should have a graphic under with each rider. Well, we know the bikes, we don't always know all the riders that are on it, that's the thing. But so we have had the graphic come up every now and again to let us know which teams. SRP Race Tech are in the pit lane from 2nd place, 5th overall in their class. And, it's been a great race so far. I think we might have some friends coming in here. And not all of them living and breathing either. Oh, we've got a rider off actually at Paddock, the left of number 4. Yeah. So we've got London Lambretta Club. Their bike, the riders just come off that, and I think I don't think that's going to go back via its own power. We've got yellow flags out over start finish, and I think that bike will be returned back into the paddock. I'm going to hand my headset over to probably not that one because it can't talk, but that one's got a good voice, so we'll hand over to the one in the middle, I think.
So tell us who you've got here. We've just pointed out that there's
this is Eric the Pit Boy.
Yeah, so Eric the Pit Boy is a blow-up doll.
He's multi-genderal.
Yeah.
As you can see, but he has a hairy chest.
Okay. He's
replaced our skeleton we had last time.
It was a skeleton, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, well he's quite funny.
Tell us a joke, Eric. Sorry,
so
he's not got a very good sense of humour,
Other than
Eric.
Eric being the highlight, so tell us about the machine that you guys have been racing, because it is quite interesting, isn't it?
It's cobbled together. What is it? Vega 135 that keeps breaking down.
Okay.
One-time trophy winner, I might add.
Okay.
Probably the only Vega that's ever going to win a trophy ever for racing.
I am quite impressed with its speed, though. I mean, for a diminutive machine that it is, It does. It
I
does
reckon
well.
you might get 65 out of it.
Yeah, it does. It does all right.
But it's a bit scary in the wet.
Yeah, I mean, imagine it would be. So what was the attraction for you guys to actually race that Vega and put it together?
Well, we wanted to race an LD first, because
Okay.
it looks even stupider, but
Yeah.
we were told they weren't powerful enough.
No.
So the second most stupid looking scooter, after all Vespers, is a Vega, which is why we went for that.
Okay.
And then we decided, oh, look, there he goes.
Yeah. So have you had any particular tribulations building it?
Loads.
Loads.
Flywheel fell to bits last time.
Yeah.
The electrics have gone, maybe the carb. Manifold split. Huh? Today or all of them?
All of them, yeah. So because obviously
We've had a cylinder head die.
I mean, it's definitely, you've taken an unconventional route to racing. I mean, I guess that is part of the whole endurance.
That's the attraction.
Isn't it? Yeah, it's the whole part of the whole thing. But you're on a learning curve, and I guess the downside to it, you're not going to have loads of people to learn from on that machine, are you?
That's very true. But Eric can help us.
Eric, the blow-up doll. It's very difficult trying to keep a commentary when you've got a blow-up doll in your eyesight. But did it catch the attention of the rider on the track?
It works.
Yeah, because it does work. So we've got blue umbrellas out there being waved.
They're rubbish.
So interestingly, the blue umbrella is not working. Eric was working.
Good old Eric.
There's a lesson to be learned. If only we had a camera on Eric. But thank you very much for bringing him up to see us.
Thank you very much, Alpha Live.
Okay. So have you ever had a commentary interrupted by a blow-up doll before?
Yes.
Have you?
Yeah, 2 years ago, British 24-hour kart race, 2021 last year.
It is just a shame there wasn't a camera in the box at the time.
They weren't waving him around. They brought him because one of their drivers had hurt himself, and he was their mascot, and they had a mask on in front of him. I think have we got Mikey standing by down in the pit lane? 2 minutes. That's fine. We should have an interview hopefully coming up ever so shortly. What I have noticed is that I think the 210 Valley scooter bike came in the pits, and now they're frantically trying to get the 207 in as well. Which
there's some very concerned faces in that team on the pit wall. They've got the board out, and they've got a blue umbrella, which is quite distinctive, to be fair. But let's hope it's seen.
We're
waving it now. We'll see shortly.
We're about to find out here.
He's seen it. We've got an arm out. He's seen it,
and he's coming in.
Finally, the Valley FC 207 bike is coming into the pits.
He's in the pits, and so is Mikey, with hopefully somebody to speak to.
Yeah, you all right? So yeah, we've just obviously come to the pits. 207, I've just been speaking to Justin Price, so at the minute they are 6th overall. So Justin is literally just about to get on the bike. So he is doing the last 51, 52 minutes. So they're trying and go for it now. So they are in the top 6, 207 Lee Valley. So Justin's a bit curious, but he's excited, so it'd be good to see how they get on. While we was just been in the pits, we just had 114 literally just come off in front of us. They are due for a rider change. But yeah, he jumped back on, so he is due any minute now. Apart from that, nothing really to report back. An update on the odd mod screen, odd mod 10 line, number 4, sorry, was the one that had the off, and they've just pulled in. Yeah, a little update on 54, the odd mod squad. They are due to go back out, but they have got a problem with the bike, so they just want to do the last 10 minutes so they can say they finished. So I'll be cheering them on. So yeah, so number 4 is in. They've just literally had an off. 135 has also come in with a blown exhaust, and they have just literally pulled in. So it is all kicking off. We've got about 9 laps in it, roughly, from first to wherever. But yeah, so things happening to most scooters. Exhaust braking. So Team 3, the second Hornet team, they also had an exhaust brake right outside the pit wall, pit area, and it even locked the wheel. So now it is going to be manic purely because everyone's diving in, giving their bike the last little bit of squirt that hopefully gets them to the end. So yeah, as you can see, it's rush, just trying to get that, save them extra seconds. Let's see if he does it properly. If not, he'll be getting told off. Having problems with the petrol cap at the minute. Yeah, he's doing it properly, he's pushing it, which is good. So yeah, a bit manic here now with riders and people rushing, getting their gloves on, as you can see. But yeah, so we're in the last 50 minutes now. Sounds like 58. Sounds like they've done a gearbox, to be honest, because that'd be interesting to see if they come in or if they actually stay out, because you can hear it when it goes past. The infamous ticking of a broken gearbox is horrible, especially when you're on the track. So yeah, fingers crossed everyone finishes.
Welcome back to the commentary box. Thank you very much down there in the pit lane. Just watching the couple of riders come in, their final stints then on the bike complete, and each time a bike comes in now, we're getting to a point where, you know, certainly in the next 20 minutes or so, is that if a bike's coming in, it's coming in because it's got a problem, and that's something that we thought that the 71 bike had for a short while at least. It seems to be going very slowly down at the far end of the circuit. Looks to be back up to speed now, and now has a gap actually of 9 laps to real tap speed. So that's going to give them a cushion of, say, of some 15 minutes or so in terms of actual lap time, but still not enough for them if they had a problem. So touch wood for Sluck Racing that everything's going well, because since they've got to the front, they have pretty much dominated this race with 47 minutes remaining. But as we say, by the time they now are starting to get towards the 30-minute mark, is that if teams are going towards, you know, towards the pit lane, it's probably because they've got a problem. I think somebody's just suggested they might have had a crash. Steve Bones mentioning that they could have potentially have an off. Iggy Granger back on that bike now, and we'll probably take that one now through to the checkered flag. Just trying to keep an eye out of it on the window. Now, if I have a look at the timing, there should be a line on it somewhere roughly that gives you a rough idea in the first part of the lap where it is, and then because the track doesn't realise that when we're using this one that we're not using the chicanes in the middle. I think it throws it out halfway through. They did do a 151, which was 30 seconds or so slower than their previous bests. So yeah, Steve-O might have been right. We could have potentially had an off there for Sluck Racing.
I think when I first saw him on the feed, it looked like he might have been getting back on, but obviously we missed it interviewing somebody. One of the things, obviously, not everybody realises when you're watching live on the internet, it's maybe 20 seconds after the thing has happened here, but we don't necessarily see exactly what you're seeing.
Yeah, we are. So, and we obviously have the screen in front of us, but we also have the track as well out of the window. So every now and again, we're looking for different bikes. We're trying to pick up sort of features. Then a yellow flag for something will catch your eye out the window, and it'll tear you away from the screen in front of you. It's
to be fair, our attention was drawn to a blow up rubber doll at the time, which could be a valid excuse.
Well, I mean, whose wouldn't be? DSC are into the pits from third place. Looks like it is roughly expected. They've been out 25 minutes, but what this will mean now is, because we're beyond that 65 mark, is that they are able now to put their final rider on effectively to take them through to the checkered flag. Something that we're still watching out for for Team Solid Air Road and Race. We expect Taft Speed to, when the Taft Speed are actually now in the pit lane, there they are. They'll be in for fuel and for their final rider change as well. You know, 65 minutes is the maximum ride time. So just waiting and expecting the final few teams to come in, make their pit stops, and then the final rider will get on their bike. That will take them through then to the checkered flag at 5 o'clock or just a little bit after, as the beginning of this race was delayed by 3 minutes or so as we spent 2 minutes in silence paying homage to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. And the race started at 4 minutes past 11, hence why it's 20 past now, and we are 44 minutes away from the checkered flag. So we'll finish just before 5 past 5 here at Teesside. As the time will elapse, then will be a last lap board over start finish. By then, I imagine we'll be following our race leader round for the final lap. Rail Taft Speed then have their bike towards the end of the pit lane. They'll rejoin, as have already, Team DSC.
So Team Taft Speed, Real Taft Speed, the rider that's just getting on is Jeremy Crew, and he's probably their fastest rider. So obviously they've got their fastest rider out for the last stint, so he's got 44 minutes to go. Jer's been around scooter racing for a few years, but he's riding really, really well at the moment.
She's got a yellow flag, sorry to cut across you, at her hairpin 3. I think we've had a rider off, or at least slow. We'll catch the number on the way through.
It was the 7 bike,
yeah.
I think, yeah.
So yeah, sorry to interrupt that, because I didn't know whether that was going to get going again. I just saw the yellow, as we mentioned earlier, about just being out the corner of your eye. You notice a flicker of yellow or something from the flag down there. So, no, but yeah, you say Taft Speed now, they're back. They'll be still showing us in the pits until they come over start finish.
Yeah, so what is quite interesting, they've obviously got their fastest rider out. They're now on the same lap as Team DSC. So they're on the same lap. DSC have got Barry Braithwaite on. Again, Barry has spent his whole life from being about 16. He was one of the youngest scooter racers, about 16, when he first started racing. He spent his life on and off scooters, and he's now on the DSC bike. So they're on the same lap. I don't know if DSC have to stop again. It'd be very, very interesting to see.
They came in the lap before Taft Speed did.
Actually, yeah, I just see that. So, yeah, but both those riders are probably to the end, and they're on the same lap. So that for the pro race class, this is now going to be
when
a really exciting section.
Yeah, when Taft Speed come over the line, we'll then really be able to figure out, because they're still showing us in the pits, but we know that they're going to get their back out. So they'll be crossing the line, I think, in the next 20 seconds or so, and then we'll be able to see how close it is between Taft Speed and DSC. Yeah. Although to be fair, we saw it go to the end, and I thought we'd have probably seen it come past us in the commentary box by now, over start finish, and they definitely haven't, because they're still being shown as in the pit. So
DSC with Barry on board, they're just about to come through. He's losing his side panel rubber again.
He is, but he's gaining a place. They are up into second place and the class lead in our pro race class, Team DSC.
And we still haven't seen the real Taft Speed come by.
No. And what that is going to show them is being further laps down then now on DSC. So we saw the bike go to the end of the pit lane, and we were just expecting it's come over the line now, which means that the difference between the two riders is well, it's now being shown as 1 lap. So DSC, and that'll be because Taft Speed weren't putting any laps on at all. So that was going to be quite close. There still are going to be, but now Taft Speed have got some work to do in this remaining 41 minutes here at Teesside. Team Solid Air continuing to lead in the road class. Similarly, our IDKT now, but also IDK Endurance now up into the lead in road. We're seeing club with Independent Idiots and Rearside Wanderers, the top 3. Rushton Lambretta have dropped down. Foster 56 have dropped down as well. A few laps with Rushton Lambretta not being seen for a while, actually. Foster 56 could well be closing in on them, as are GRR. We've moved both of those up into 4th and 5th respectively, with Rushton Lambretta still being shown as in the pits.
So Barry Braithwaite on the DSC bike, number 78, leading the pro race class, did a 1:27. So it's going to be interesting to see what Jer Crew does on his second flying lap from the rider change. It doesn't look to be significantly quicker, but it is going to be interesting because that is probably the race, the battle of the race as we go into the last 45 minutes.
I'm intrigued here that we've seen the Taft Speed bike come over the start-finish line, but they are still being shown as in the pits. And their laps aren't decreasing in comparison to Team DSC, who we know that they were on a similar lap to.
So Solidaire
are back in, which
which
we thought was going to be necessary given the time. Interesting now with Taft Speed. Now we know that DSC earlier on had a transponder issue, and I'm trying to keep an eye out now for Taft Speed and to find out where they are, because they are, on timing at least, they're starting to drop further and further back. But we've seen them come over start-finish
they're just going
at least
in
once. So
Jer on the Taft Speed bike is going into the first hairpin now, so it definitely looks to be a transponder issue.
Yeah,
so
DSC have come through.
Hopefully that will sort itself. It makes it difficult for us obviously in the box to know exactly what the positioning is, and I say that is very much the battle of the race in the last 45 minutes.
Yeah, so he's just come over the line once again and is still showing as in the pits, so that transponder is not picking up on the Taft Speed bike. So if you are a member of that team, you might want to have a quick walk in the direction of race control. Solidaire Road and Race, as you say, the class leaders in road are into the pit lane. Now we knew they were going to have to if they didn't want to fall foul of the regulations, because they did pit with 67 minutes remaining rather than 65, which means that they would have exceeded their maximum ride time. So Ryder will be back out on that, but what that will allow is SRP Race Tech, who we know can probably go to the end now, certainly if the ride time, to probably get back onto the same lap, I think, as Solidaire.
So that's definitely going to be a battle between those two in this tail end of the race as well, because effectively I think they're both going to be virtually on the same lap or within a lap of each other for sure.
Second place for Spire Tarmac Terriers and Valley Scooter Club in the race class is quite tight as well. Only one lap between them, and I wouldn't like to pick between in the club class, because even though IDK have got 4 laps, they're about the 8th team that have led that class so far. And the one that hasn't is the one that Wearside Wanderers, who are coming up into second place now. Have really, they had issues earlier on, but now started to sort of get themselves back up there, proving, as we've mentioned a few times, that it's not over till it's over.
No, most definitely not. It's great that the battles are taking place throughout. 5 and a quarter hours into a race, and there's still a number of very, very close battles, and several of the classes are all still there to play for.
36 minutes remaining then of this third round of the British Scooter Endurance Club Championship, sponsored by AME Auto, who also sponsor the Pro Race class. And that Pro Race class, we spent a lot of time earlier on talking about the club class and how you can effectively race, a road spec bike. Now, when we look at the Pro Race class, these are bikes that have had a little bit more race prep done to them. You'll notice that they don't have any lights, which effectively means that they're not road legal. They're out completely. You can tune them, you can uprate the suspension, you can uprate the brakes, which and they can have a larger fuel tank as well. So there's a lot more going on when you sort of get to that the top level here in the British Scooter Endurance Club.
Yeah, definitely. And the engine kits that those classes will be using, they're using aluminium barrels. So obviously Lambrettas originally from the factory were cast iron. So cast iron holds the heat, much more prone to engine seizure. But since the development of kits with alloy and Nickerson linings and so on, it's
I wouldn't say it's unheard of, but it's very, very minor, the amount of seizures, engine seizures that you get. So for endurance racing, they're definitely the way to go, and it's one of the reasons why these bikes can be raced so hard for such a long time.
Oh, the 11 has come down. I immediately thought when that came through in front of the commentary boxes, he's riding that very, very hard, and now he's kicking. Now he's kicking it very, very hard. Unfortunately,
again, we spoke about out of the corner of the eye, and I saw him. Although he was in an orange bib, he was crouched extremely low, looking like he was going to go on the straight. And yeah, it's no surprise.
Another one off there at the top of the hill. Wearside Wanderers, actually, that 11. You know, the one that we were just talking about about 2 minutes ago, about them coming in towards that top 3 again. And so we've got that bike is off there down in the pit lane. Ryder looks okay, albeit very, very angry.
Yeah, he's thrown his helmet on the ground now, which is never a good thing.
No. Probably best advised not to use that again, having thrown it on the ground. We've got a mechanical flag, which means something's hanging off something. Which, if you can see that, but what it is, it's for the 4. I think, yeah, it is for the number 4. So what the mechanical flag? It's a black flag with an orange circle in the middle, and that means that there'll be something on that bike that is. You know, earlier we were talking about the rubber hanging off and it not being a danger to anybody else. That bike is being bought in because it's a danger to other people on track because there'll be something hanging off it. The 36.
The 36, we just saw that go down. I did think at the time it was possibly the Taft Speed bike, but yeah, that's SRP Race Tech. They're using similar paint jobs, so associated team. So he's off at the far end of the circuit. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get that back. There's no real effort being made to get that back to the pits.
No, but
so that could be Team 38 who were leading their class. Could be out there.
This is really going to open it up because Team Solid Air came into the pits around about 5 or 6 minutes ago for what we thought was a routine stop. It is back out again now. But it was a 5-minute stop for Team Solid Air. But it means that against all odds and DC10 cert are likely to be promoted into the podium places in that class, because if we say SRP Race Tech, that bike is a fair distance away as well. It's whether they're going to push that back or whether we're going to go to another full course with that being so far away. It's on the left hand side of the screen here as the bikes are appearing. It's just there in the. So it's a case then of which way they bring it, and there it is. They're still trying to get that bike started, I think. It's whether now they can get that bike. And we've seen a lot of people push it back, and it's whether, I don't know whether, if he's doing what he's doing there, can he waddle it back? Is that an option for him? No, he's
trying to actually restart it there. Depending on
down the hill as well.
He's going again. He's going again. So it was quite a long. It was a long stop there for that crash. So he's certainly taking it very gingerly back. So the bike is going, but I wonder if there is an issue that he knows about mechanically. He's making no effort to get back on the pace.
No,
but he is coming back under his own steam. But that is definitely going to be a loss of the lead in that class.
Yeah, that does officially. Just as you mentioned, that Team Solid Air, the 13 bike, have come through. Real Taft Speed are back into the pit lane from second place. That bike is being wheeled back through. We saw that though about 10 minutes ago. So whatever it is, it could just be a fairly quick change for them. But we saw them in 10 minutes or so ago, I think, for that bike. So don't know what the issue is with it. I think that was the bike. We were saying before about them. I don't think the transponder was picking up, and it has actually tripped the delta now at a lap time of 12 minutes and 17 seconds. So they were dropping away. They're being shown as 7 laps behind Team DSC. And we expected them when they came out of the pits to be on the same lap.
Yeah, definitely. There's something amiss. I'm sure it'll catch back up again. But there's definitely something amiss between those two times.
We've had DSC have their issue earlier with the transponder not picking up be redressed. So I can't see any reason why Taft Speed wouldn't have the same as well. I think that was the issue, is that their bike just wasn't picking up the amount of when they were coming over start-finish after that final pit stop. There's the 38 bike back in.
So one of the interesting things, if we take the top 6 with just over half an hour to go, there's actually 4 of the top 6 are on the same lap. So in terms of the physical position on track now, we've got 4 bikes showing on the same lap.
Yeah, we had that 38 SRP Race Tech bike just in their pit lane. It looked like it was having a once over as well, but I'll be honest with you, it didn't look in great shape at the front end.
I did notice, again, corner of the eye, but I noticed that the handlebars were not pointing in the same direction as the wheel, which is generally undesirable. So there have been works on it. We can see now from the pit lane camera they're working on that now. They look to straighten the handlebars. Some of the teams will actually run the headsets a little bit loose. So one of the ideas is that we touched upon it earlier when we were talking about the easier damage to headsets when you crash. But if you leave them slightly loose, tight enough to actually stay in place until you knock them, it is a way to protect your handlebars. So it sounds a little bit dicey thing to do, but it does happen with some of the front-running teams. You will do that with the handlebars, and it looked like that might be what's happened there. So the handlebars had moved around, but can be straightened back up without necessarily getting spanned out. It's not ideal, but it's certainly doable.
So that bike's being walked back through as is required before the rider gets back on it. So SRP Race Tank could well hold on to second place here as against all odds. They're still a lap and a half further back in 8th place overall. So with half an hour to go, Sluck Racing lead the way outright with Team DSC leading in the pro race class. Then we've got Team Solid Air leading in road, and then in club it's IDK Endurance Race Team. They're in 13th place overall in that class. Looks like Foster 56 are about to move into 3rd place. That Wearside Wanderers bike having had that off earlier on. Watching them make their way round Hairpin 4 down there at South Bank as we then see Valley Scooter go underneath the Foster 58 bike.
The rider on the Valley SC 207 bike is Justin Price. He's an ex-British champion, so he's going to be an interesting one to watch on that bike in this last hour. They've obviously put the fastest rider there out for the last session of the race.
Well, on the last lap, 4 seconds quicker than the Spire Tarmac Terriers bike in front of them, and both showing on 209 laps. So while Spire are in front, there's only 35 seconds between them for that battle for second place, and with 4 seconds a lap, that's going to be there or thereabouts in half an hour's time. It should take him 5 or 6 laps to close that gap up, if that is a consistent lap time for both of them. Spire Tarmac Terriers, I think, have just come over the line there to complete their lap, and it was once again a 1:26.5. So if Valley Scooter can keep this speed up, we could have a very, very intense battle in around about 10 or 15 minutes time.
I mean, certainly Justin on that bike is definitely capable of doing that. He is a very, very talented rider. Interesting, he's looking behind him there rather than in front. As he's left for hairpin, he's obviously bothered about who's behind him. And I wonder if he realises just how close he actually is to the team in front.
Well, the Foster 58 bike was the one that on the last lap they were right with each other. I think the Valley bike actually went past it, and this time now the Foster 58 bike. But I think part of that could have just been that I think Foster might have a little bit more straight line speed, and then through the wiggly section over start finish, I think the Valley bike was able to take advantage. So the gap has closed, I think, ever so slightly once again. It's down to 32 seconds now, another 3.5 seconds out of the Spire Tarmac Terriers is taken by Valley Scooter Club.
The 2 things I've just noticed: the 111 bike, the RS Tune bike, is still out there with Phil Hallam on it. I mean, they've had such bad luck today But fair play to them for not giving up and carrying on. He's still out there.
If there's a spirit of a meeting event award, it's got to go to them for just continually getting that bike back out. 2 bikes, 2 headsets, and rebuild the first one in the pits at least 3 times with it not running. That deserves an achievement. But the other thing I've just noticed was the Team Solid Air that we spoke about. We were concerned that there was 108 minutes to go. Sorry, 68 minutes to go, and they did a rider change. And then we said that, oh great, they're coming in to do a rider change, but I don't think they did. It looks like it's the same rider. It looks the same rider to me that came in at the last pit stop. So there could be some doubt whether he can go to the end in terms of riding time. Well, I don't want to throw a spanner into it, but if his riding time from when he first got on it to when he gets off it, or if they were in the pit lane again for another 3 minutes, does that 3 minutes come off his riding time? It's very tight, that, isn't it? And
it is. That's a very tricky one of the rules.
Too tight and too tight and too risky.
Yeah.
Now they have got 2 laps or so, I think, from SRP Race Tech. So as long as there's enough fuel in it, he could pit with 5 minutes to go and switch rider. It's tight, isn't it? And it's when you've got a lead and a potential victory. I'm not sure I'd have the confidence to play them.
No. We still seem to have an issue on the timing board with the real TAF speeds. Actual timing, they're still shown in the pits. They're most definitely out on track, so we're still a little bit of a loss onto that one, I'm afraid, as to who is actually leading. So that's a difficult one. That might be sorted out by looking at the times after the race, I think.
Yeah, DSC are the actual leader at present, at least on timing down the left-hand side. We know it was between them and TAF Speed. We think they should be on the same lap, albeit some 10 off Sluck Racing. I think that TAF Speed have had some problems. We know that DSC had a similar issue earlier on where they ended up with effectively 20 laps credited back to them, I think, after an issue with their transponder not picking up earlier on, and then they'll have waited until that bike came back. It was due its scheduled pit stop. But yeah, TAF Speed are still showing as in the pits. They are in 3rd overall. We think it's, we're not quite sure, and I think it might even be too tight to call whether it's 1st or 2nd between the 2 of them. There is the 13 bike that we were talking about, the Team Solid Air Road and Race bike, making its way up and over the hill with unmistakably, as you say, the same rider that was on that bike earlier on when they changed rider with 1 hour and 7 minutes of this race to go.
So fastest bike on the track at the moment is the lead bike, as might be expected, the Sluck bike. He's in 1:19s.
Really impressed though with, although to be fair though, I don't think they've moved. I think that was their last lap, was the 1:20 from Wearside Wanderers, and then just as they set that 1:20, he pushed it a little bit too far, didn't he?
After the timing beam, he was obviously on his way to the accident and missed the braking point.
Yeah. So just having a quick look as well. Back in the live chat, we've neglected that ever so slightly as we've had people popping in, and then we're heading down towards this final hour. So we are seeing whether we've got some. So yeah, just having a quick look. Steel Weasel's been on saying, well, what tyres are people using? Well, that will be very, very dependent. First of all, it's not that there's no spec tyre, because you can't spec a tyre on many different bikes that have got different wheel sizes, different wheel widths. You know, so it is going to be, there will be more than one option per bike available, I'm sure.
There is, yeah. In the main, people will be using Mitas Sava tyres. They're used in the BSSO Road Race series. They're available in a super soft, a soft, a medium and a hard. Hard is virtually never used because it's too hard. The super soft is a little bit soft. It's good on the front but too soft on the back. most of these guys will probably be running a medium. The life of the tyre, it will last for the 6 hours of this race, but you probably would throw them away afterwards. But yeah, to answer Steel Weasel's question, yeah, in the main it's Mitas Sava tyres. It's super sticky, made for the job. Steel Weasel, if it's a guy I think it has, he has a YouTube channel.
Oh.
He has a YouTube channel fixing Lambrettas, and it's quite an entertaining channel to watch.
Well, if that is the case, and it is you, Steel Weasel, just confirm it is, and then in there as well, find the link to your YouTube channel, because we know it's going to there's going to be people that are watching this that are going to have some interest in that. Feel free to stick it into the comments as well, and then people will be able to direct you to that. Obviously, not in the next 20 minutes or so. We've got a race to finish here at Teesside Autodrome as we start to count down towards the checkered flag, the last lap board as well here at Teesside Autodrome. At the moment it looks like it's going the way of Sluck Racing, but we still await that checkered flag, and we know now's the nervous time, because I'm not expecting to see anybody coming into the pit lane now, and that's the thing, is that if we do see anybody coming into the pit lane, it's almost certainly for a problem. Taft Speed I think have been in, because I think they've been in to rectify the problems. They're now showing as being out 1 minute ago. We just wait to see whether they're going to have their whether they're going to have their laps resorted. On screen, it's IDK Endurance Race Team, your class leader in the club class, currently running in 13th place in that class. It was a very, very tight class at one point, and it's spread out with a fair few teams having issues in the last hour and a half. Independent Idiots running in second place in that class, albeit 4 laps behind, and then Foster 56 are in third. Then this space back to Wearside Wanderers, who've had that big off and are still in the pit lane. And what that will mean, I believe, when they come round, is that GRR, as they do indeed come over start finish, move up into fourth place in that club class. So GRR continuing just to, they're going round. They've had a really tidy, clean race. When other teams may have had problems or fallen off, GRR are up into fourth place, with Wearside Wanderers still in pit lane, and now in a real race against time if they're going to try and get that bike back out in the remaining 18 minutes to see the checkered flag. The 111's still going. I hear it come past every lap.
Yeah, and it's Phil Hallam on it. I'm sure he hasn't, but it feels like he's been on it for about an hour and a half. But he's been in and out the pits during that time quite a lot.
Yeah, they've not had the best of races in terms of reliability on that bike, which is a real shame, because early on they showed some fantastic pace and were leading for a huge part of it in the early phases.
The first hour, I think James Lancaster put in an amazing stint. You know, he is quite a talented rider, and that first hour, it was brilliant to see. And he was the guy that was referring to was hanging off it with his feet in the air at various points. Definitely the award for the spirit of the day could be there, I think.
Yeah, definitely. They've worked hard, albeit most of the time it's been hard work in the paddock getting that bike sorted. I'm just watching out of the commentary box window, just everybody just braking. There's about 5 or 6 bikes going into South Bank, as we've got a bike on its side halfway round South Bank. Could that be the 200?
I think that is the 200. Yeah.
So I think 2 sheds could have a problem if you. I mean, I know he won't want to, but if he could turn it round and show us the number on the front, it would be a massive help. But yeah, I think that's the 2 sheds.
He's back underway. He's back underway. He's going again now, and I think it is 200. The shed Vespa.
Helps as well that he's gone off at the top of South Bank, which is on a hill, and that will help the natural progression of that bike.
I'm not sure he appears to be riding in a very straight line, so I'm not sure if he might have an issue which that may have caused the off, or he might have just been wiggling to make sure it was okay. But no, he's looking okay now.
Yeah, looks
looking okay.
right.
Across the line, he's looking okay.
Yeah, he's going for another lap, so at least he's going to make sure that it's still in one piece. So we head towards.
He just gave the thumbs up to the pit wall to let them know. So obviously they would have seen he was off.
Having a quick look. Doesn't look like we're going to get anything in terms of rain for the final 10 minutes, but it has seemed to have darkened up a little bit here at Teesside. Certainly out the window to the left of the commentary box, it still looks very, very overcast here, but it's starting to head towards the early evening.
The floodlights that are on in that area are a little bit more visible now, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean they've been on since the start of the race, but now you can actually, you look out the window and it's the first thing you notice out there towards the paddock. What we're also noticing now as we start heading towards this final 15 minutes is the amount of people that are migrating out of the paddock to head down towards the barrier here at Teesside Autodrome, which is a common theme of any endurance races, that pretty much everybody out of the paddock makes their way up to applaud everybody over the line, not just the winner but everybody that's made it to the end of this 6-hour race. Is that it starts to get very, very busy down there.
We could almost organise a Mexican wave along there, couldn't we?
Although to be fair, if some of them have done an hour and a half on a scooter, I'm not sure they're going to get their arms up high enough. But yeah, it's starting to busy up down there as we head towards the end of this race. 13 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, and then we'll have that last lap as well, which at the moment looks like it's going to be a victory lap for Scooter Lab UK Racing, currently on 237 laps as they come over start finish to make that 2:38. So I think we could potentially get them to about 2:45 here at Teesside.
The leader in the club class, the 347 IDK, I think it's a very creditable performance to come 12th overall on track as well, to be leading their class, and with what they're up against, 12th in the overall on the track is a very creditable performance, and they're putting in some fast lap times.
1:28. That's given that you've got class in front of them. They're only doing 1:27s.
But if you look at their fastest lap overall as well in club class, to be doing under 1:20, they've just gone under 1:20, 1:19.6. It's creditable for sure. Some very good riders in that, despite being in the club class. There were some very good riders clearly.
Absolutely. So we've got Team DSC, Real Taft Speed and Hornet Racing leading in that's your top three as it stands in our pro class. Our race class has Snook Racing, Spire Tarmac Terriers and Valley Scooter Club, although now Valley Scooter Club are only 6 seconds off the back of Spire Tarmac Terriers for second place. Then we've got Team Solid Air, AAO, Against All Odds and SRP. So it's Against All Odds have moved up into second place now, with SRP having to come in and have that bike checked over. And then IDK, Independent Idiots and Foster 56 are your top three in our club class.
So that battle we were expecting to see in the last few minutes with the Valley Scooter Club, Justin Price obviously is 3-4 seconds lap faster and is gaining on the bike in front of him. So we'd fully expect to see them together before too long.
So Spire Tarmac Terriers in second place, 4th overall but second in our race class, are being reeled in by Valley Scooter Club. And Valley Scooter Club 4 seconds quicker on the previous lap, now only 2.9 seconds split them as they come through. So they're around about here on the screen. They'll be heading towards the mountain section, I think, with Valley Scooter Club. They came over the line about 20 seconds ago. And they'll be making their way onto the back straight. There is the 114 bike of Spire Tarmac Terriers. And we're looking in the background for Valley Scooter Club. It was the blue bike with a flash of yellow down the middle of it. They're going to appear on the back straight. There is the 207. So as they head down the back straight towards the South Bank corner, here with 10 minutes remaining, Spire Tarmac Terriers, who've been reeled in at a fair rate of knots, 3 to 4 seconds a lap by Valley Scooter Club, as they head towards the right-hander of hairpin 3. The 114 holds him off, but I think it's only a matter of time before Valley Scooter Club make their way up into second place. The two bikes, so with 10 minutes remaining, there's 2 metres separating Spire Tarmac Terriers and Valley Scooter Club. Over start finish they come. Spire still holding on as they come through the D chicane here at Teesside and head down the hill round the left-hander at Paddock.
They go out of our view there, which is a shame.
Out of the view of the commentary box window, but we're about to see a move, I think, for second place. Right the way, sweeping round the outside, and Valley Scooter Club move up into second place, 4th overall, but more importantly, second in our race class as they make their way all the way around the outside. So it is now Valley Scooter Club with 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining up into second place on track. They'll come down the back straight and appear for those watching from the paddock interview around about now, and it is Valley Scooter Club up into second place. Now it's whether they can get a message to him to
ease up,
to ease it up a little bit, because now he's found his way through. It's whether he's quite clearly got the pace in that bike. There we are with the 207
I
of
would
Valley
suspect
Scooter.
knowing Justin, even if he got that message to him, he's quite liable to ignore it and pretend he'd never received it. He's certainly carrying on at the same pace. There's no... He again, as we said earlier, it's difficult to know exactly where you are on track. So he may not necessarily know that he's now past that place. Obviously, he's unlikely to catch. Well, he's definitely not. Short of Sluck having an issue, he's not going to catch them at this point in the race. But he does need to build that position. We've still got this battle between Taft Speed and DSC. The computer does seem to have sorted itself out. I'm still not convinced that's the right number of laps, but we'll see at the end.
Yeah, I think was we thought when they came in they were pretty much going to come out on the same lap, didn't we there? So we'll leave that to the powers that be and the computers to sort themselves out. Although the last lap was a long one for real Taft Speed. There's Valley Scooter Club then on the screen. What we'll see in a few moments is that them come through. See, I thought they were on the same lap, but things have changed again on the timing completely, because they closed right up to be within 2 seconds of each other. I think they may do. I think it changes every time the race leader goes over the over start finish. What's happened there now is that Valley Scooter Club have dropped down a place.
Yeah.
On the time, which is strange because we just saw them overtake Spire Tarmac Terriers for second place in class, and on the previous lap they were within 2 seconds of we saw that when they came over the line they were basically, and now we have confirmation that it's actually sorted itself out, because that moves them up into 4th place. A little timing glitch here on the screen, but that they are rightfully now up into 4th place overall and second in class.
So Team 13, the grey bike, Sealed Air, definitely still doing a really good job leading their class. They've really impressed me too today, being really consistently quick. They've just been there and thereabouts the whole race, no dramas, just doing a really good, consistently quick, reliable job. The 111 bike we just mentioned, he's going as good as he's gone all day, I think, other than he's just gone across the across the shortcut out of the chicane. But he's going really well now, so Phil's obviously getting sorted.
So, yeah, to be fair, that bike's probably been out consistently now for about as long as it has been since the start of the race on that RFS Tune 111 bike. So whatever they've done to it in terms of getting it fixed has worked for them. And they've managed to get that all sorted. I know we're heading towards the end of the race when Keith makes his way down under the commentary box to go and get the ceremonial checkered flag.
Yeah.
But it's different this year because last year when we came, the commentary box was about, well, it was 8 foot further back and a lot smaller. And in the winter, it did not fare well against the winds, and they've built us a brand new one here at Teesside. It's twice the size, and is probably up there with the best in the country now in terms of kart circuit commentary boxes. So credit to the team here at Teesside Autodrome. Just going to have a quick look at the final few comments as the 54 machine exits the pit lane. I don't think that was scheduled. And we're just getting confirmation, I think, from Julie Tracy that it's Sam now on the Scooter Lab bike, so he's going to have the honour of bringing that bike over the checkered flag. Jones has been saying, cracking afternoon, well done to all the riders and the people involved, which is a sentiment that's echoed from everybody here at the circuit and from Alpha Live as well. Jane Hilton says exactly the same, great afternoon of racing. 5 minutes then remaining in this race here at Teesside Autodrome as we see on screen Team Solid Air still with the same rider. We've got a bike in the pit lane, I think that's the 135 of Rushden Lambretta Club. That bike has stopped on the pit on the way back onto the circuit on the right hand side, so it's well out of the way, but may well mean that they don't get to take the checkered flag, unfortunately, for Rushden Lambretta. You can see them when we cut to our camera on the outside of the bottom bend down at Rib, which is the one that we'll pan around to on the right hand side of this shot at the moment. But we've got a Rushden Lambretta, look like they may well have an issue and might not get their bike to the end of this race. Out onto the back straight, 4 bike there sweeping all the way around the outside to and almost onto the grass to manage to get round the back straight here at Teesside. Slightly curves actually on the exit of the mountain section and then really straightens up when it joins onto the national circuit here at Teesside Autodrome. We see that 27 bike of GRR just at the front of that train coming through there, doing what it's done all day, and that's just keep out of trouble, watch everybody else go through and just continually just keep racking up the laps on that GRR bike, and they're going to come through, I think, for a very creditable 4th place in the club class, as we see our class leader IDK Racing Endurance team making their way through the D chicane.
We've not mentioned him since he had the exhaust issue, but the second of the Hornet bikes is back on track, so that broken exhaust has been fixed, so presumably it wasn't a welding job, but it's certainly back fixed and they're back out. It's got Lee Abraham on that bike at the moment.
So that means at the very least they're going to take that bike to the checkered flag, and they're also going to be credited with 3rd place in that pro race class, the 10th overall, despite a multitude of problems for both Hornet bikes, actually somewhat more catastrophically for the 6.
Yeah, that's game over for that one, I'm afraid. They've been somewhat jinxed the last few races. They've gone from being clear champions and doing really well, but the last couple of races they've hit various problems.
That is a various problem, and that is against all odds, who were 3rd in their class and now have dropped out now behind DC10 Cert, and they are on the outside of the track up at the mountain section. So in our road class we've had a very, very late change for the final step on the podium, and against all odds they look like they're not going to have an opportunity here to get to the checkered flag if they can't get that bike sorted. Now, in timing at least, it's sorted itself and put them back in a slightly different order, but as we see our race leader going up and round, we'll see whether that bike is still stationary, because we've got a yellow flag out, so DC10 Cert will move through into 3rd place in the in that road class. Scooter Lab then making their way down the back straight. This time it's going to be Sam Round bringing that bike over the line.
30 seconds to go.
Yes, I think they're going to come round. I don't know whether we're going to give them a last lap board or whether they're going to just make their way around. What I will do is I'll just keep an eye out, because I think the checkered flag will come out. So I'm just keeping an eye out whether it's to the right of us or whether it's going to be down there. But last lap is confirmed then at the top of the timing here at Teesside. And Scooter Lab on the number 71 bike. They raced here a few months ago and led and had problems. They won the race here at the end of 2021 by a considerable margin, and it looks like they're going to do exactly the same this time round for Sluck Racing. 11 laps is the gap that they've got to Real Taft Speed and Team DSC, who are now on the same number of laps. I think that one's been rectified by timing, so we'll get a confirmation when they do come over the line as to which one of those. At the moment it's showing Taft Speed as the leader in that pro race class, but as the outright race leader of Sluck Racing makes its way round South Bank Corner into hairpin 3 for the final time, and then enters hairpin 4. So once again the team of Martin Round, Iggy Granger, Sean Hodgkin, and on the bike Sam Round will come through to take the checkered flag, and victory here at round 3 of the British Scooter Endurance Club Championship. And we wait for the rest of the field to come through to confirm our class winners. We've still got a very tight battle going on between Taft Speed and DSC, which seems to be changing lap on lap, not only for the amount of laps that each of them have got.
Yeah,
so we'll figure that out.
Crew on the Taft Speed bike is just going around the hairpin. We've got the two Louis lines, Vegas coming over the line together. They're not too fussed about who's done it.
What you can see there and what I can hear even out there whilst I've got the headset on in the commentary box is the huge amount of applause that everybody is getting for getting their bikes to the checkered flag. We're still waiting for Taft Speed, we're still waiting for Solid Air to come through. IDK Endurance Race Team have taken class victory and 13th overall in the club class, followed home by Independent Idiots, and that will be Foster 56 when they come over the line for 3rd place. We're still waiting for Solid Air. They're going to take the victory in class with 6th place overall in front of SRP Race Tech and DC10 Cert, who inherit 3rd place in the final few moments with Against All Odds retiring. We're still waiting, I think, for Taft Speed and for DSC to come through. The final few runners are making their way through. DSC are over the line. I think we've got Taft Speed coming round as well to complete all of our grid. Everyone is still trying to sort out, I think, who's taken the victory. I think Taft Speed have taken the checkered flag, at least on screen at least. They're being shown as the pro class winners. Solid Air have also, I think everybody now has taken the checkered flag as our riders make their way back into the pit lane. On screen there is the 71, your race winner, Scooter Lab UK, taking the victory here at Teesside Autodrome. The adulation as well of his team down there in pit lane. Handshakes all round, and I'm fairly sure at least half of them that are hugging and handshaking aren't even with the team. They're just congratulating our race winners on a fantastic victory here at Teesside Autodrome. Don't know who the gentleman is there with the lovely hat on and the costume.
That's Iggy. So I don't know if you know, but the in-joke to that team is somebody crashes the bike, they have to wear the clown outfit. And I think Sticky and Iggy have both crashed it this time. So Iggy is there in the clown outfit.
Fantastic. Paul, thank you very much, of course, for joining us in the commentary. I've got a couple of thank yous to run through first, because we've got a fantastic series sponsor, AME Autos, and our class sponsors, Scooter Nova, Scooter Nova Magazine, Scooter Lab UK, Lambretta Club of Great Britain, and AME Auto, who sponsor the pro race class, as well as our other helpers at Vespa Club of Britain, AF Race Speed, Thanet Area Scooter Services and Express Signs of Stockton, who have all helped us get this race here today and streamed at Teesside Autodrome. Thank you, of course, to all of the marshals, our camera people as well here for the pictures throughout this 6-hour race. Thank you for Mikey down there in the pit lane as well with the paddock interviews, and everybody that's come into the commentary box and shared your stories throughout the day. It really makes this event something very, very special. And also making something special was the knowledge brought to alongside me by Paul Green. Paul, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box today here at Teesside.
You're welcome, thank you. It's always good to help out with this kind of event, and endurance racing is brilliant.
Paul, thank you very much for joining. I hope everybody as well that's watched on the live stream, certainly everybody that's commented as well, has really, really enjoyed themselves. I certainly have. Hopefully I'll be back if we're streaming here again next year at Teesside Autodrome for this wonderful event. From me, though, it is a close to the proceedings here at Teesside Autodrome, and as well to the season as we close for the end of round number 3 of the AME Auto British Scooter Endurance Club Championship. I've been David Sullivan. Please join us again on the Alpha Live channel, and thank you very much. See you soon.